USA YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.
Hey, I'm so happy I had that edited out, and I still use that. But welcome, guys. Welcome. Let's go, Xenodrome. Obviously, since it's appropriate to a channel name, have you seen Romulus at all? I honestly have stayed away from anyone's opinions on it. I also just haven't had the time to go out and see it, so I'm just curious since you're in chat still. Yeah, from Godzilla Not, and Ayo from Joe Smell. How's it going, everyone? It's right in the middle of the week. Well, not really in the middle of the week technically. Tomorrow's Wednesday, but this is one of the only days I didn't have work, and everything else I was doing had already finished up. So yeah. Nico Lolita, you're a new person. Hello. Welcome. And we got the Vicster. How's it going? I know Vic just put out a video recently. If you guys aren't subscribed to him, be sure to. Minecraft World, how's it going? Everyone? I'll give him credit for this too. I saw him doing his speed paints shorts on his channel, so because of that, I am curious, and I was like, maybe since I actually had a lot of my own painting stuff recorded, I was like, why not do those as shorts as well? So I've been editing out 4 of those for the 4 main Kaiju 2000 monsters, and sort of going through the design process I had in terms of like what I wanted from them, and sort of doing more things with that universe, even if I'm not designing new monsters at the moment. But it's essentially stuff I've worked on, so it's content. And at least the first Godzilla speed paint there, everyone really seemed to like that. So I've kind of developed an idea as to what I want to do for that style of short there. So expect to see a few more shorts down the line in the next couple of weeks as that we build up to the Godzilla game pitch stream, which is going to happen at the end of September. And then I think I've been holding the stream back for a little while. I'm thinking either the night before Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving night proper is when I'm going to do the Godzilla Batman stream. I know a lot of people wanted to do that and have us discuss sort of the similarities between Batman as a character and Godzilla as a character, because it seems like there's always that comparison that's made. So yeah, expect those in the future. I am here to hear your side. Jeez, I am not even drinking yet, and that almost tripped me up. And we got the Sea Monster essays. How's it going? It's pretty much a ripoff of Alien and incorporates a lot of nostalgia. Yes, that's those new Halloween films did, complete with disposable characters you don't care about. Key jangling. That's kind of what I was expecting. And I know that one of the big spoilers towards the end of the movie already got spoiled for me, so I already knew that was coming. And I guess I'm not going to talk about it too much here, but yeah, so that was already something that was on my mind, was like, how much are they going to call back to the other films? So actually, no, there was 2 kind of key jangling, like, end surprise things that got spelled for me. Not like intentionally, just sort of, they popped up in my shorts feed. But oh well, it is what it is. But if you guys are new to the stream, what we tend to do on these is we talk a little bit, give it about 10 minutes, because once it goes to 10 minutes, that means I can then start swearing in the videos, and that's when it gets fun. So yeah, in the meantime, if anyone's got any questions as preamble before we begin, I would love to hear those. And as always, I did share the short recently about Hemosaurus. I know, unfortunately, the Steam sale ended, and because it's back at the full price, but I still think regardless, everyone should be trying to support that game and support the developer in any way you can, because it's definitely a fun little kaiju game. And I know because of the news that came out there recently, I know once I move into the back when I am a little bit more passive after we finish the videos and we bring people on, I'll probably be doing that as my game in the background. I thought Romulus is solid, for better or for worse. There's a lot of homage and retreads. I thought that was a different word to just about all 4 classic Alien films. Overall, really liked it. Any thoughts on the new Giga Bash original characters? Yeah, I think it's really cool that they have a Megazord stand-in, and you were right about it being essentially a lion monster. And someone else had mentioned that's essentially Goldar, but more kaiju-y. And I think that carries over, maybe just because it is supposed to be like a Power Rangers-esque DLC. And with that, I guess my thoughts on that is that since they're not going to be able to get the Power Rangers rights, it makes me wonder, does that mean there's something going on with Gamera's rights? Because I know Kadokawa has always been kind of weird when it came to who got to use what into what's it called? It got into it like with how Kadokawa is weird, but who they allow to license stuff out to. But my hope is that maybe we can still get something Gamera related. I know Gamara Island always does the tease about like, oh, what monster would you like to see in Giga Bash going forward? So they might do another Godzilla DLC. There's the thing about like whether they actually do a public domain style Kong DLC and like whether they want to jump the gun on that. I think that if they do that and there isn't any issues legally with that, it could essentially open the flood doors to more public domain Kong stuff, because if a larger entity like a video game company is able to do this without any like legal repercussions, whether with malice or not, then it opens the door for more people who just kind of want to do their own little things. Because obviously the rights with Kong are it's like technically public domain, given there is work that is in the public domain, and then there's a lot of art that can be claimed to be taking influence from, and as such grounds for infringement, stuff like that. Blazar is incredibly satisfying to play. Oh, okay. I mean, out of the two, Blazar was the one that I was more excited for anyway. And I just saw something from F29, got into a squabble with your ex on Twitter. I will actually, you know what? Since we got 3 minutes left before we can start the videos, I will talk about some Twitter spats that I got into. So that's fun. And I ended up having to separate everything into a bunch of essentially subcategories on my thing, because there's a few things I wanted to cover and I needed to have these all separated by their own little categories and things of that nature. So, yeah. Gochi. Share screen. Window. Yeah. Okay. So the reason why I'm doing this is that you don't get notifications from blocked accounts on X. And it's funny because actually, no, we'll get to that one later. But here with this, obviously there's been a lot of stuff going on in like other spaces of YouTube and like Fandom Menace type stuff. I think this guy runs like Fandom Menace L's. But essentially, this guy ended up getting to a spat with me on Twitter. And I just kept responding, and it's really funny because he's like essentially like upset that I'm running defense for other channels, and then like Black Rody's my big buddy that I'm also always defending no matter what. And yeah, that's funny. But what's funnier about it is that I actually found out that he actually blocked me, and he had 2 other responses to me, so I had no clue that he responded to me. But it really shows the integrity of people, where if they care, they don't care enough to have the like continuous conversation, so they'll just block you, but they want to get in the last word, so they'll block you, respond, and then it looks like you don't have a response. But no, like we can all see it here. Yeah, I'm blocked. So the only reason I knew about this is that someone sent me a screenshot because he's not blocked by this guy, but dude's a total loser. And then this one was funny because it's literally about the same thing here. It's the same discussion. And the guys like Kong being in chains was an allegory for slavery, though. The fuck are you on about? And my point essentially was that this idea has always been an academic opinion about the allegory of King Kong. And this account says, no, it wasn't. But then says here, it doesn't matter what your intent is, all art is political. That's a plain and simple fact. but denied a political allegorical reading of the film. The thing is that I don't have a problem with someone denying an allegorical reading of any film. The problem is just be consistent with it, please. That is my primary issue with things like that always, is that people will love to have these double standards about these kinds of things. I don't know if 29 just said something. Rick had a squabble with my ex on Twitter. I didn't even know she was on Twitter, and I don't follow Rick, so I wouldn't have known that was going on. I don't even know what like those two would be even arguing about to begin with. For me, it was insanely boring. Nothing happens until way past the halfway mark, since half 11 times they get interesting making the rest of the nobodies. I haven't watched one of these streams in a while because ever since I started Monster Hunter Iceborne, this Monster World just comes out. I've been down the Monster Hunter rabbit hole. The thing is that like I've just been very insular when it comes to like what I will consume with like a great amount of intensity. So because of that, I just haven't, like, I really want to get into Space Marine 2, but I've been saving money for other things that I need to take care of first. So as a result, I haven't been able to get into that, neither with Monster Hunter. And it's really funny because one game I've been playing a lot is actually a free game. And I bought Baldur's Gate 3 and I haven't played it since I found out about this free game, Dungeonborn. And I just checked what 29, what you were referring to. And oh, you mean my ex, not my actual ex. So it's okay. But yeah, no, like, and the thing is that it's like I think that like it was just a total misunderstanding and nothing else there. I think because he even says like he even clarifies it there. So like there's no bad blood there. I don't think, at least. But now that it's been 10 minutes, we got the extra tismy stuff out of the way, and we can begin. Country Shape Media. Hello, you're also new. Welcome, welcome. Have you read the Godzilla novelization by Shigeru Kayama? I really like that book. Yes, I did a review on it, actually. You can check my channel. So much in believing in right of reply. Yeah, no, it's funny. Why I would have done with or without certain callbacks. I really like Romulus and Bay and would argue that's pretty solid. I went to see it a second time and I came out thinking more or less the same. I think, at least from my impression, I will like Romulus more than I liked Alien 3 or Alien Resurrection. And I like I like 3 more than I like Resurrection. And I think I'll like Romulus probably a little bit more. I also liked Prometheus for what it is, although, I mean, I think I mentioned this in the Discord too. I generally try to think about how it's not related to Aliens at all, or like it's its own continuity in that sense. So like it doesn't feel as connected to Alien, because if the connections to Alien make it feel worse. And Covenant, I think, is just as forgettable to me as Resurrection was. But there's certain things with Romulus I think are maybe going to be interesting. So it's not going to beat the first 2. But I'll probably like it more than the third film or Resurrection. Ridley Scott legit made Prometheus to retcon Aliens. I mean, that's not surprising considering Scott's own just general ego about these kinds of things. But yeah, so we'll break into it. And starting off, I'm gonna have to spank my boy. I'm gonna have to spank Black Rooney, because there's a lot of things I understand with what he's getting at in the video. I also don't agree with some of the premises that he comes to. So, yeah. If anyone says I don't say enough bad about Black, they can point to the stream and I could be like, because at least when I was working on this, I had 2 pages of notes for every video here. So this is going to be fun. Streamception for a bit. There we go. And we're also going to be, I just need to use this because it's for a response here in this video. But interestingly enough, all of these are in ascending order of length. So you go from 50 minutes to 24 to 31. I will probably be going at these at let's see. Yeah, 0.25. Because I think we're going to need to discuss things a little bit more in detail. But yeah. And I think that like it also kind of sucks that Black's not here to talk about this as well. But if you want, whenever he comes back from the military and he wants to discuss these things, I will be more than happy to, because I think that, like, again, I understand where he's coming to. I just would love to hear him think these out more in like a stream format there, because it's more stream of consciousness type thing. Alrighty. Let us begin.
A comment informing me on Godzilla's versatility, and I have endured 1,000 lectures informing me that Godzilla can be anything the writers want, that Godzilla is but a mere vessel for the writers to implant their ideas and themes into a story of their own choosing and design. I have also argued, after some convincing, that the tone of Godzilla movies can be anything. Tone is not a determining factor when assessing a film's quality. The fun tone doesn't make the show of movies bad any more than the tone of the Heisei era movies make them good. That being said, I do think there is some truth to the sentiment that tone affects aspects of the story and their characters. The execution, however, is what matters more than anything. Let's look.
Okay, so we're gonna square back just a little bit. So
Godzilla can be anything, the versatility, and I have endured 1,000 lectures informing me that Godzilla can be anything the writers want.
Yeah, I do not agree with the sentiment that Godzilla can mean anything the writers want, and I think that a lot of people like to say that Godzilla can't mean anything. I think that Godzilla means a very specific set of things, but because Godzilla is a monster rather than a human character, he has the ability to exist in stories with varying themes and ideas that center around him or can have him in there as a like part of the story. So at least on this starting premise, I do not believe Godzilla can mean everything, but I do think that Godzilla can mean a lot more than I think Black lets on here, based on the arguments that he gives. Yeah, I think like taking the argument to its most absurd, like F29 does here, where it says Godzilla can mean a penguin sitting in a chair. Yeah, if I drew a circle, by the logic of Godzilla can mean anything, I could draw a circle and say that that is Godzilla. And just purely based on what are the words I am saying, then yes, Godzilla can mean the circle presented. And real quick, versatility is not the term I would use to describe Godzilla, rather adaptability. No, I think versatility is the right word. Godzilla is very versatile because unlike human characters, where a lot of the story has to revolve around their specific ethos and their actions, in the sense where they have to be present for almost everything to drive the plot, Godzilla can drive the plot, and then his lack of presence and the effects of his original actions can inform what the other characters are doing in a way that like a lot of characters that Black will present here don't have the ability to do. There's so many things you can do with Godzilla since he's a giant atomic lizard that can't emote that well. Yeah. Jeez. My God.
That Godzilla is but a mere vessel for the writers to implant their ideas and themes into a story of their own choosing and design. I have also argued, after some convincing, that the tone of Godzilla movies can be anything. Tone is not a determining factor when it's...
Yeah, and I mean, like, he is essentially saying that there can be a variety of tones for Godzilla movies, so that goes without saying. So
let's look at a character like Batman, for example. From his inception, Batman was a noir-like detective that wielded a gun. But over time, he became more goofy, something the Adam West Batman adapts in all of his 60s camp glory. And during this time, as well as in future installments, his no-kill rule was embedded into his character, and because of his origin and how well it fits into the narrative, the change stuck, and has been pushed to its limits in several iterations for decades. Even with adaptations such as the Adam West Batman or Brave and the Bold, or even my personal favorite, the Lego Batman movie, or even my other personal favorite, Batman Ninja, there is still an element of goofiness in the character and his surroundings and interactions, which juxtapose well with his serious, brooding self. You want to know why? Because the core of who the character is, as well as his values, have been kept consistent throughout his entire tenure. But who is Batman? Batman is a billionaire playboy genius trained in every martial art under the sun, who delivers justice to the crime-ridden streets of Gotham City using his intellect, his physical prowess, and resources to make the place he calls home a better place, in the name of his parents, who were taken from him in a hit and run, a crime he vows to stand against, and crimes like it to the cost of his own life. This core idea has been omnipresent in almost every single adaptation, even when the story tweaks things like in Batman v Superman or The Dark Knight Returns. In The Dark Knight Returns, it's framed as Batman becoming a hypocrite and being too old to deal with people like the Joker. In Batman v Superman, Batman kills because he thinks his non-lethal methods are no longer effective, and this ineffectiveness took Robin from him. Of course, the comic is better of the two, but it's not because Batman kills or not, it's because the plot of one is well written while the other one was made by Zack Snyder. In almost every story where
I would also say, too, the other reason why Batman vs. Superman doesn't work is because of the fact that Batman kills. Like, I think that you can have stories where Batman is pushed to his limit, but seeing a Batman go beyond and actually start killing people and then try to frame him as a hero and just try to frame him as just Batman but a little different is where a lot of people often go over the line in terms of characterizing Batman. And I think that, like, it's interesting because he does talk about here that The Dark Knight Returns is an interesting twist on Batman, but here's at least people saying that Godzilla can mean anything, but doesn't agree with how Godzilla has changed over the years. And I think the other thing is that a lot of the later films, especially in the show era, aren't really focusing on Godzilla at a certain point. Like, when it comes to after King Kong versus Godzilla, Mothra versus Godzilla is mostly about Mothra's egg and Mothra, and Godzilla is the antagonist. Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monsters focus mostly on Ghidorah, Astra Monsters mostly about the Exilians, Sea Monsters mostly about the Red Bamboo, and then Ebra is mostly on the sides, and especially Godzilla. Son of Godzilla is more focused on Godzilla, but it's Godzilla's relationship to something else. And I think that that change is fine because contextually, it's not Godzilla becoming specifically more softer on humans, as the humans on Solguil Island are still not wanting to be around Godzilla, and they try to flee from Godzilla any chance they get, and are surprised by Godzilla going to Solguil Island in the first place. But because it's contextualized as Godzilla's relationship to another member of his species, and that flips the idea from the first Godzilla movie about him being the last of his kind on its head, it is a similar change to what Godzilla can, I guess, mean in the context of how it relates to 54. But there's also so many years removed between 1954 and 1967. And again, Destroy All Monsters has very little to do with Godzilla himself. And then all the last films, all the way up to Terror of Mechagodzilla, are focused more on the newer monsters that Godzilla faces rather than Godzilla himself. And I think that because of the fact that you see Godzilla transition from a character who is the symbol of atomic devastation or nuclear holocaust, as Black specifically puts in his video, and you see that change specifically starting in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Sea Monster, Invasion of Astro Monster, Show Monsters, all those earlier films, is a much easier transition from, like, say, if you started from Godzilla 54 and then the next film was more along the lines of Godzilla versus Hedorah. Even though I know a lot of people like to say that structurally Hedorah feels more like a classic Godzilla in the sense of it being more like 54, where you have Hedorah built up as this big threat. Again, it's focusing on Hedorah and Hedorah's themes rather than specifically Godzilla's themes. Yeah, well, Iman did say, yeah, if nuclear test continues in a Godzilla appears, so Godzilla can't be the last of his kind per se. Yeah, but I would say, like, the other thing too is, and this is using external material, when it came to, it was more or less a hypothesis and sort of like a bookend of the themes of that first, like, book / movie. And they really were wondering what and how they were gonna bring back Godzilla. Although they did set it up, that was something that Kayamo, like, was curious about, like, what he would do and, like, what else he could do to expand on Godzilla's character. And I think another thing too is that with, unlike superheroes, monsters often end up dying in their first outings because their death symbolizes a conquering of what another YouTuber later on in this 3 sets of videos talks about, the idea of social anxieties. I think that monsters often die symbolizes that social anxiety being conquered. And then as a result, when the monster comes back, they are oftentimes representing either the same social anxiety twisted, or if there's enough time down the line and it's more of a remake, it is a reinvention of that original anxiety, but contextualized for the modern day, or a completely different social anxiety, and you're just taking on the aesthetics of the character. a good example of this is The Invisible Man, the original one, like the original movie, the original book, and then the remake that I think Blumhouse is doing, or did. Those themes are so very different from one another, and essentially all you're doing is just taking the idea of the Invisible Man and applying it to a totally different story, because the ideas that are expressed by the character the Invisible Man is not really analogous to one another. And at least where it concerns the upcoming Wolfman, outside of the fact that the new design just doesn't look good at all, the summary doesn't really fit the idea of the Wolfman, because it's more focusing on what seems to be probably the broken marriage in that upcoming movie, rather than like the dichotomy between the man and the Wolfman, as like you have to deal with the transformations and stuff like that. Even back in the original, he was not a singular of a species. Even back in the original, he was not a singular of a species. His home and family was a part of the character. Even the original concept also this. Yeah, no, I know who you are now because someone else told me. But I would say too, the other thing is that in the original film, they don't specifically say that there were other members of Godzilla's species there. That is something that's coming from one of the source books, and as a result, I don't include it as part of my analysis because I don't think that it really affects a thematic reading of the film one way or another, and I think the themes are preserved regardless. But you are right that there is external information that states that Godzilla's family is wiped out in the nuclear blast and he is the only one left.
Batman kills, it's never brushed off as something Batman does casually. Something or someone, be it a character, the story, or the themes, brings attention to the fact that Batman is killing people, something he has vowed against. But that exploration of his character and how far one can take that idea of Batman is what makes him a versatile character. His meaning is not diluted because of it, because we still understand who or what Batman is, and also because Batman sticks to who he is more often than he doesn't. Superman.
Well, I think that what he is saying there is true, because oftentimes, anytime you do see a murderous Batman, it is to show how different Batman as a character is, or how different anyone is compared to Batman if they are to kill. And usually having a murderous Batman is a cool twist.
Unlike Batman, didn't go through that many changes in characterization, however. He's still the same Superman we all know and love. He's an alien that escaped from his doomed homeworld and was raised by humans. Superman may be a god amongst men, but he is still more human than most. That's his character. He is human in all the ways that matter. He is the embodiment of the indomitable human spirit, and the irony of it all is that he's an alien. How Superman turned out is a testament to the power of humanity, and because of being characterized the same way consistently, this allows people to experiment. The very idea of an evil Superman trope could only exist if Superman was consistently portrayed in different mediums, but even stories like Injustice use Superman's morality as a base for his change. It's not completely gone, it's just mixed with other things that fit, like his obsessive need to make sure that no people die thanks to criminals. His character in the story is everything Superman is, taken to an unhealthy and dangerous extreme, which is why the story uses a Superman from a different universe in which he doesn't become a tyrant to remind him of what he once stood for. Injustice Superman is what happens when you go too far in one direction. Too much of a good thing can become a bad thing. Also, I've been noticing a renaissance in people's appreciation for Superman, and I'm so happy that the disdain for him is dead. He didn't deserve the hate he got. Spider-Man is almost exactly like Superman, save for the fact that he's an alien.
Real quick. Whether or not we saw it was always there. Again, not exactly. Because by the metric of even though we didn't see it was always there, could apply to other things we didn't see that were always there. It also connects with why there was another in Raids again. Another of his kind survived, was mutated, since Godzilla was both the destroyer and the victim. Yeah, but even in the book that you're referencing, it doesn't say that there were only two Godzillas that survived. It says that Godzilla's entire family in that area is killed, and that one Godzilla's mutated. So, again, I don't think that using that on its own isn't the best comparison there.
But the thing with Spider-Man is that he is akin to Job from the Bible. He is 9 out of 10 times miserable, with the universe constantly kicking him in the nuts and leaving him to wail in pain. But despite all of this, he gets back up and sacrifices his body, mind, and spirit to protect the innocent. When he doesn't, his conscience won't even let him sleep. This has been consistent almost all the time, almost to an abusive degree. Looking at you, Zeb Wells. This is also why Daredevil and Spider-Man have such a great friendship. Daredevil's life is Spider-Man's, but worse, because Daredevil doesn't have the kind of powers that would let Spider-Man survive what it is he does. But they both have the same mindset. Unlike Spider-Man, however, Daredevil stories have been consistently good, with the Netflix series being the best incarnation of possibly any Marvel character in recent history. I could go on and on.
I'm not referencing the book, I'm referencing when they were making the movie, when they were first building the character. Yeah, but there's like nothing, unless like if you can provide me a source, because they do talk about like Godzilla's origins at a lot of places, and they don't specifically talk about it being, without a doubt, objectively canon that Godzilla's family is what was destroyed there. I know that for certain people like Tanaka, that was what was the intention there. In other cases, it wasn't. So it wasn't like a consensus that was made.
But notice how I mentioned the big three. Their stories, their character, the themes, and what they all mean to people have been consistent for decades. But this isn't just true for those three. The majority of people's favorite characters have had little changes to who they are fundamentally. Hulk, Magneto, Captain America, Wolverine, Doctor Doom, Black Adam, Robin, even relatively lesser known characters like Moon Knight have had very little fundamental changes.
I just want to go back.
Hulk, Magneto, Captain America, Wolverine, Doctor Doom, Black Adam, Robin.
So this also technically isn't correct here, because you have 4 different Robins, and each one of those Robins was very different. Although they were sidekicks to Batman, they complemented each other in different ways. So you have Dick, which is kind of the pinnacle Robin, and then that he ends up becoming Nightwing, and his relationship with Bruce was always more of that successor. But you also had him going through those troubling times and having his issues with Bruce. And it also depends on the writer whether or not Dick and Bruce have a good relationship with each other. So that was never super consistent. And the only thing that's really consistent about it is they talk about how you go from Dick being Robin to then becoming Nightwing. And that whole process kind of changes from like story to story. In the movie, they also present Godzilla's history with Odo Island. I mean, they present Godzilla's history with Odo Island, but they don't mention like there were multiple Godzillas on Odo Island. They only mention Godzilla in the sense of him being a singular creature.
Even relatively lesser.
And one sec. Cap's actually pretty consistent. And then like the changes that you do see, like Hydra Cap, are the ones that are oftentimes like really out of place.
Those favorite characters have had little changes to who they are fundamentally. Hulk, Magneto.
I know Hulk definitely changed, because Hulk went from being more of a villainous kind of like monster character to then becoming a hero and part of the Avengers.
Captain America, Wolverine,
Wolverine's kind of changed a little bit.
Doom, Black Adam.
Black Adam definitely changed, because Black Adam went from being just a straight up villain to then becoming an anti-hero. Another good example of that would be Venom. And depending on which writer you get will also depend on like what they like about certain characters who often have that heel turn. Because like Deadpool is actually a really good example of this, because outside of like the original run for New Mutants, Deadpool really isn't like how he was in those original comics, where his joking was very more toned down, more mean-spirited, and he was more serious about like his assignments. The idea of like the quippy fourth wall breaking Deadpool is kind of the only Deadpool that you get, and that has not been what was originally established, and that's become the standard for what is Deadpool. So like a character can still exist within pop culture and it can mean many things, because many writers have taken on these characters, but the core identity of a character can change as more characters and like the more the character is around and more creatives flesh them out.
Robin, even relatively lesser known characters like Moon Knight have had very little fundamental changes.
I think like the thing with that is that if characters are less known, then you have less writers working on them, and as a result, people who do work on them like them more for what they are and tend not to change things. A good example of this is Devil Dinosaur. Even though like he's not a super well like a big hitter in Marvel, for a while he was pretty standard across like when he appeared in. And then they kept on sort of swapping like the origins for Moon Boy and Devil Dinosaur and like where they came from. And then they just kind of plopped that character into settings that was appropriate. So that's why they were in the Savage Lands for a little bit. And then when they wanted to like spice up their roster of heroes, that's when you got Moon Girl instead of Moon Boy. And now like you're not really going to get a like a Moon Boy and Devil Dinosaur story again. Really, you're just gonna really get just Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur. What do you think of AML 7001, my OC? I do not know about your OC, but if you want to send me stuff on your OC, I will gladly look at it when I have the time to. Some people are saying Josh Whedon made Captain America look incompetent. Brandon Alberti's video. I have to watch that video again. I haven't seen it in a little bit. So I do not remember much of the arguments that was made in it.
Also read the Jeff Lemire run, it's really good. And it doesn't just have to be superheroes. James Bond to an extent, Optimus Prime, and even King Kong also fall into this net. But notice how I'm using the word fun.
I think another thing too when it comes to Kong, especially, is that with Kong, because of his rights and the reverence for the original film, a lot of people just want to do what the original film did with small twists here and there. And a lot of the themes of Kong don't really stand, or they don't really exist as much in material outside of those films that are trying to be the original, because like King Kong versus Godzilla is the third Kong like film that Kong was in, and it's kind of there but not as much. King Kong Escapes, kind of. The King Kong animated series, definitely not. It's more just like an episodic TV series, similar to something like Godzilla series, especially not with like the Netflix Kong King of the Apes show. Oda Islands also mentioned Godzilla's history with the island. They were aware of him and his kind in their original form. It's more of a product of not enough time in the movie. Well, I don't think it's not. I don't think it's an issue of it not being enough time in the movie. I think it sets it up pretty well in the sense where they only talk about Godzilla being a singular entity. They don't make distinctions because to them Godzilla is just a god. It is not a species that they just refer to as a god. So I don't agree that that's a issue at the time. I think that the time in 54 is very well spent. Optimus Prime, especially recently, has only barely been consistent in character. I will say this: I have my knowledge of Transformers is very limited, so I cannot speak to that. So I will take your word for that in this case.
Fundamental, as in the foundation of the characters, their essence, what makes them stand out from a crowd, what they represent in the meta, in the macrocosm of pop culture, what they mean to people on an individual level. Some can extract shards of meaning from what is already there in the character and analyze them in their own way, as any great piece of art allows. This is why so many people love these characters for different reasons. But what about Godzilla? What is Godzilla? Who is he? What does he stand for? Of course,
I think real quick, who was it? I think it was Minecraft World. I saw it up closer. Godzilla's consistent themes are that of destruction and humanity's mistakes. I think humanity's mistakes are definitely a consistent theme of Godzilla. I would also say that Godzilla's consistent theme would be the social anxiety around the expansion of nuclear power, whether that be in the form of nuclear weapons or nuclear energy in any shape or form, because the most impactful stories about Godzilla are focusing on that results of Godzilla. And even with GMK, where nuclear power isn't really a huge theme, the only reason why the Souls are able to take revenge on Japan now is by harnessing the destructive power created by nuclear power in the form of Godzilla. So I would say that this, because again, another YouTuber is going to bring it up later about social anxiety. And I think that that's very true. And I think Godzilla's social anxiety specifically is that of humanity's relation to nuclear power. And ultimately, this Godzilla is the result of humanity's mistakes.
We already know what he means. He's the embodiment of nuclear holocaust. But people have been saying that Godzilla can represent anything, that he's versatile. And if Godzilla can mean anything, if you can have him mean so many things, you end up with him lacking a concrete identity of his own. In Batman the Animated Series, Clayface had so many faces, so many masks of different people and personalities, that his own identity was completely drowned and diluted because in his torturous stupor, he forgot where his characters ended and where he himself began. When you can mean so many things, you end up meaning nothing. And if you mean nothing, how can you be concretized in the macrocosm of pop culture? Why should anyone care? The very fact that Godzilla is never a fixed thing is a problem. If you want to explore specific aspects of Godzilla, that is all well and good. If you want to push the limits of what and who he is, all the better. The possibilities are endless. But how many Godzilla movies can you point and say the original message is still alive in it? Not many. With the Showa era, Godzilla went from representing a nuclear holocaust to the movie monster we all know.
I would say that I would say it's definitely not fair to lump Raids Again in with the other films, since the idea of Godzilla being this walking threat like he is in 54 is still there. It's just considering how rushed that film is in some aspects, and it's not as strong as the original, that people tend to overlook that aspect of Raids Again. But I would say that definitely it's still there, stronger in Raids Again than it is in the other films later on.
To a superhero in the span of 4 movies. In the Heisei era,
And I also don't think that Godzilla in Ghidorah, the Three-Headed Monster, or Invasion of Astro Monster is really a superhero. More or less, Godzilla is just, in my best estimation, I would say that Godzilla is just helpful. Like, he's not helping the Earth because he wants to save humanity or anything like that. Like, saying superhero implies that Godzilla is wanting to help humanity. Godzilla is just trying to help the Earth, and in Ghidorah, the Three-Headed Monster, they specifically say that. And Mothra's ethos behind helping the Earth is just help the Earth and let bygones be bygones. So I wouldn't say that Godzilla went from being a superhero in the span of 5 films. I would say that Godzilla really only becomes a superhero by around the Godzilla versus Hedorah and Godzilla versus Gigan. And again, Godzilla isn't like really helping a lot in the case of like Hedorah or even Gigan to a lesser extent. He's more only helping because he wants to protect the planet. And there's a lot of clips in Hedorah where he's just not too happy with how humanity is handling Hedorah and just has to do everything himself. Although he gets support from humanity, it's not like there's like a complete understanding they have with Godzilla. And I think that like Megalon and Zone Fighter, especially since like they have the title Monster of Justice for Godzilla being Monster of Justice, I think that Godzilla versus Megalon is where you get him at his most superhero-y. And yeah, phones vibrate. Literally, it's just a scam call. I love that. Like, I'll get like 6-7 of these a day, and you just have to deal with it. I know one of my friends called me during this, and I'll have to let him know that I'm busy at the moment. So climate change? No, I wouldn't say Godzilla necessarily represents climate change. I mean, a lot of people like to say that Godzilla could be a really good stand-in, but I wouldn't say that either. I will say that Godzilla will always represent a force of nature that may or may not benefit humanity and is dependent on how we respond to it. Yeah, but I think like what's important is to say that he's specifically a man-made force of nature. And really the only one that doesn't do that is the Legendary films, because Godzilla was always Godzilla prior to the use of nuclear weapons. But Godzilla's relationship to humanity is special because he is our mistakes. And as a result, how Godzilla changes is a result of humanity's relationship with Godzilla.
Era. The only time this is acknowledged is in Godzilla 1984, Godzilla vs. Biollante, and Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Other than,
I would also say, like, because he's talking about like the original message being attacked. I would say kind of for Biollante, like by the metrics that he's giving, but like I would say definitely concrete where the original message is still intact would be Godzilla 55, Godzilla 84, and -1. I would say films that have changes to that core message would be like things like Shin, where it's less about specifically nuclear weapons and more about nuclear dumping and how like the government responded to that. GMK, again, kind of a twist on that. The Kiryu Saga, because although Godzilla is defeated with the Oxygen Destroyer, another Godzilla appears. So then how does humanity respond to the reemergence of this mistake of mankind? And that is in the form of Mechagodzilla. I would say the verses, like essentially the entire Heisei era, still follows the theme of Godzilla being like, even by Black Swan standards, the idea of nuclear holocaust, because ultimately they're one continuity and they carry over Godzilla being more of an antagonistic force. So with Biollante, you have humanity dealing with Godzilla by trying to harvest his cells and try to develop new ways to combat Godzilla or new ways to study Godzilla. And that's how you get Biollante. That's how you get things like the Anab. The Super X is changed specifically to counteract Godzilla more in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. With how Japan's relationship with Godzilla changes is what allows Japan to become so successful and is then responded to by the Futurians, who then change history, which again, this has nothing to do with the necessarily the quality of the films, but more what the films are trying to do. And in this case, you get King Ghidorah, and because of that mistake with Ghidorah, they then have to be like, well, is it right, or should we even try to bring back Godzilla? And in this case, they feel like, oh, bringing back Godzilla is the best thing to do to combat Ghidorah, which they feel is the bigger mistake. And once Ghidorah is defeated, Godzilla keeps on being Godzilla, so that they have to respond with Mecha King Ghidorah, which changes the dynamic of Godzilla and King Ghidorah's relationship. And then with that mistake, you were compounded on with Mecha Godzilla 2 because it's directly salvaged from Mecha King Ghidorah's remains. And then after the failure of Mecha Godzilla 2 and the arrival of Baby Godzilla, which changes Godzilla's dynamic, you then have Space Godzilla, which is a carryover from Biollante or Mothra, whichever one you feel is the more likely explanation. I go with Biollante, which is, again, if Black is saying that Biollante tackles the themes of the original, then so would Space Godzilla being a product of Biollante. And then, like he's saying here, Destroya. Even in the Monsterverse, it was humanity that woke him again, thus tying him back to him. So the thing is that in 2014 and with King of the Monsters, keeping pretty close to what they'd established in with their own expanded universe, where it is mostly the test and specifically Hiroshima and Nagasaki that bring about Godzilla, I would say yes. But as the films have gone on and Godzilla was already active doing things before humanity was like before humanity used the bombs, I think that the later Monsterverse films and the new lore that they have established to be more canonical has lost that aspect. And because of additions like the Hollow Earth and the idea of balance, it has sort of changed, like, what does it mean now for the monsters being asleep then? Like, were they always going to emerge one way or another, and it was just humans conveniently waking them up earlier in this case? Because, for example, if we're looking at 2014, one way or another, Dagon, Skeleton, whatever rodent in Godzilla would have had to awaken again to stop them. And this is excluding Shinomura, because Shinomura is the only monster that really fits this well, in specifically focusing on the idea of Godzilla being part of humanity's mistakes. Still a human action. Well, again, Godzilla's still present as Godzilla before humanity was ever around. So, like, it's not as strong a tie. Like, I would have to say it. You forced my hand. I would say arguably because 98 is a lizard before it becomes a Godzilla, it ties itself better to that classic theme of Godzilla than in the case of like the Monsterverse, especially now where Godzilla was always Godzilla. And because at least like when we're dealing with things like 2014, there was always those lingering ideas that Godzilla was changed somehow by the nuclear bombs, and that's like how you get his other abilities. But that like slowly ends up being lost with the other like adaptations of the script and things like that. But like you still aesthetically get Godzilla, just messier really. Then all these movies boil back into something is trying to usurp the natural order of Earth. Sure. But again, because at least with all of the films, excluding the Monsterverse, you have Godzilla being a result of humanity's mistakes, and then everything else coming and Godzilla responding to that. And because of how Godzilla's own actions have changed in relation to humanity, it works in those cases better. I'm saying that, like, again, the Monsterverse can work, but it just doesn't work as solidly in a classical Godzilla sense. Don't you put words in my mouth. I will take away that wrench.
And that he was kind of supposed to be a somewhat tragic animal thanks to the input of this character, but I don't see.
Yeah, no, like it. This is one thing I will have to give Rick credit for. The the dub for Space Godzilla and the subs dub for Space Godzilla don't really do that scene justice. And ultimately, it has less to do with specifically Godzilla and more to do with Little Godzilla and how that relationship changed Mickey over. Because, again, she's more concerned about Godzilla Jr. in Godzilla vs. Destroya, which is more consistent with Mechagodzilla 2. So, therefore, given the fact that the direct subs for Space Godzilla are different, that it's very much not an example of Mickey's character and more example of an issue with the dubs there. So, unfortunately, Black, I'm sorry. I have to give credit to Rick there. Because I did see like one of the videos he put out recently that had to do with not doing research before you talk about Godzilla.
Any sane person sympathizing with this.
And also,
but I don't see any sane person sympathizing with this.
The thing that sucks here is that he could still make this point, but he fumbles it, unfortunately, because Black, this is from Biollante, and Mickey was in this movie, and her feelings about Godzilla aren't the same as they are in Space Godzilla. If anything, you could have brought up the example where when Godzilla is moving towards Space Godzilla, he isn't really going in the most direct route towards Godzilla. Instead, he's walking through a lot of cities, and I guess that's because they want to get those match shots of Godzilla destroying stuff. That's fair. But you could definitely argue that, yeah, Godzilla is still a greater threat in the Heisei era, because even in an example where he's at his most heroic besides Destroya, Godzilla just destroy a lot.
In the Millennium series, the only time this was ever a concrete thing was in GMK.
And again, like I mentioned, I would say the Kiryu Saga, and to a lesser extent 2000 as well, are a example of where the themes are attacked. Because even though Godzilla's origins and his relationship to humanity isn't as well explored, we are brought into that universe with the understanding of this being more of a classic Godzilla. And then as a result, all the action taken by the characters within that film, based on what we know in only that film, would still align with the themes.
In the Monsterverse, it's not present at all. It's only in the Reiwa era in which this is somewhat present consistently, but even Singular Point doesn't have your nuclear-powered Godzilla. He's a higher dimensional super god here to bring the catastrophe, as the show calls it, essentially the end of the world. Of course, the show isn't bad because of this reason. The main issue is the overly complicated plot being dragged by the lifeless anorexic spaghetti arms of what the show calls characters. And in the...
I would say, like, another thing, too, when it comes to Singular Point, the catastrophe isn't really brought on by the result of humanity discovering the archetype. It has more to do with the archetype and the catastrophe being something that was always going to happen. And then as a result, the characters trying to stop the catastrophe essentially use the rules of the archetypes to allow Pelops to go back in time and keep trying to repeat this process over and over again to then finally be able to stop the catastrophe from happening in the first place.
The Polygon trilogy, Godzilla is just the apex predator. It's just Mother Earth. It's even in the name, Godzilla Earth. There's not much to him. Of course, this doesn't make the film bad. Matter of fact, the plot is actually somewhat consistent, but the character writing is just abysmal, non-existent, and that severely hurts the show to the point where we have the reputation it has today. And I don't blame people for hating it. The question is, however, does Godzilla having a concrete identity affect the writing in any way? The answer is a complicated yes-and, because, and this is a nuclear hot take, as iconic as the original 54 film was, the writing does not hold up to modern standards for storytelling, which are higher than they were 70 years ago. Aspects of the plot are rather contrived, and the execution of certain plot points are a bit clunky. For example, Godzilla is supposedly awoken by nuclear tests, which is where his radioactive nature comes into play. The issue is, however, that the people of Odo Island already seem to understand his existence well enough to have an entire oral tradition around him, since he's been around for generations. He can't be a saurian mutated by nuclear radiation and a creature of ancient legend at the same time. It sounds dumb. Why can't he be? That's what he was in -1, right? Well, yes and no. All we knew at the beginning of -1 was that the residents of the island knew who Godzilla was, and that he brought deep-sea fish whenever he rose from the sea. He's just a creature that exists, and then he got mutated by nuclear tests. The reason why it doesn't work
Actually, I'll finish
is because
I'm going to let him finish here, then I'm going to have to go back and examine this.
The movie doesn't establish that Godzilla went under any mutation. He was just awoken by the bomb. His physical appearance is also confirmed by him showing up the next day on the very same island, meaning the creature that attacked the island was the same as the one we see for the rest of the movie. We can accept the idea of Godzilla that the original poses with no problem. We can accept what he represents. But on top of the fact that the movie can't really decide on what Godzilla is between a creature affected by the bomb or somebody or someone, a legend that embodies the bomb, rarely do the films.
So yeah, no. So we'll go back here, and I think this. I don't know where he's getting mixed up in this. But we're gonna go through his points again. I think that these clips are small enough that I'm not gonna get copyright claimed for them, but still, I'm always afraid now. So
Years ago. Aspects of the plot are rather contrived, and the execution of certain plot points are a bit clunky. For example, Godzilla is supposedly awoken by nuclear tests, which is where his radioactive nature comes into play. The issue is, however, that the people of Odo Island already seem to understand his existence well enough to have an entire oral tradition around him, since he's been around for generations.
So in this case, yeah, because like he also puts it in like the addendum bit there that Yamane said he's probably from the Triassic or the Jurassic period because of the soil they found, and we know that it's like Godzilla was affected by the bombs because of the strontium-90 in it. They do not, at least the Islanders do not mention things like the flashes of light or the sea boiling in relation to Godzilla. They only talk about fishing being poor and the sacrifice of bringing a girl out to sea to appease Godzilla. They never specifically say what Godzilla looks like. And even, again, I don't like using too many external media pieces, but there is extended portions of time on the island in the books. And in the books, they say Godzilla is probably the size of some of the trees on the island. And then when we actually see Godzilla, he's even bigger than a lot of people on the island thought he'd be. So as a result, there was a conception of Godzilla that some people knew about. So probably they had seen the pre-irradiated Godzilla prior to the bombs dropping. And then finally Godzilla started to come ashore now in this time period after being affected by the bombs. So as a result, yeah, he can be a creature from the distant past that is awoken and as a result also mutated by the bombs.
He can't be a saurian mutated by nuclear radiation and a creature of ancient legend at the same time. It sounds dumb. Why can't he be? That's what he was in -1, right? Well, yes and no. All we knew at the beginning of -1 was that the residents of the island knew who Godzilla was and that he brought deep-sea fish whenever he rose from the sea. He's just a creature that exists, and then he got mutated by nuclear tests.
I think the reason why that he likes this in -1 more than he does in 54 is because we actually get to see the pre-mutated Godzilla before the bomb, and I don't think that 54 is worse than -1 because it shows a pre-mutated Godzilla, because the film isn't about the pre-mutated Godzilla, it is specifically about Godzilla and the themes surrounding the mutated Godzilla. I think that setting up Godzilla as a creature that's ready on the island and those ideas sort of informing what we are to expect of Godzilla, and then seeing how much different Godzilla actually is and the gravity of the situation is what makes it impactful.
The reason why it doesn't work in 54 is because the movie doesn't establish that Godzilla went under any mutation. He was just awoken by the bomb. His physical appearance is also confirmed by him showing up the next day on the very same island, meaning the creature that attacked the island was the same as the one we see for the rest of the movie. We can accept the idea of Godzilla that the original poses with no problem. We can accept what he represents. But on top of the fact that the movie can't really decide on what Godzilla is between a creature affected by the bomb or somebody or someone, a legend that embodies the bomb, rarely do the films stick with what is commonly understood by fans and directors. Not to say that there aren't any films that do this, I'm making that abundantly clear. Off the top of my head, 1984 versus Biollante versus Destroyer, GMK, Shin, and now recently -1 all do this. Although Shin is more of a modern retelling, but the spirit is still there because radiation is still a big factor. In fact, -1 did it better because we could actually see the bomb physically affecting God.
And the reason why, again, right there, that kind of shows exactly why I believe the point that he likes -1 better than 54 in this case, but because it's a show, don't tell case where we actually are shown the changes between the legend Godzilla and then the mutated Godzilla. So
Godzilla, even for a brief moment. But there are more movies that don't do it than those that do. Granted, this doesn't necessarily affect the writing quality because 1984 and versus Biollante are very contrived movies regardless, but keeping Godzilla's identity somewhat intact is a positive I suppose you can levy at the films. But all that is undermined by all the plot contrivances, such as Godzilla never finishing the job with humanity, or humans never taking the opportunity to kill Godzilla when they have the chance. In the Heisei era, they don't treat Godzilla like what he is, a living nuke. They treat him like a natural disaster that just comes every couple of years to cause severe property damage. Nukes are not earthquakes. Godzilla is not a typhoon. So the very existing of the Heisei era is in itself both unfaithful and contrived. It's
I wouldn't say so.
unfaithful because it doesn't treat Godzilla like a nuke, and neither do the characters, especially that one.
Again, no, they do have a lot of procedures put in place to ensure if Godzilla was to come again. Although Godzilla is essentially a walking nuclear weapon, how he interacts with the world is not going to be a one-to-one of nuclear weapons. So as a result, the same measures that you'd hypothetically do in the case of a nuclear weapon are not going to be the same in the case of Godzilla, unfortunately.
An environmentalist that shall not be named, and it's contrived because there is absolutely no reason why anybody should stop trying to kill Godzilla. Looking at you, characters from Godzilla versus Space Godzilla, and
Well, I mean, in the case of Yuki, well, Mogera was completely damaged, so there's no way they could use Mogera again. Yuki didn't have any of his blood coagulants, so regardless of whether or not you think that idea of his would have worked, he doesn't have that either. And even though we have all the other weapons that they could have used at their disposal, the most useful one that probably could have been used was the Anub, but because of Godzilla's more powerful form, more than likely the Anub would have worked because he was able to purge it in versus King Ghidorah. And we can also argue that Godzilla, at the end of almost all the movies, is in a state where he can't actually finish the job on humanity, because Black says that that's a problem. Because in the case of 84, he falls in the volcano, and Biollante, he's affected by the anti-nuclear bacteria. But in the case of Biollante, the humans can't finish him off because they don't have any weapons that can actually hurt Godzilla, because Super X is still damaged, and none of their other advanced weaponry was able to affect Godzilla enough to kill him. So there's that. In the events of King Ghidorah, they weren't able to stop him either with their own modern weapons. And even with Mecha King Ghidorah was able to stall Godzilla. And you could also argue that Godzilla was still damaged from the fight, but instead of choosing to finish the job, he just instead chooses to still recover in the ocean since he's already there. Mothra seals him in Mothra, so he can't come back that way. Super Mecha Godzilla, once Godzilla goes with Baby Godzilla, and that's already established in the film, so once he's Baby Godzilla, Godzilla leaves. And Space Godzilla, again, could have, but you could argue that he's already damaged enough by Godzilla, and he was only really going to free his son, so that's another example. And in Destroy, he's dead, so. Hate to leave midway, but have a family thing on Tuesday this time every week. I mean, hey, we're going to be going on for a couple more hours, so if you come back and I'm talking about your video, or you want to talk about your video in relation to what I feel at the moment, because I'm going to put the link to everyone in the server if they want to jump on. But yeah.
There's absolutely no reason why Godzilla should stop his rampage for any reason, save for when he's hurt. But the times where he isn't at the end of the films outweigh the many times that he is.
Actually, again, no, because in 84 he's in a volcano, so he can't do anything. Biollante, he's hurt. Same with Ghidorah. Mothra, he's sealed in, so he's unable to really do anything there. In Super Mecha Godzilla, and Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, he just wanted to leave a baby Godzilla, and because of that, he's satisfied. Same thing with Space Godzilla. You could say he's hurt, but also he's only going there to fight Space Godzilla to free his son. So once he's defeated Space Godzilla, he's in the clear there, and in Destroy, he's dead. So in the cases where he's completely incapacitated and not able to finish the job, it does outweigh the times where he could have finished the job. Perhaps you should host a Heisei debate. But there's so many conflicting things about the Heisei series that I'm not sure, like I'd have to do that in so many different kind of debate ideas, because we can do talk about Blue Nova's points and bring in Black, or bring in a bunch of people, because everyone's got their opinions on the Heisei series. And I think the reason why the Kano debate I liked so much is because of the fact that it was people who were very passionate about that specific film in particular. With the Heisei films, that's a lot, and that would take a whole lot of time, but I'd definitely be down to do it.
And in those times, he could have finished destroying everything. Nothing stopped him. And there is nothing that should indicate that he is tired. He just leaves for no reason. So in essence...
No, again, remember, and again, I'll make this clear for everyone. In 84, Volcano, can't do anything there. In Biollante, weakened. In Ghidorah, weakened from his fight with Mecha King Ghidorah, definitely. and already in the ocean, so he's out at sea, would rather recover than go back to fight humanity again. And Mothra, sealed up, can't do anything. Space Godzilla, again, really only trying to free his son and Space Godzilla and Mecha Godzilla because he's leaving with Baby, because Baby Godzilla accepts Godzilla, and that's why Godzilla left. And then Destroy, he's dead.
Godzilla's identity and the writing quality of the movie are somewhat intertwined because for the former to work, the latter must be executed well. That's the main takeaway. So what can writers learn from this?
I think the other thing, too, is that when it comes to the Showa films, like I said earlier, the appeal of a lot of the Showa films was the introduction of new monsters and how Godzilla would interact with those monsters. But you could also talk about the fact that because Godzilla is being made in a time where Japan is bouncing back from the war and is having like this economic boom into what becomes the Heisei era, you're dealing with what could arguably be considered a more positive time for the country as a whole. So as such, the idea for Godzilla being something that's more appealing to children and that anxiety of nuclear war becoming less and less of a like big deal is why Godzilla becomes less of the focus of the later Godzilla films, even though they are movies with Godzilla in them. They aren't necessarily movies about Godzilla like the films that do focus on Godzilla's themes, because I think that Godzilla is versatile in the sense that he can exist in multiple films. They don't necessarily revolve around him and his themes. And I think that that's why people like it so much when it comes to Godzilla. In Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, he was dropped into the ocean, which was less effective way to defeat him than a volcano or Anup. I would say, like, arguably, I would say no, because I'd say the monsters... Godzilla is weak in the sense that he's dropped into the volcano. We don't know how he'd be able to get out. But by Mothra, even though that takes place after King Ghidorah, Godzilla's able to swim through magma. So it's pretty clear that Godzilla wouldn't be affected by the volcano anymore. And like I said in King Ghidorah, he purged the Anup from his system, so he's able to overpower it. And they state he's even stronger than he was then. So as a result, King Ghidorah, or Mecha King Ghidorah, is the strongest thing that could counteract Godzilla. You could argue that it would have been a better film if they used Mecha King Ghidorah in conjunction with the Anup and try to see if they could weaken him more besides just letting the Mecha King Ghidorah fight Godzilla. So I could definitely take that point and say, yeah, that makes sense.
People in Hollywood, what can they take away from it? For starters, you can stop thinking with your wallets and start using your brains. That always helps. Or you could always just try recapturing the spirit of the original in a heartfelt Oh wait, we already have that. Okay, so what now? What do we do next? Simple, we expand on the subject. I think people conflate tone with identity when it comes to characterizing Godzilla, because the subject matter behind Godzilla's character is serious, so they don't want him to mean what he is supposed to mean to make room for the fun. But this presupposes that serious movies can't be fun, which is a fallacious statement. John Wick was serious and fun. Lord of the Rings was serious and fun. Joker was serious, and it's the most fun I've ever had. I mean, I don't see anybody saying Joker was boring. The Batman was serious and fun, so that can't be it. So what do people think fun means? Oh, I know, excitement. Fun to them is excitement. They're conflating the two concepts. That makes a lot more sense now because yes, the MonsterVerse films are exciting, but are they fun? Well, watching King of the Monsters and Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla X Kong is a travesty, and watching Pacific Rim is exciting, but the films definitely are exciting, so I'd argue that fun is subjective. Discovery of the century, I know. And I rarely tell people how I feel about things, so if this is the first time I'll be giving my opinion on something, savor it because it won't happen again. This is more of an objective analysis of my own emotional response, but I thought it necessary for the argument. The quality of a movie or show only affects how much fun I have with it if I am hoping it to be good. Recently, I watched Damsel, and I wanted it to be good because I like Millie Bobby Brown and I like dragons. Unfortunately, it was miserably bad, and what a shame too, because the effects of the dragon breathing fire are pretty cool. Instead of watching Damsel, watch Damsel, a movie starring Robert Pattinson. It's a bizarre movie with a simple plot about a man rescuing the woman that he loves from a kidnapper. Trust me, it's crazier than it may seem. One thing to consider, however, is that fun is not a tone.
Well, I do think you can expand Godzilla's nuclear origins. I feel like it's much too limited for how big the franchise is. I don't think so at all, because I don't believe you necessarily need to have a film talking about Godzilla's nuclear origins. I think that, for example, the reason why I like the Batman is because we don't necessarily have a film that goes into the origins of Bruce Wayne, the character, like a Batman Begins, or going through like his early stuff of being a kid, training, and then becoming Batman. By this point, he's already Batman, but he's still not the Batman that everyone expects Batman to be. And as a result, it is satisfying to see him go through this character so that when we see him in the next film, he is closer to the Batman that we know and like as a character. So it's cool to see that evolution. And I think that in the context of us having watched these films years past when they were made, to a degree, it is jarring to see Godzilla change from Godzilla Raids Again to Godzilla, King Kong versus Godzilla to Mothra versus Godzilla. But even in the sense of 55 to 62, that's a lot of time that's passed between those two Godzilla films and less time between Mothra versus Godzilla and the Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. But I think that because Godzilla's already been established and they decided to then change there and Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, that informs the rest of the Showa series because they are in continuity with each other. And no, I did not say that. Again, I will smack you. I will digitally smack your nuts. You just missed most of me talking about Black's video, so yeah.
It's what you experience from a movie. However, it's difficult to not use that word when describing a movie.
Does Black know that the areas in brain light up when you're having fun, therefore there's an objective perception on fun? Well, I think in the sense that it's objectively you can have fun, but subjectively what it is that triggers the brain to react to something and find it fun are going to be subjective. Because like there are many things that people's brains won't light up for that other people's brains will light up for when they're having fun. When there's things that they wouldn't have thought of that they'd like and have fun with, that other people thought they liked, but then realized, oh, they actually don't. There's many other reasons as to why they don't think this. Will this be archived or privated? No, this is archived. I have no reason to private something, and the only reason why you don't see something on the channel, for anyone curious, is because it got taken down. That would be the only reason, because I think that even if I made a mistake on something, I would rather have that kept up, and you can see the change that would naturally go through in terms of if I made a mistake or I correct the record on something, than me being like, oh, this happened, made me look bad, or I don't want people to see this. I don't really agree too much for privating things all that much.
Movie like The Last Wish or Across the Spider-Verse. That movie was probably among the most serious of the movies so far, and yet I've never seen anybody call it boring. And given the subject matter, this movie is probably the darker one of any Spider-Man movie to come out in recent history. And I have a feeling Beyond the Spider-Verse will be darker in tone. But I guarantee you, nobody will call it boring because of it.
Matt privates his streams. Oh, that's his business to do so. Still can't get over the Cinema Sin stream being taken down. That was a good stream. Yeah, it got taken down because of -1 footage, actually, which is funny because Cinema Sin's used way more and was probably less transformative. But I guess because mine's a stream and not a video, therefore it is different, I guess. I don't know. And maybe the PLMA didn't work or something like that. It's weird. I still have the VOD up on Twitch. That's the thing I love about the multi-streaming. So, yeah.
Action is what makes it exciting, and this applies to any movie. When executed properly, any form of action will be exciting and is, or rather has the potential to be fun. But action isn't the only thing that can be considered exciting. How characters evolve in their relationships or whether people achieve their goals or not can be exciting too. Rocky, The Shawshank Redemption, Seven, 12 Angry Men, Rope, Rear Window. If written properly, people talking can be exciting. Look at courtrooms. People talking about events they weren't even present for is enough to dictate someone's fate. There is a reason why court dramas, comedies, romance stories, and historical movies exist, and this is one of them. Hell, there's an entire...
I don't think so, F29. And it says... I have a different kind of fun while watching GSK than the Batman. GSK has a more lighthearted, adventurous kind of fun versus the more thrilling and grounded fun of the Batman, I think. I guess. But like you are having fun, and the reason you're having fun is because you are expecting certain things to come out of those films. He's conflating excitement with catharsis. Oh, yeah, I could say that that's possible.
Video game franchise dedicated to people talking and nobody calls it boring. Ace Attorney is one of the most successful franchises of all time. So what I think people should really consider is what they mean when they say Godzilla is versatile. Because I believe so too, just not in the way people picture it. I recognize that what Godzilla already means can be expanded on with different interpretations and brand new iterations of the same concept. But if you think that can't be done because then the movies would get boring, that means you probably can't come up with new and imaginative ways to expand on what Godzilla already means, which shows a lack of imagination on your part and a lack of faith on the writer's ability to be imaginative. Not that it's entirely wrong to not have any faith. Look at the movies we've been given. Godzilla x Kong isn't a bad movie because it has a lighter tone and more monster action. It's bad because the plot is held together with a single ply toilet paper, a dust ball, shredded carrot, and a beetle's dung. But amongst the most glaring issues is the underlying issue that Godzilla doesn't mean anything concrete anymore. When you lack a defined identity, what even are you? When over time you dilute yourself just to have what you know you can't logically have out of some thanatotic desire, what do you end up becoming? You become nothing. Also, don't watch The New Empire. Watch Dune 2 instead.
And I think that, like, at least pulling the final point that he's made here, it's essentially that Godzilla can be versatile. However, what makes Godzilla versatile is because you can expand on his original concept and see what stories you can glean from that, which he does not believe that the other films have done. Although I would argue that when you have the grounding for Godzilla to be what he is, you can then have him change over the course of several films to become something that he isn't necessarily, because you can go from him being an antagonistic force to being a more heroic force. And I think that's because Godzilla's themes are not just that he's a monster that demonstrates the social anxieties of nuclear power. So again, there's a lot that he's saying that to a certain degree I agree with, but then I think there's a lot of things that he doesn't get right. And I think that having that conversation with him would help him get through these ideas like more. But yeah, so that's at least this video right here. And then we go on to the versatility of Godzilla, which was it's Max Allo's video, but he was on the stream as Metamaxis because it's just his other channel. And unfortunately, he's not here to see this, and he probably won't be on to come on later to talk about it, but we'll see. And Alice is in the stream. How are you? I'm doing good. He's humanity's mistakes, but he's a specific mistake of humanity.
Godzilla as a character.
Nope, that's on normal speed, so we'll do 1.5. There we go.
The inversatility of Godzilla as a character is complete nonsense. For a long time, I had known about this, and I really debated going back and forth in my head about whether I was going to make a video on this, considering a lot of other people in the Godzilla community have already done a very good job at tearing this down. But something last week kind of just snapped with me not being on my ADD medication, and I decided, you know what? We're going to do this. I watched the original video, and I will be completely honest. It was extremely painful to watch through, and it was very difficult to tell if it was deliberate malice and willful ignorance of many parts of Godzilla's characterization throughout the years, or if it was just truly obliviousness and not understanding a lot of the things about Godzilla in the more recent movies. This is going to be a very different style of video to our usual ones, but it is still going to focus on Godzilla, the classic character he is, the good, the bad, and everything in between, because he is truly the most versatile character in all of fiction. He's been a protagonist. He's been an antagonist, sometimes even within the same movie. I'd hesitate to say he is a hero and a villain, because in a lot of ways, Godzilla exists outside that real group.
One sec. If people watching Pure Monster action is Thanatonic, then is it erotic? Because that's the opposite of Thanatonic? Is erotic really the opposite of Thanatonic? Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I did not know that if that's the case. But
I'd hesitate to say he is a hero and a villain, because in a lot of ways, Godzilla exists outside that real gray scale of morality that we humans follow. He is something above and beyond that, because his actions are really above our ability to understand and comprehend, even if they benefit or harm us.
Sure, but Godzilla still interacts with humans, and his actions affect humans, so we can call them positive or negative if we want to be reductive, but ultimately Godzilla can be both a villain and a victim, because that is a big point that he brings up in the video. But if we're just going to lay out the morality of the first Godzilla in a general sense, Godzilla is definitely wronged by the bomb, but his response is not proportional or even correctly placed, as Godzilla attacks Japan rather than attacking America. So it's Godzilla is lashing out for, like, again, lashing out because of what happened to him, but that doesn't necessarily mean that his lashing out is necessarily right. And again, this, like, the idea of, like, oh, Godzilla is a victim, therefore shouldn't he attack America? I know a lot of people like to bring that up, and I think I could say that for another stream, but it is interesting to consider. But because Godzilla's response is neither proportional nor correctly placed, it results in humanity choosing to fight Godzilla and kill him. And arguably that is the right thing to do, because if Godzilla kept on doing what he was doing, more innocent lives would have been lost. So it is definitely correct to say Godzilla is a villain, but it's also not incorrect to say Godzilla is a victim.
Because he is truly just a force of nature. I wasn't really too sure where to start this whole thing off, but I guess maybe the best place to start off is actually the stories and the success Godzilla has had over the past 70 years of quite a varied number of stories. There's a reason he's spanned 38 different movies, multiple TV shows, and once again, 70 strong years of making movies. Even just this year,
Well, if we're also talking about success too, I think we're all familiar with the shoestring budgets of the later Godzilla films, so they were churning them out for, like, as quickly as possible, but as a minimal budget as possible to at least turn a profit on them. So it's not like Godzilla was making bank the entire every step of the way. Not to mention, like, Godzilla film that everyone, very much loves, Terror Mechagodzilla, did not do that well at the box office, and neither did Godzilla Final Wars, which is more controversial. So just because Godzilla has been around for a long time does not necessarily mean that Godzilla has had major successes each step of the way. Not to mention the fact that the reason why Godzilla was getting billings with other properties in the Millennium series was because they weren't turning the profits that they were looking for, which is why they decided to do Final Wars the way they did. And Final Wars' lack of success is what put Godzilla on hiatus for a little bit. And same goes for the Showa series, which then turns into the Heisei series. And with the Heisei series, that also applies as well, because, again, profits were not necessarily the best, and there was the American film on the horizon. So there were many factors that led to Godzilla stopping for a little bit, and it has to do with a general expected amount of success. We may think they're really successful and we love them, but that's not necessarily historically accurate. Shouldn't he attack America point is moot because of the fact that he's an animal? Maybe. But, like, it's not moot because he's an animal. It's moot because thematically it has very little to do with Godzilla attacking America. So
had two completely different takes on Godzilla, both of which have been wildly successful. From Godzilla -1 for its deep story, focus on human characters over pure monster spectacle. The very complex themes of redemption and courage are always timeless and something I will always love to see. Godzilla has returned to form as the nuclear destroyer he was always meant to embody, to wreak doom upon humanity for its hubris at harnessing a power it never fully understood. Meanwhile, smash cut 4 months later, we have Godzilla Kong, The New Empire. A gloriously simple plot of a Godzilla and Kong tag teaming up to face the mad ape titan Scar King's quest to overthrow Godzilla and his forced subservience of Shimo, the primordial titan. This is a movie that Takashi Yamazaki, the absolute...
But I think before he goes on to say this, I think the thing is that, like he says, -1 is a return to form. That's why it's good. Whereas GXK is good because it focuses on the monster action, which I would say is what the general public wants out of Godzilla, because a lot of times anyone who is a fan talks to people who aren't fans about Godzilla, and if you have them watch the original, they're usually almost always surprised by how deep and meaningful the original Godzilla is, because their perception of Godzilla is just a giant dinosaur fighting other monsters. And because GXK fulfills that for many people, that is why it was successful. And that's someone's vote for a lot of things, and that's fine. And again, I don't like the point that's going to be brought up here, but we'll let that play.
Giga Chad, writer and director of Godzilla -1, praised. And the man who kicked off the MonsterVerse himself, Gareth Edwards, when he saw -1, said that he was jealous of just how much better the movie was than what he created. On -1, said praised. And
it says, got to see the film early. It's an incredibly fun and gorgeous movie. Make sure to watch it on the big screen. And again, all he's just saying is that the film was fun and that he said the film was gorgeous. And it's funny because he says that, and I know that if Brayden was here, my ex-wife, he would definitely be like, well, I don't think the VFX of either of those films were that good. So for certain people who are big VFX junkies, they may not think either of the films were that gorgeous films. And again, everyone's gonna find what they find to be fun. So an incredibly subjective idea and the idea of fun. And you could also argue more the logistics when it comes around the idea of the film looking good, which not my wheelhouse, but I think a lot of people only take this like mention this because there are people say I like -1, I don't like GXK, and then the argument in response is, well, the person who made -1 likes GXK, so therefore because you like -1 and you like the director, you have to like GXK because the director liked it, which doesn't work like that. And again, the other thing too is that with 2014, a lot of things changed from concept to final execution of 2014, and I think that like with the meddling that was going on with 2014, I wouldn't be surprised if Edwards is jealous because a lot of the themes and ideas he wanted to focus on in 2014 didn't get to be focused on while they were at -1, and he's really happy for that, but also like, damn, I wish I was able to have been the one to do that. The Polygon trilogy was apparently a tax write-off for Toho, and this one flopped. May have been intentional on Toho's part. Chad Yamazaki. I mean, if you could send me a source on that or like who mentioned that, I'd be interesting to see that. I think like also in certain cases, flops may not be intentional, but in the case of making things tax write-offs, I think that it could be argued that studios who then see a film do bad do what they can to make the best of a bad situation. So it could very well be the case that because the film's flopped, so it was like, we'll do them as a tax write-off instead of let us do this intentionally to make it a tax write-off. Because I think that like the same could be applied to the Background movie, because that didn't even see the light of day, and I think it had very little to do with just making it a tax write-off. I think that they had every intention of making that film release, but then as leadership changed, they were like, oh, well, we don't really want to release this movie, so we'll do what we can to salvage what we have done. And well, I heard Yamazaki looks more into an artistic side of films, and that's why I like GSK. Maybe, but again, just from this alone, this one statement, people like to like put on far more than what is actually said here in this statement. I remember Kaijinor saying that the actor who played M11 said that the Polygon was a write-off. Maybe, or like I could ask Andreas if that is the case. I'll be interesting to see if that is true, or like what I would love to hear what specifically was said, so I can make my own inference on that.
The man who kicked off the MonsterVerse himself, Gareth Edwards, when he saw -1, said that he was jealous of just how much better the movie was than what he created. Not out of malice, but out of genuine love for the series, and he was happy someone was able to make a better film than he was able to do. If the studios and the creators can understand this, why is it that there are some of the content creators that don't seem to?
Again, bad precedent to make because, for example, Kaneko and Satsuma both were not big fans of the 98 Godzillas, and there were creatives in like the classic Godzilla scene who were fans of 98 and were fine with it, at least in public. So just to say that because creatives were fine with something that you like but see other people not liking, it's very bad. That's a bad precedent. It's almost like it's essentially an appeal to authority.
Now, there also are a vast majority of content creators, the overwhelming majority, more of them, that do understand this about Godzilla. He is not just one thing or another. He is not even two sides of the same coin. He's more like a 20-sided die with how complex and complicated he can be with his various iterations. But there are a narrow few that sometimes do worry me as to, is it willful ignorance or just truly complete obliviousness as to Godzilla's origin? And I truly hope it is the second part, so that we can just show them this is the true nature of Godzilla and help them to understand the true nature of Godzilla. If you guys are for that, please don't forget to subscribe for more, leave a like on this video, and comment your thoughts below. Because here we hope to shine a light of truth on Godzilla, the greatest character in all of fiction. I plan to cover him as a heroic figure and him as a villainous figure in two separate videos, really because they are very complicated on their own, and you can't really cram all of this into a single video. So we are going to be going over a bit of an abbreviated version of everything right now, and again, really going through and showing that he is not an inversatile character. From his origins as the nuclear destroyer who ravaged Tokyo in 1954, to the gravity-defying savior of humanity in 73 when he faced down Megalon and Gigan, to his revival.
Now, again, there's a lot of time that's spanning between Megalon and 54, and that's also not the same Godzilla. So, at least if someone was not a Godzilla fan and liked GXK and was to listen to this, the impression I assume they'd be coming away with is that, oh, Godzilla went from really serious to really silly pretty quickly, but that's not really the case. And yeah, if Godzilla 54 was followed up with by Godzilla versus Megalon, I think that would be a very drastic change, because you wouldn't have all the years where Godzilla was a tentative hero to justify that change. Hope I enjoyed it for months.
As the atomic tear in 84, ending with his once again becoming a savior for humanity by destroying the very monster born of that which destroyed his predecessor. Even his reanimated horror from GM.
Well, I think also going back real quick,
revival to the gravity-defying savior of humanity in 73 when he faced down Megalon and Gigan, to his revival as the atomic tear in 84.
That, again, that's interesting to note, because we brought this up in other streams. Anytime the Godzilla series goes on hiatus for a little bit, the return is always as a closer example to his original 54 roots, because you see that with Showa ending, Heisei being revived, and the reason why they wanted to bring back Godzilla was to have him closer to how he was in 54, so that's why you get 84. And by the end of with Destroya, it doesn't get to the same levels as the Showa series. I would say like it stays closer to that of the Honda-produced Godzilla films, where Godzilla was more of a heroic figure. But even then, I would say it doesn't get to the same levels of Godzilla being heroic. And then you get 2000, probably the least serious out of the three starters of a series compared to 54, 84, and 2000 itself. But then you get 2000, which is pretty serious, and again takes itself seriously. Megagears gets a little bit more sillier. Then you really go back to being serious with GMK, and then you have Against Mechagodzilla Tokyo SOS, still more on the serious side, and then you have Final Wars, and then it ends hiatus in the year 2014, really serious, and then you're back to goofy again now with GXK. Notice how Max tries to paint Rudy with Hanlon's razor. He can't possibly be right. He's either malicious or an idiot. I think that's just, I wouldn't even say that I think that's just because he doesn't know Rooney, and because unfortunately, anytime you build up a rep in a community, people who interact with you will only interact with you and have the perception of you based on that rep. So as a result, I don't blame him for that, because that's how everyone treats Rooney who doesn't know Rooney, and therefore, I don't think that he's doing it maliciously himself. Could a return to his original self be just a back-to-basics thing most franchises do for reboots or legacy sequels? I would definitely say sure, but like in the case, I would say that like the reason why back-to-basics works is because when it's tried and tested, and because that is what jump-started a franchise to begin with. So anytime you are reverting back to the original state of something, it is to try and capture what it is that got everyone so interested in the first place. Isn't the Japanese version of 2000 more serious because it has more Y2K scares? I wouldn't say it's more scary, but I would say that more things are contextualized better. Although I would say that audio-wise, 2000's English version is better. Personally, I know one of my IRL friends who's also a fan, he disagrees with me on that. It's still pretty shitty to do. Yeah, it's definitely bad to do, but I don't necessarily blame it, because everyone's kind of working with their own kind of scales of how they treat other people, morality, things like that. Just, I don't put that much stock in it, because considering how much he doesn't go into Rooney being stupid or malicious outside of that first statement, I think it's more to do with like his perception rather than him actively thinking, oh, Rudy's a bad person. And with very much how he's giving more explanations that have nothing to do with Rudy's direct points, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. And again, Axis was in the stream earlier. It's very clear, like, he's not aggro. Like, there's nothing, like, he's not bad. You see me like that, but then I decided to view all aspects of him, and I'm much more neutral than I was before. I still, most of the time, don't agree with him, though. Yeah, see, there you go.
Ending with his, once again, becoming a savior for humanity by destroying the very monster born of that which destroyed his predecessor.
Yeah, I would say that he definitely becomes a savior, but they still have to stop Godzilla, which ends up killing him. But where Godzilla is left off by the end of the Heisei series versus where he ends up by the end of the Showa series, whether we're talking the last film released or canonically, is very different. That's fair, but I'd personally rather know more about a person before I make assumptions. Yeah, no, I think that I agree more with like how you would go about things is more in line with how I'd go about things. But I unfortunately do not feel like that's going to be able to be applied to everyone. So that's why I don't think it's always a big deal. Like you have to do a lot for me to then consider like going aggro on someone. So
even his reanimated horror from GMK, fueled by nothing but the souls of those destroyed by Japan in World War II to punish the modern world, to the very conflicted cybernetic melding of man, machine, and monster that came as a result of the Kiryu saga, who eventually did manage to understand humanity through one man. And even different.
I would also say that like both GMK and the Kiryu saga are informed by the themes of the original, and therefore are expansions on that original theme, but with twists to them, because we're able to do so much with Godzilla's like core themes, which Black Rudy doesn't agree with because he doesn't really he lists GMK but not the Kiryu saga, but I think both do this well.
Friending. Following on with the Monsterverse, giving us a very different take on Godzilla as an almost atomic protector, not of humanity, but of the world, maintaining balance for the planet that he cares for, befriending many other kaiju in the series, and will obviously go out of his way to protect humanity, as he does have an understanding and respect for us as a whole, but is not above going and destroying those who violate his ability to protect nature, protect the world, and those who mean harm to Earth. And then, as mentioned,
I think like also too, the other thing is that when it comes to how 2014 handles those themes and then how those shift in King of the Monsters and then the expansions in GVK and GXK are like where I have issues with it. But like as a premise, I think maybe this might be something where we have to do like a retrospective on 2014, because I think that some of the building blocks of 2014 and Awakening make what you could do with the themes of Godzilla being a protector more muddied than I think that they could be. And I think that they work for a lot of people, but I would love to like go into more detail on that in its own separate stream so that I think more people can understand where others may take issue with it.
To the absolute Giga Chad Takashi Yamazaki with his revival of Godzilla's original, or at least one part of his original characterization, for no less than the 6th time in Godzilla -1.
I would say like it's not even one part. I think that -1 does take on both the victim aspect of Godzilla and his antagonistic aspect as well, because unlike in 54, which Randy points out, we actually do get to see Godzilla affected by the bomb, and we also see, although we have no context for it either, Godzilla is scarred up in his his Odo Island version. We don't know where those come from, but given his aggression, we can assume based on external material that it is humans that did that to him. So as a result, therefore, Godzilla has been affected by humanity before, which is why he's aggressive. But Godzilla being nuked is not in any way, shape, or form justified to happen to him. For me, Godzilla is not that versatile like other people think. He's always some kind of radioactive priest or creature for me, so new interpretations of UK probably don't work for me. Yeah, but I would then have to argue thematically why they still work, even if the origins don't fit.
Every version of him is compelling and complicated for its own separate reasons. From the father protecting his adopted son from a cosmic monster in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, as well as protecting him from humanity's mechas and facing the embodiment of the darkest, most corrupted and twisted version of himself in Godzilla vs. Destroyer. He has shown himself to be a very sympathetic, corrupted, and twisted, as well as protecting him from humanity's mechas and facing the embodiment of the darkest, most corrupted and twisted version of himself in Godzilla vs. Destroyer.
That just comes across like those are two different versions of Godzilla when they're the same Godzilla spanning over several movies. We just see more aspects to Godzilla's character. And Godzilla, or Baby Godzilla in specifically, is an aspect that changes Godzilla drastically to where there's no reason for him to rampage anymore. And the only reason why he rampages in Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2 is because he was looking for Baby Godzilla. And once that is all settled out, Godzilla doesn't directly rampage in Space Godzilla, or he doesn't destroy because of his evolution into burning Godzilla there. So there's contextual reasons as to why Godzilla changes between Mechagodzilla and Destroyer. I would say the one time it's kind of out of character is when they do have Godzilla going towards Space Godzilla, it's not a direct beeline, and you still see Godzilla rampaging, which does kind of muddy the waters thematically, I would say. You can only be compelling for separate reasons, just as long as you be respectful to the original source material. Yeah, and I think that a lot of times when people are making or adding additions to universes or characters, they aren't respectful to the originals. Cough, cough, 98.
He has shown himself to be a very sympathetic character, especially in the Heisei era, when we see him as a dinosaur back in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. The Japanese soldiers honoring him for, even if indirectly, saving them from the Americans. They show respect for him as they believe he is dying. You see him wounded, you see him bleed as a result of the shore bombardment. Not to mention, once again, the protection of an adoptive member of his own species in the 3 prior movies listed: Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and Godzilla vs. Destroya. In much the same way as John Wick.
Again, I wouldn't call this versatility. I would just call this an expansion of Godzilla's core characters. So in 84, he is kind of the standard mistakes of humanity. And in Biollante, that's still the case. It's just now you're contending with another monster, and Godzilla is more a secondary problem because of the involvement of Godzilla's cells creating something else. And in King Ghidorah, we see more of Godzilla being technically victimized by the Americans, and then ultimately humanity meddling with Godzilla and its mistakes is what caused Godzilla to become stronger and then keep on rampaging. Mothra, I would say Mothra is the one film out of the Heisei films that has the least to really do with Godzilla. And then in Mechagodzilla, we see, again, with the addition of a baby Godzilla, we see the aspect of Godzilla to where, although Godzilla is our mistakes, he is still an animal. There's still a victim aspect to him. And in this case, if Godzilla wants to leave with a member of his own species, that's completely fine. And the only reason why Godzilla comes to mainland Japan is to fight another monster.
After his dog was ended by the bad guys in that movie, if you're going to go after someone's family, adopted or blood, I'm going to basically give the main character free reign to do whatever the heck they want to the bad guy, or at least the antagonist, because you don't mess with someone's family. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 is one of the few Godzilla movies that actually does paint humanity in somewhat of a negative light. Godzilla is shown to be the morally correct stance. He is protecting his own kind. He is protecting his family. And humanity is using that as an ambush to try to destroy Godzilla. There's a lot of reasons
I would say, sure, but I would also say that humanity is still in the right in this case, because by this point in the Heisei series, Godzilla's attacked in 84. He attacked in versus Biollante before Rose Biollante was fully formed, and then Godzilla changed course. In King Ghidorah, before the time shenanigans, Godzilla was chilling because of the end. So for all intents and purposes, humanity had triumphed, and it's because of King Ghidorah and then the re-energization of Godzilla that causes Godzilla to return again. In Mothra vs. Godzilla, Godzilla was coming ashore because of Mothra and Batra, so not really their fault there. But you could also argue because of Mothra's egg, it is kind of their fault, but it's less their fault in that film compared to the others. But by that point, in humanity's shoes, even if we say Godzilla was looking for baby Godzilla, who's to say that baby Godzilla wouldn't just join in with Godzilla and destroy once it got bigger? We don't necessarily know that. Humanity doesn't necessarily know that. And there's no guarantee that Godzilla would be peaceful otherwise.
Love Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. I'm not going to get into all of them here because I can literally make an entire video on just that movie. But even go back even further with Godzilla being sympathetic. In the original movie, the reason he destroyed Japan is because the atomic bomb test wiped out his family, wiped out his home. He lost everything he ever knew, everything he ever cared about, which is why he went and he destroyed Japan in almost this confused state of rage. Because for all of his atomic destructiveness, he is not just the incarnation of the bomb. He is two sides of the same coin. Both the atomic destroyer itself, the Saurian avatar of nuclear annihilation that we've come to know him as, but also as the much lessened, unfortunately, significantly undershown state of him being the consequences of such nuclear power.
I'll say real quick too, another thing about creatives creatives understanding things that fans don't when it comes to liking or not liking things. Fukuda famously did not like his Godzilla films, so what do we make of that? But I think the other thing too is that the reason why Godzilla is compelling, especially when it came to working with Honda and Kayama, was the fact that Kayama definitely laid the groundwork when it came to Godzilla as a monstrous antagonist, but when it came to Honda as someone who didn't necessarily see the people that he was encountering while he's in the military as the enemy, and he had a lot of respect for them as people, it makes sense that he would paint his monsters in a more sympathetic light because he didn't see them as the enemy. He saw humanity as better together. And that's why Godzilla can be both a victim as well as the aggressor and therefore the villain.
Not just the destructive capabilities, but the people left behind, the future developments and consequences nuclear technology had, and what it means for the world going forward, not just complete annihilation. Throughout the various continuities and incarnations across the Millennium, Showa, Heisei, Reiwa, and Monsterverse, he is shown to be a creature that has a vast array of different personalities, and they're all beloved for many reasons. In movies like Godzilla 2000, he only attacks humanity with escalatory levels of force after humanity first escalates.
That's also not true, because prior to this scene, Godzilla was shown coming ashore with a boat in his mouth and started attacking humanity's energy sources. And humanity wasn't attacking him prior. There was no military engagements during the start of Godzilla 2000. So Godzilla is already an active threat in this film before this action here. So Godzilla wasn't just defending himself in this engagement. Humanity is actually on the defensive here, and this is a retaliatory action because Godzilla has come ashore again in this film.
Attacks tanks and jets after they escalate to using the full metal missiles, which are new armor-penetrating missile systems designed to break through Godzilla's tough armored exterior. Prior to that, he really was just walking past. He then turned his wrath on the tanks when they provoked him. GMK, he is the embodiment of Japan's past come to haunt them in the modern era. He is essentially an embodiment of divine punishment in many ways for Japan for their past sins. The Showa era showed the greatest...
He's divine punishment, but also, again, this is a perfect example of Godzilla still... Like, Godzilla in this case is less the victim because Godzilla is more of an avatar and therefore focuses more on Godzilla's antagonistic side. But the people that were killed by the Japanese to form this Godzilla are the victim side to this Godzilla. And in this case, Godzilla does not distinguish between people who are actively trying to suppress the past about what Japan did and those who aren't and are just living their lives, or may even agree that like what happened to those people was bad. And because of Godzilla's indiscriminate punishment of Japan, that is what makes him an antagonistic force. It is a level of like the damage that Godzilla does not fit like the people he's doing it to. So Godzilla can be an evil humanity united against like the hell. You mean the White Walkers in Game? I think you mean the White Walkers in Game of Thrones. But Godzilla is an antagonistic force. I wouldn't say he's necessarily evil, which is again why I also say that like it makes sense why people think this Godzilla is more evil, because they'd be like, oh, in this shot here, it looks like he's grinning as he kills these people. But he definitely can be an antagonist that the world unites around because he is a mistake that needs to be corrected. And that correction does not necessarily mean Godzilla has to die. There's ways to live with Godzilla, and I think that that's why Godzilla has a lot of versatility in his stories, but Godzilla has a core theme.
This development and depth to Godzilla over time, where he originally went from a scarred, mutilated, confused creature lashing out at Japan because he lost his home. He lost everything he knew and loved, and humanity was attacking him when he just went ashore. He didn't know anything of what happened or why it happened.
Yeah, Godzilla may not have known why those things might have happened to him, but Godzilla is still shown as, especially if we're talking about external material, whether it's the creatives talking about Godzilla prior to the film or books or anything else, Godzilla is described as eventually taking it out on Japan, which isn't proportional to what happened to him. And like, I guess that could be a bigger commentary on the idea that like revenge isn't always the best thing to do, especially when it's not proportional.
Humanity irrevocably changed him, and yet we continue to hunt and try to destroy him. He actually voices this himself in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster during the conversation between Mothra himself and Rodan when Mothra tries to convince him to stop Ghidorah. He says, "Why should I help humanity? They hate me just for existing. They come after me with their tanks and their missiles. Why?"
Well, he doesn't say that. He says that humans are always bullying us when Mothra asks to help Earth, and Mothra essentially says, "Let bygones be bygones." So it's not specific, like it's not as specific as he's making it out to be. And if anyone's curious where I'm getting that line from, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monsters, and it's the subbed version, is available on YouTube for free, so you all can look that up if you do not believe me, because I don't think that it's gonna, because I think we did this once in another stream where we tried to look at the films via StreamYard and sharing, and then it was just a black screen, so unfortunately can't do that.
Should I save them? And Rodan agrees. However, in the end, after Mothra goes to face Ghidorah on her own, and Godzilla knowing she stands absolutely no chance, he starts to change. He fights for something beyond just self-defense, for a greater cause. Even if he is not truly an ally with Mothra or Rodan yet, it is oblivion versus living with the humans that truly can't really harm him. They're more of an annoyance. And that began his gradual turning into a much more heroic figure. One who is able to not necessarily let the past go, but understand the continued cycle of aggression between humanity and monster is largely pointless. He ends up collaborating with the Jet Jaguar to face the Seatopians Megalon and the Space Hunter Nebula M's of Gigan, driving them off, and later teams up with many of the other monsters on Monster Island to drive off and finally snuff out King Ghidorah in destruction.
I would say, like, actually, the plot of Destroy All Monsters kind of, unfortunately, it doesn't really help his point, because in Destroy All Monsters, at this point, the monsters were still under the control of humanity. It wasn't until later on when the Fire Dragon destroys the machine that the monsters just naturally fight the Keylocks and go back to Monster Island. But during Destroy All Monsters, the monsters were contained. They weren't allowed to leave the island, but they were allowed to live there with some relative comfort because of the abundance of food and resources that the monsters could use, because they actively try to stop Mothra and Godzilla from leaving the island, and Rodan is confined due to the magnetic wall that's there on the island as well. So there's that. And not to mention, like, Destroy All Monsters takes place in 1999, and there's a lot of time between 73 and 99 as well. So again, you're talking about, when it comes to a Showa series, people like to think of all the Showa movies as a singular, as different incarnations of Godzilla and having different characters as a result, but it is the same Godzilla. And another thing to consider too is that you have 68 with Hedorah and 67 with Son of Godzilla. That's still a little bit of time, because like you have Son of Godzilla, and then it goes into Godzilla versus Hedorah, because All Monsters Attack isn't canonical to the Showa series, and the Showa Monsters takes place in the future. So there's a lot of time between Godzilla being more neutral to him being closer to that of a protector, and then you don't even really get full-on protector Godzilla until like Godzilla versus Megalon.
Destroy All Monsters. Keep in mind, that movie takes place canonically in 1999, whereas the final movie set into the Showa continuity, at least produced, was Terror of Mechagodzilla, which is set in 1973. So Godzilla, for at bare minimum, nearly quarter of a century, lived in peace with humanity. This is to say nothing of his eventual characterization in the Monsterverse, where he is shown with a greater range of intelligence, of depth, capable of showing very complex emotions such as compassion for other monsters, mercy, understanding the difference between not all humans are necessarily his enemy. After Dr. Serizawa wrote,
I mean, so to Showa Godzilla as well. I would say like the problem with the Monsterverse is that some of the writing is essentially assassinated Godzilla's character, but then there's other things to where there's a lot of monsters that Godzilla probably should have killed, Scar King or Ghidorah, that he didn't kill for one reason or another, and they aren't properly explained as to why. But yeah, no, it makes sense in certain cases for Godzilla to show mercy, but I would say that that's not necessarily unique to Monsterverse Godzilla to show these emotions.
Revives him with the thermonuclear warhead after the Oxygen Destroyer heavily wounded him. He understands Mark Russell and the others in the sub were with Dr. Serizawa. He saw Serizawa sacrifice himself to save him. He in many ways views that sacrifice in the same way he views Mothra's sacrifice later in the movie to empower him to finally be able to defeat Ghidorah, avenging both of them. He shows mercy to Kong after the two of them defeat Mechagodzilla, offering him terms of, he may not listen to me, but I will allow you to live as thanks for helping me defeat Kevin's skull inside of that bucket of bolts, so long as you never leave the Inner Earth. If you leave the Inner Earth, it's on sight. Yeah, it's a bit of an aggressive form of mercy, but still a form of mercy nonetheless. That's the reason why Godzilla launches into an attack as soon as Kong comes out of the Inner Earth in Godzilla Kong the New Empire, because Kong basically issues a challenge to come fight me, bro, as the only way of getting Godzilla to come over there pronto.
Problem with that is that was also retcon, because in interviews before GXK, the idea was that Godzilla and Kong didn't have like this weird truce where Kong stays in specifically the Hollow Earth. It was a mutual understanding of respect, and I have a short that has those sources stating that. Whereas in GXK, Kong can only stay in Hollow Earth, and Godzilla, for some reason, is gearing up for the fight with Shimo and Scar King, but for some reason, Kong has to get Godzilla to come down to Hollow Earth, even though Godzilla would have to have gone and fought them anyway. And if Godzilla is protecting the both worlds, then fighting in a less human populated area would have been the smart thing to do. So he would have had to have broken his own truce with Kong to go and fight Scar King and Shimo.
It was basically a violation of the terms of service that Kong agreed to. However, by the end of that movie, Godzilla does understand even if Kong does not listen to him, he's not going to usurp Godzilla. Godzilla is clearly the stronger of the two, and both of them are out.
Sam, I have a question. How well do you think I handle movie analysis? You handle it okay. If you have a channel and you want me to look at like a video or something in my free time, not necessarily as like to comment on it on a stream, but if you want to like ask me like you have thoughts you want to give me, feel free to give them to me and then we can talk whenever I'm free.
Protect, in many ways, humanity, though Godzilla is more concerned with the Earth itself. As long as humanity abides by the protecting Earth as well, they're okay on different terms. Kong will more or less always protect humanity, so long as humanity does not really step out of line. Him and Godzilla's goals do align, even if their methods may not always be the most similar. The point about characters like...
I think the other thing, too, is that, again, that's also something that was changed where the Titans are guardians of nature and the Great Apes protect humanity. That's a retcon in GXK. Whereas in King of the Monsters, more established that they weren't necessarily guardians in that sense. It was more a matter of having peace with nature instead of it essentially like being more like cartoony, world-building-y type stuff.
Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, all being consistent, and that is what makes them work. That is not an idea that works for Godzilla. The main reason for that is what makes those characters is their ideology. It is their morality. It is the reason they fight for what they do. Peter Parker, with great power comes great responsibility. Superman, he's literally a big blue Boy Scout who was raised by a very, very good, well-meaning family and was really just out to do what was right. Batman, he is there to prevent what happened to him to anyone else. Again, they are driven by this ideology. None of that applies to Godzilla, because Godzilla is not a character who acts and is driven by an ideology or a morality.
Well, actually, you literally said that Godzilla was driven by vengeance, so Godzilla's morality is driven by that kind of vengeance. And once that vengeance sort of ceases, or there's other threats there, Godzilla's vengeance subsides. So he is informed by his own character, which you have demonstrated. So that's you're kind of undermining your own point.
Godzilla's consistency isn't an origin. It isn't an ideology. It isn't a morality. It is that Godzilla is an embodiment of a concept. And it is not simply a singular concept. It is a two-sided concept, one side of which unfortunately does get overlooked these days. And this is not even just something that is left behind by the audience itself. This is something that is left behind by the actual creators themselves. That is actually one of the reasons why the monster vs. Godzilla is actually a lot more faithful than people will give it credit for. The first being, yes, he is the nuclear destroyer, the embodiment of the destructive power such weapons can have. But the other part of that, and the often forgotten one, is he is the victim as well. He is an embodiment of the people who were left behind by such devastation, and the consequences that the opening of this Pandora's box had on the world. How do we live with what we have done? That second part of Godzilla is especially present in the modern versions of Godzilla. The consequences of the bombs, not just their destructive power, the people that were left behind, and the future developments in nuclear technology. This is something that has personally affected me every single day of my life.
And I think, again, like he's saying, is that Godzilla represents a two-sided idea, then therefore Godzilla has a singular consistent theme. It's just that one part of that singular theme is expressed more often than not.
The nuclear evolution, because of its ability to heal, its ability to help people. I live within several miles of a nuclear reactor, so quite literally, this channel is brought to you by nuclear power. But much more personal than that is actually my mother. She is a breast cancer survivor, and she was able to beat breast cancer because of chemotherapy. I was a lot younger at the time, but the way that I kind of wrapped my head around it, because they explained it involved radiation, was basically little tiny Godzilla's atomic ray blasting the cancer cells to save my mother. And Monster vs. Godzilla especially has really followed that more positive development of nuclear power, going from destruction into something that can save lives, can help the world. Godzilla has in many ways truly followed the evolution of nuclear power from the destructive bombs to what it is today. If that doesn't speak of versatility, I truly don't know what does. That's one of the reasons why Godzilla can take as many forms as he has throughout all of the years, whether it is in TV shows on the silver screen, in streaming services, or from suits to CGI. Godzilla is an incredibly versatile character. He's heroic, he's antagonistic, he's even downright villainous in several cases. And all of them work, because they're not trying to be the same thing. It is this versatility, this flexibility, this differentiation between all of the different parts of Godzilla that have given him this 70-year-long reign as the king of the monsters. For all the criticism directed at the MonsterVerse for not understanding Godzilla's origin and true nature, this is something that the movies themselves have very, very heavily shown to not be the case. Quite literally, the start of the first movie in the MonsterVerse, Godzilla 2014, is a nuclear disaster at the Janjira nuclear power plant. This was caused by the Muto feeding on nuclear power because it was specifically attracted there because it wanted more nuclear energy. This is also stated to be the reason why, despite Monarch having secured the facility for many, many years, they didn't end the male Muto in the chrysalis, because they did not know what would happen to all the radiation it had been consuming and had been amassing over all of its years of feeding. They were extremely hesitant to do anything because if they did something wrong, it could irradiate the entire area even worse than it was before. That's the reason why Bryan Cranston pulls out the Geiger counter and is surprised when there's nothing there. Later on in the movie, Dr. Serizawa specifically calls out the atomic bombing.
Well, real quick, also, that entire thing that was brought up there has to do with the Muto. And I wouldn't even say that, like, that part with the power plant is thematically relevant to specifically the Mutos. That's more relevant to just the idea of monsters in this universe overall. And since it doesn't involve Godzilla at all, it has only to do with Mutos. This isn't thematically relevant to specifically Godzilla's character. It's thematically relevant to the story. And you could say that that one aspect of 2014 is good to Godzilla's story. But considering how Godzilla is also characterized in the film as being the balance of nature, but also a creature that wasn't mutated by the bombs, but was always there, does indeed impact people's perception of Godzilla. Because again, they say that in 54 they awakened Godzilla, but they also say that the nuclear tests weren't what awakened Godzilla. They were trying to kill Godzilla with those tests. And at least in 2014, when they said it was the nuclear subs that awakened Godzilla, having nuclear subs and exploring isn't really a mistake of humanity because they had no idea that Godzilla was down there. And you could say, like, it's an aspect of the Cold War, but in the case of, like, all the other Godzillas who were mutated by the bombs, they're just specifically mutated or awoken by just overtly destructive forces, and therefore are the mistakes of humanity, and they are mistakes because they were created by the use of weapons. Like, there's no way to mince Godzilla's theming when that is what his origin is.
With the broken pocket watch.
And again, I think another thing too is that informs Godzilla's actions overall as well, why he can be thematically deep when it comes to exploring the idea of weapons of mass destruction, and why 98 doesn't work on its own as well, because as 98's mutated, the only reason why 98's a threat to humanity is just because he's big and because the characters are incompetent in stopping him, because the bomb only does that to Godzilla. And really the end result is if you have competent people in positions of power, then the threat's going to be easy to deal with. Whereas even with like all the solutions that you could have in the first 54 Godzilla movie, there is still like the threat that Godzilla could come back, or that Godzilla just going to be stopped to begin with, and the only way to beat Godzilla is with something just as destructive as nuclear weapons. And the babies are all set? No, they're not, actually. The reason why they're not a threat is because when encountered, the people that encounter them are specifically very under-equipped to deal with creatures like the baby Godzillas. If you're dealing with like a battalion-sized military force with average-sized weapons, they would probably be able to deal with the baby Zillas all right. Because you're dealing with people running around with MP5s and some C4. That's not adequate to deal with the numbers of the baby Godzillas. Like an adequate amount of soldiers, so a similar amount of soldiers to a similar number of baby Godzillas, and with like standard weapons for a similarly sized force. So like you're dealing with saws, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, things of that nature versus something chambered in 9mm, you're going to do a lot better against the baby Godzillas. And that's why I also don't think they're a threat either.
In addition to the later thought to use the nuclear warhead as bait to lure in Godzilla, the female Muto, and the male Muto, and destroy them with the pure blast force, in addition to the literal stock footage opening of the Castle Bravo tests, you know, the thing that caused the original Godzilla movie to be made with Lucky Dragon number 5, the reason why Dr. Serizawa voices opposition to the usage of the nuclear warhead is not just because of the nuclear taboo and that nukes are bad. It is that these are creatures that feed on nuclear power. They feed on radiation. If the blast force doesn't end them, all you have done is made them stronger. This is something that the sequel, Godzilla King of the Monsters, actually confirms to have been the case. The nukes wouldn't have done anything. when Dr. Sarazawa puts the nuke.
I think that's very true what he's saying here, real quick. The baby Zillas wouldn't attack people if they didn't smell like fish. Well, in the films, Nick says that they would have to find food outside of the nest. And in this case, they would have regardless gone after people because of where they're located. So they wouldn't be ignoring people like the Big 98 does. They probably ignore humans as time went on because they stopped being a viable food source. But with their ability to multiply, more baby Zillas would be born that would have to hunt humans in order to survive. And that's why Nick thinks that they'd be able to replace humanity as the dominant species. So the only reason why they're in direct danger is because they smell like the fish and they're in the nest where fish is the primary food source. So they think that they're just bigger fish.
Point blank in front of a weakened Godzilla. And all it does is it revitalizes him and it makes him stronger. So while he may not be the nuclear harbinger of doom a lot of people expect and almost wish he was, that really videos like what prompted this one to be made only perpetuate that misunderstanding. He isn't just the nuclear harbinger of doom. And I will also admit, I am a very big fan of Monster vs. Godzilla. For having grown up with the Showa and Millennium films and Godzilla 2000 being the first one that I ever saw, I do very much like the
Real
Monster
quick, I'm just pausing here because originally when Max was saying that Godzilla was only acting defensively, this was earlier in the film for anyone who hasn't seen 2000, and Godzilla's attacking without a military response.
incarnation of the character. I like how different it is, and that it does still hold much of the core of what Godzilla is. Something that Shin Godzilla has shown, you take that core of Godzilla, but you rebuild it out in an entirely different way than what the original movie had, and even what -1 had, it still works. That's the biggest indictment of that entire idea by Blackaroonie, that Godzilla is not versatile. He's an embodiment of a concept.
Also, real quick,
Idea of the original movie, and that it is, and that it does still hold much of the core of what Godzilla is. Something that Shin Godzilla has shown, you take that core of Godzilla, but you rebuild it out in an entirely different way than what the original movie had, and even what -1 had, it still works.
again, Blackaroonie did say that it does it for Shin, that Shin does preserve the original idea of Godzilla, but changes it in little ways. So that kind of undermines Max's point here as well on Black's part.
That's the biggest indictment of that entire idea by Blackaroonie, that Godzilla is not versatile. He's an embodiment of a concept. You can strip away his origin, rebuild it anew, and end up in the exact same place, strictly because he is that versatile. Thank you guys for watching this. This may have been a bit more rambly than usual. I really wasn't sure how to handle this. Maybe someday, if you guys like this, we will go more step-by-step dissecting the entire video and kind of picking everything apart. But yeah, this was something to make. Again, thank you all. Please comment your thoughts below. Subscribe for more if you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, and share this out to your friends. If you
Because I would say 90 is supposed to be more of a scared animal. True. He's supposed to be more of a scared animal, but that also undermines the point of Godzilla. Because Godzilla is not just a scared animal. The babies smell like fish. Wait, nope, that's the same one. Not to mention episode 1 of the animated series broke continuity with the 98 films ending many times. What's funny is that the animated series version of the end of the 98 film has Godzilla dying to less missiles than he does in the movie, even though Cyber Godzilla is stronger than 98 Godzilla, and Junior is also stronger too. So I just found that funny.
If you ever see someone saying Godzilla isn't a versatile character, please link this or any other videos of any of the other great Godzilla creators showing he is versatile. We've got many more projects in the works. We've got videos going over Godzilla as a heroic character, Godzilla going over him as a villainous character, why they both work for different reasons, and some of the things about them that actually don't work. Because for all Godzilla's versatility and flexibility, he's not rubber, despite being originally a rubber suit. He can't really bend every which way to become every individual thing. He does still need to keep that balance of what made him originally who he was.
Yeah, so then Godzilla can't mean everything. And it doesn't mean he's like the most versatile character, because this comment right here, Godzilla can be anything you want him to be. No, he can't. Godzilla can mean many things based on the story you write him in, so there's that. But no, Godzilla cannot mean everything.
Well, thank you all. Have a nice day, evening, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are when you are watching this. I've been Max Allo, and long live the Kaiju King.
Okay. And now we come to the 30-minute one, which I'm going to probably put as the 2 points. Yeah, we'll do as 0.2 times speed. I think this is also Nenya's first video. Right, so stands by yellow text, so that could explain the strength difference. Yeah, I mean, I that's fine with me. Emmerich made both the film and series. He's a hack who doesn't get verisimilitude. I think he was like one of the producers. He didn't really make the series because when they were making it, he didn't want Godzilla to be impervious to weapons, and he didn't want Godzilla having the atomic breath. It was the actual creatives on the show who bucked against him, and him and Devlin, and that's why Godzilla in Godzilla series was fighting monsters and is more like the classic Godzilla. So the reason why I always say Godzilla series is more like Godzilla is in spite of Emmerich, not because of him. And again, it's because you had people working on a 98 property that were Godzilla fans, not because 98 is faithful.
Black deep inversatility
Right.
of
Well,
Godzilla.
just
This is a response to Black deep inversatility of Godzilla. I think to be straightforward here, I cut out the first 5 minutes because this sequence summarizes his point here, his first main point. So I trimmed it down to its most bare essential before moving on. I will play the clip and then I will talk about what makes this part so weird, and then we'll move on to the actual part of the video where he starts talking about Godzilla.
The majority of people's favorite characters have had little changes to who they are fundamentally. Hulk, Magneto, Captain America, Wolverine, Doctor Doom, Black Adam, Robin, even relatively lesser-known characters like Moon Knight have had very little fundamental changes. Also read the Jeff Lemire run, it's really good. And it doesn't just have to be superheroes. James Bond to an extent, Optimus Prime, and even King Kong also fall into this net. But notice how I'm using the word fundamental as in the foundation of the characters, their essence, what makes them stand out from a crowd, what they represent in the meta, in the macrocosm of pop culture, what they mean to people on an individual level. Some can extract shards of meaning from what is already there in the character and analyze them in their own way, as any great piece of art allows. This is why so many people love these characters for different reasons. But what about Godzilla? What is Godzilla? Who is he? What does he stand for? Of course, we already know what he means. He's the embodiment of nuclear holocaust. But people have been saying that Godzilla can represent anything, that he's versatile. And if Godzilla can mean anything, if you can have him mean so many things, you end up with him lacking a concrete identity of his own. In Batman the Animated Series, Clayface had so many faces, so many masks of different people and personalities, that his own identity was completely drowned and diluted, because in his torturous stupor, he forgot where his characters ended and where he himself began. When you can mean so many things, you end up meaning nothing. And if you mean nothing, how can you be concretized in the macrocosm of pop culture? Why should anyone care?
So Black-Aruni's argument here actually doesn't start with the whole what the superheroes mean in a macrocosm or whatever. It's this whole thing he's been repeating. But no, it doesn't start there. It actually starts at this whole thing where he talks about the nuclear holocaust here. He says that Godzilla represents the nuclear holocaust in the original movie. The problem with identifying Godzilla as a figure of the nuclear holocaust is that he forgets that Godzilla is a victim of the bombs. Godzilla is not literally a stand-in for the nuclear bombs that blew up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Godzilla
that's not what he's saying, but I'll continue his point because I do have a point I want to make.
is entirely different from this. Godzilla is a victim, and ultimately he isn't really the bombs. You can't like just say, oh, Godzilla's nuclear holocaust. Then you'd have to reframe everything. Who is America in this analogy? Who is Japan in this analogy? Beyond that isn't just literally Japan. And which characters are all the people involved in this? Who's Oppenheimer, et cetera, et cetera. Like you're gonna have to back this stuff up. This doesn't make sense here. And so the reason why we're gonna be working a little backwards.
The thing that he's making is that he's saying that Black is saying Godzilla is completely allegorical to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which Black Rooney never said that. And Godzilla is allegorical to the idea of nuclear devastation in a sense that he is not Hiroshima, he is Nagasaki, but he is the looming threat that, yes, what happened in those two places could happen again because of the continued testing of nuclear weapons, as well as the destruction caused by just testing nuclear weapons in general. So the idea that Black is saying Godzilla is allegorical to those specific things isn't really correct at all, because that's not what he said.
Because the rest of the argument doesn't really make sense here. Black-Aruni goes, well, because these characters have one individual core trait that everyone loves that's fundamental, then, they matter in pop culture. And so Black-Aruni, he seemingly can't figure out why Godzilla is in pop culture. This is kind of his video where he's going, why is Godzilla in pop culture? I don't get it. The everything and nothing argument here is interesting to me because Black-Aruni doesn't seem to understand why Godzilla fans are telling him that Godzilla means all these things. Because he doesn't believe that Godzilla has a singular core trait, or at least he can't identify it. He believes that nobody really should care about Godzilla, because why would Godzilla have a core trait? He's been all these things, and that means he means nothing. And, Godzilla's only main representation is nuclear holocaust, which is wrong, obviously. So what could it be? Well, Godzilla is a vehicle for social anxieties. That's what he is. That's what he literally means.
Well, Godzilla doesn't mean social anxieties. Godzilla is a specific social anxiety. And this is the person I was talking about who's talking about social anxieties. All monsters, by the conception of being monsters, are vehicles to explore a specific social anxieties. Vampires, zombies, werewolves, they all exhibit a kind of social anxiety based on how they are written. In the case of things like werewolves or vampires, because you are not usually dealing with a singular werewolf or a singular vampire, unless you're dealing with something like Dracula, for example, the idea of the werewolf and the idea of the vampire can mean multiple different things and different social anxieties based on how they're written. The idea of vampires and something like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines does not necessarily apply to the social anxieties that are portrayed by vampires in the original Dracula or any of Dracula's adaptations, and even the adaptations to Dracula don't explore the same social anxieties of the original, because they are products in which they are exploring the anxiety of the time, of the creator, and what they were specifically trying to say in the text. And not all monsters can apply to every kind of social anxiety. We can use a werewolf as an example. You could have a werewolf be a stand-in for nuclear anxieties. Technically, that was the case because there was Wolfman versus Godzilla, but it wasn't really talking specifically about that social anxiety. Could you, in a way, have a werewolf be a stand-in for nuclear fears? Yes. Would it necessarily work well? Possibly. I'm only saying possibly because aesthetically, the idea of a werewolf being a stand-in for nuclear anxieties just doesn't work as well as the anxieties that werewolves usually portray. The reason why Godzilla as a character worked so well is because of how it was set up. You have the bomb, which irradiates Godzilla, but it also awakens him, and that's why Godzilla is so tied to the idea of prehistoric creatures and the ideas of dinosaurs at the time, being that they're creatures that lived long ago, and at that time, dinosaurs were the dominant creatures on the planet. But if dinosaurs were to exist in the modern day and interacting with people, you'd be dealing with a force of nature that is different to what we deal with today, and the whole dynamic changes because of that. And with Godzilla, you have this idea of when you're dealing with forces like nuclear weapons, you will have unforeseen consequences, and an unforeseen consequence in the form of a monster works well if you're dealing with prehistoric animals because of that relation of underground, being unknown, mysterious. That's why the idea of hollow earths, lost worlds, plateaus, etc. are so common in dinosaur fiction, because you are dealing with creatures that are sequestered into locations because of what's happened in Earth's history, but through one action or another, they are then pushed and have to come to conflict with humanity, and you're dealing with the prehistoric world versus the modern world, which is why The Lost World, the Conan Doyle novel, is the way it is and why it resonates so well, and it's been redone over and over again. That's why Pellucidar works so well, because obviously dinosaurs, fossils in the ground, but what if Oliver's history was still in the ground somewhere and it's actually existing in this other world that is able to be explored? I love the idea of dinosaurs in Hollow Earth. I mean, again, if you like dinosaurs in Hollow Earth, read the Pellucidar books. They're in the public domain, so like At the Earth's Core, Tanner Pellucidar, those books are all things that can be there if you like dinosaurs in Hollow Earth. As a Castlevania fan and vampire enthusiast, I can confirm this. Yeah. Like Dracula from Castlevania is very different from Dracula Untold, who is different from Dracula, the original Dracula, or even Voyage of the Demeter Dracula. And the reason why you're able to use Dracula so much is, one, because it's a public domain character, and there's a lot that rides on the name Dracula, and Dracula becomes less a specific character with a specific idea and more a vehicle to talk about a vampire story with the most famous vampire. And that's, like, in a way, why it's good that Godzilla is still under the control of Toho, because there is a amount of control and consistency that goes with the characters that Godzilla has. Kaiju from a mythological perspective are natural disasters or natural calamities. Yes. In a mythological standpoint, kaiju are disasters or calamities, but they can also mean other things besides disasters or calamities that are natural. Like, again, Godzilla isn't a natural disaster. He is a man-made disaster. If there was no nuke, there is no Godzilla. Like Arachne is the spider lady who is cursed by Athena because of what happens to her with Poseidon. So the idea of forces causing a monster to come into being that isn't necessarily natural part of the world is more closer to Godzilla than something like any of the monsters from like Greek mythology, who are just always monsters. I think another example that we could bring up when it comes to mythology, Fafnir would be another good example, because Fafnir wasn't always a monster. It's because of the ring that Fafnir gains that he ends up killing his father, collecting treasure, and ends up turning into a dragon. Again, Godzilla isn't naturally a monster or disaster. And I think that like people oftentimes forget that. And I don't think it's because of the MonsterVerse changing that about Godzilla's character, but that is something to consider. But because of what Godzilla becomes, he ends up being closer to the more natural monsters of mythology, like the Hydra or Tiamat from from mythology, the dragon from St. George and the Dragon, those types of characters. But they are creatures that were always monsters and needed to be defeated, whereas Godzilla has another bent to it where he is a project of something else that turns him into a monster. Journey to the Center of the Earth is the Hollow Earth novel, right? Yes, Journey to the Center of the Earth is another Hollow Earth type novel. It's not really as Hollow Earthy as like something like Pellucidar. Pellucidar is very close to the Monsterverse if you want a setting that's very much like that. But if you want to watch if you want to read Journey to the Center of the Earth because you want to see like dinosaurs in a Hollow Earth type setting, it's like one sequence, and very much it is very more scientific than something like Pellucidar, which is closer to fantasy, which is closer to Monster versus Hollow Earth.
Godzilla films grapple with history. Godzilla is traditionally usually the gigantic obstacle. That's what Godzilla really is, and that's what Black Rooney can't identify here. So for a majority of the video, he then proceeds to try to identify this through other content.
The very fact that Godzilla has never fixed things is a problem. If you want to explore specific aspects of Godzilla, that is all well and good. If you want to push the limits of what and who he is, all the better. The possibilities are endless. But how many Godzilla movies can you point and say the original message is still alive in it? Not many. With the Showa era, Godzilla went from representing a nuclear holocaust.
I should have bought Jules Verne's novels. You still can. If you, for example, Barnes and Noble has several different versions of his novels, like different formats. So you can get Penguin editions. There's special editions that you can get. Oftentimes they have sales for like buy one get one 50% off for a lot of the Verne novels. So like the two ones you'll see the most commonly there are Journey to the Center of the Earth and 20,000 Leagues Beneath the Sea.
To the movie monster we all know, to a superhero in the span of 4 movies. In the Heisei era, the only time this is acknowledged is in Godzilla 1984, Godzilla vs. Violante, and Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Other than that, he was kind of supposed to be a somewhat tragic animal thanks to the input of this character, but I don't see any sane person sympathizing with this.
Black Rooney here undermines his main point immediately off the bat by straight up just saying the possibilities are endless and you can explore aspects of Godzilla's character. The title is called The Inversatility of Godzilla, and they talk about how he talks explicitly about how all these superheroes have their core traits and can do a bunch of different stuff. And here he's going, well, Godzilla means nothing, which he's building off of that big. So he could then say Godzilla doesn't follow his main theme, which means he means nothing, which means he can't be versatile because he is nothing. The problem with this is that Black Rooney explicitly is basing this off of a metric he made up, which is Godzilla is the nuclear holocaust from the 1954 film. I'm not going to tell you why. I'm not going to explain why. I don't know why, but he's the nuclear holocaust. And Black Rooney also ignores one of Godzilla's major emotional points. He acknowledges that Godzilla in the Heisei films is attempted to make sympathetic, but because Godzilla destroys things and kills people in his rampages, then you can't sympathize with him. It's impossible. The thing is that Black Rooney thinks so narrowly about Godzilla. He wants Godzilla to be a destroyer. I feel like that should be very obvious by now. He believes that since Godzilla destroys things and inherently will kill people, then it is impossible for Godzilla to be sympathized with. Hence, the whole screaming thing and stuff like that, played off as a joke. But it really is just an unexamined ideological standpoint where he goes, well, Godzilla is the inhuman monster. You can't sympathize with something that is, the living embodiment of, what he calls the nuclear holocaust. That's the whole point of, that whole statement he was making, claiming that it's the nuclear holocaust. He believes it's impossible for Godzilla to be a person.
Well, yes, and also note in that particular moment there, Black Rooney is talking about the Heisei series and that Godzilla can't be sympathized with like he believes Mickey's trying to say because Godzilla is still responsible for killing hundreds of people due to his rampages, which you do not address. And I'd also say too, again, this is a fault of Black Rooney, not checking the subs of that properly, and that's a mistake that a lot of people do when it comes to Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. But even from this perspective too, he's not like, if we're saying like something inhuman can be sympathized with, but from the perspective of people in the universe, what would be your reasoning as to how you would sympathize with Godzilla given the destruction that Godzilla commits? I would say like a good counter would be to the point I just posed would be that because Godzilla is fighting other monsters, that's why Godzilla is good to keep around. However, at least in the Heisei continuity, Ghidorah is essentially a result of dealing with Godzilla. Same with Biollante. Mothra is a protector. Batra is there to destroy humans. And essentially, Godzilla fighting Batra is a good thing for humanity, but one film, Space Godzilla and Destroyer are the only examples to where Godzilla is the lesser of the two evils, but humanity would be still under no impression that Godzilla would come and destroy the world. Even with Godzilla being softer now that he has a child with him. Metamax is back, says there are gouges from slamming into the watchtowers. They're only on his, I think, right side. I forget which side since I mirror the footage. Actually, they're on different parts of his body. They aren't just from the tower. They're on the left and right side of his body. And even the Bandai figure preserves the scarring across both sides of his body. And even if he was scarred by the watchtower and slamming into that, they would have healed already. And there's scarring on his legs, which he doesn't use to slam into the watchtower with. It's mostly the top of his body. So it's not just the watchtower that he gets the injuries from. And because there's a reason why I survived. So I'm well aware of that.
In the Millennium series, the only time this was ever a concrete thing was in GMK.
Since we're operating off of Wackarooni's framework of Godzilla in 1954 representing the nuclear holocaust, well, that's also still incorrect. But also, since he's still running with this idea, he assumes that GMK is the only one that inherently has Godzilla as the nuclear holocaust. This is untrue, and is actually really about, enraged Japanese World War II soldiers, being ignored, mundane life taking hold, and people forgetting the sacrifices they made, which was really just imperialism over in other places, such as the Philippines and such.
That's also not true either. Again, the reason why Godzilla was brought back by the souls is because the people of Japan forgot what the Japanese, yes, imperialist Japanese did to those people. And as a result, they're choosing an embodiment of the nuclear weapons in the form of Godzilla, who is a product of nuclear weapons, to rain down justice in their eyes on the Japanese. So it's still related to the idea of nuclear trauma, because the souls aren't just using literal nukes because they can't do that. So they resurrect Godzilla. This villain implies malice and intention. He isn't aware of who attacked, just someone attacked in the original. You can still be a villain and be unaware of something. Like Punisher in his first appearance was a Spider-Man villain. The only reason why he was a villain is because of a misunderstanding, but he was still a villain. And this is because we talked about Anthony Garillo or whatever his name is, the stream where I turned into an owl. It was just like, who? That guy talks about how Magneto is also a victim and he isn't really a villain, but Magneto is a victim, but he is also still a villain. And that is very much a true thing.
Monsterverse, it's not present at all. It's only in the Reiwa era in which this is somewhat present consistently, but even Singular Point doesn't have your nuclear-powered Godzilla. He's a higher dimensional super god here to bring the catastrophe, as the show calls it, essentially the end of the world. Of course, the show isn't bad because of this reason. The main issue is the overly complicated plot being dragged by the lifeless anorexic spaghetti arms of what the show calls characters.
Singular Point isn't bad. I really just want to get this out of the way real quick. But the whole point is that, because you can tell Black Rooney's confused about the science, is that it's not really about the science. The science is just a way to bring the myth into life. The science is actually insane. It's basically a bunch of people trying to ascribe science and facts and knowledge onto gods, basically. Literal, immortal myths, right? This is the stuff we'd probably be doing in real life. This is the power scaling stuff that people do, basically.
Well, no, that's also not true either. The science isn't insane. The science in its universe makes sense based on the world building that's been provided. The thing with the archetype is that because it is an unobtainium that can do many different things, it is able to break the laws of reality in so many different functions that can be observed by normal people. As a result, by the end of the series, as Pelops goes into the past, the only reason why the orthogonal diagonalizer is able to be done in the way it is because of Pelops from the future continuing in the past to change aspects from time, and because we are looking at time linearly instead of looking at time from different timelines or different variations of the same thing done over and over again, it looks like it's an ass pull at the end when Jet Jaguar becomes huge. But because the archetype is able to punch through time in a non-linear way, so too is Pelops's change into the bigger Jet Jaguar, who is a descendant of Pelops, is able to do this. So because the show relies on you understanding how the archetype works is how the ending works. I'm not gonna defend how the show presents it. I think that it still is weird how it's presented, and I wouldn't even say that it's the most entertaining to the most amount of people, but it does make sense given what the show is trying to do.
That's how it goes. I hope this helps, but the point with these cardboard characters, as well, they claims are
also, I think another thing too is that even if we're saying if this is how we do it in the real world, if you're looking at gods in mythology and in various myths, humans or just mortals in general are able to trick gods or outplay gods. And if humans in some way, shape, or form could outplay gods, then it could definitely be stated that we could understand gods through science. There's that Arthur C. Clarke quote, "Magic's just science that we don't understand yet." And if we're going from the perspective that gods are not all-knowing or all-powerful, but they're just extremely powerful, then with enough time and effort, humanity could ascend and study gods in that way. But if we were dealing with a god that cannot be understood fully and cannot be comprehended or tricked in any way, and God is truly above everything else, then yes, this applies. But the statement has and comes from the assumption that the god that is being dealt with is a god that cannot be understood fully from the get-go.
Is that mostly every single Godzilla media has quote-unquote cardboard characters. But the point is that the story around them is very much rich and, filled with all the stuff, and the monsters are externalizations of the people.
And in the Polygon trilogy, Godzilla is just the apex predator. It's just Mother Earth. It's even in the name, Godzilla Earth.
Godzilla Earth has nothing to do with apex predators, man.
Oh, wrong one. Godzilla Earth. Let's verify. Godzilla, Avatar Destruction, the true apex. So, yes, Godzilla is meant to be the apex of all life, and Godzilla is stated to hunt down and not necessarily predate other monsters, but preyed on, destroyed other monsters, and cemented itself as the apex life form. So, yes, for all intents and purposes, Godzilla was in the anime series supposed to be an apex predator. And funny enough, I'm thinking about going back into Planet of the Monsters and rewatching it again. I've just had the urge. It's funny because the G-Fest, I was debating on whether or not I should get a Bandai Godzilla Earth. I still haven't gotten a anything Bandai related from the anime trilogy, and I've still been thinking about that. But I might do it. I might do it one day. But I will go back to Godzilla Planet of the Monsters, and whenever I finish it, I will let people know on the server what my thoughts are. Because if my opinions on Planet of the Monsters change, that's gonna be a fun debate stream. Because that's more people are interested in talking about that is than like Kong 05, which is still bad, by the way, guys.
Man, that's not what apex predators are. That's not what it means.
There's not much to him. Of course, this doesn't make the film bad. Matter of fact, the plot is actually somewhat consistent.
All right, I'm sorry for doing like this little pausing between. I don't ever really want to do this again. Like I don't like speed pausing and then speaking like that. I really like letting stuff play out, then arguing against the big picture. But like these are all little like microcosms of him misunderstanding things or just being broad sweeping statements. What does the plot is consistent mean? What does that mean? We're saying that Godzilla is the nuclear holocaust, right? And none of these guys are consistent with that like version of Godzilla or core trait of Godzilla, right? So what does consistent plot mean? What does that have to do with this? I'm so lost here.
Is, however, does Godzilla having a concrete identity affect the writing in any way? The answer is a complicated yesn't, because, and this is a nuclear hot take, as iconic as the original 54 film was, the writing does not hold up to modern standards for storytelling, which are higher than they were 70 years ago. Aspects of the plot are rather contrived, and the execution of certain plot points are a bit clunky.
See, if Kong 05 is good, then you should have come to the debate stream and talked about it, because it's bad.
For example, Godzilla is supposedly awoken by nuclear test, which is where his radioactive nature comes into play. The issue is, however, that the people of Odo Island already seem to understand his existence well enough to have an entire oral tradition around him since he's been around for generations. He can't be a saurian mutated by nuclear radiation and a creature of ancient legend at the same time. It sounds dumb. Why can't he be? That's what he was in -1, right? Well, yes and no. All we knew at the beginning of -1 was that the residents of the island knew who Godzilla was and that he brought deep sea fish whenever he rose from the sea. He's just a creature that exists, and then he got mutated by nuclear test.
There is a lot to unpack here in this. So let's start with the actual film content before we actually go into the outside opinion here. So Blackaroonie points towards this idea that this film is contrived, and he uses a strange example, the Odo Island and other thing relating to Godzilla here. The thing about Godzilla is that...
Yeah, no. See, I know you came to the debate stream, but you did not come and bring your A game to the debate stream.
Godzilla is explicitly the name of a fictional minor kami specific to Odo Island, right? And the ceremony is very legit. Godzilla is a minor Shinto deity in the context of the film, but he's just worshipped as such. Godzilla in reality is just a gigantic animal, really. But the thing is that Godzilla's been asleep this whole time. And they theorize that Godzilla has existed for a long time because, he has existed for a long time. He's been worshipped for centuries. The thing about this film is that Godzilla doesn't attack cities because Godzilla's hungry, but Godzilla attacks cities because, it's Serizawa's rage.
So this is where he loses me. This is where he definitely loses me.
Serizawa is a man who is...
You're missing the points for someone to say when I probably cares. I'm gonna say you must like because these people like it. Again, once I'm done with instead of commenting this, you're in my Discord, so once I'm done with this video, I'm gonna be giving the link for people to come on, so you can come on and just say these things here instead of me kind of just coming back and forth and responding to those. So yeah, just give me, since we're almost halfway through this video, just let me wait till this video's finished. And then any questions you may have for me, you can bring them up live on stream.
Exploited and humiliated by, society. Godzilla also can't exist in this society. Serizawa builds this oxygen destroyer to, build a weapon that could, end all wars or whatnot. It's a weapon that could be the worst version of the atomic bomb. So the reason why Serizawa destroys it is very much common knowledge to Godzilla fans because he does not want it to get into the wrong hands. But Godzilla is also his other self, like, Carl Jung, which I am not Jungian or whatever, but...
You mean Jungian? I don't blame him for that either. Because when I saw Young's name the first time, I thought it was Young too, because it is with a J. But no, I could understand the reading that Godzilla is Serizawa's shadow self, but no, I think that really Serizawa is just a scientist who creates the oxygen destroyer and is more analogous to a character like Oppenheimer in the sense of someone who created a weapon of mass destruction, but was also conflicted with it. And considering the fact that like there isn't really, unlike with the oxygen destroyer, where like he didn't want to create a weapon, he wanted to use his like science and his discoveries to help mankind. With the nuclear weapons, those were specifically weapons created to end a war. Like the idea of nuclear energy at the time wasn't proposed in the form of reactors like it would be later on, and that's why Serizawa is closer to a Oppenheimer than he is to having Godzilla be his shadow self. Because then, like you said with Blackaroni, where you then have to come up with these like where does these actions fit in, and where are they analogous with Godzilla being nuclear holocaust, where you think Black is saying that Godzilla is Hiroshima and Nagasaki. How would all the aspects of Godzilla translate to being a shadow self for Serizawa?
Basically, Godzilla's like a shadow self, right? And so Godzilla's like this wrathful, rageful monster, and he goes around killing people, but it's also like a self-suicide for Serizawa. The whole point of Serizawa's experiments on the fish in the film are explicitly analogous to Godzilla destroying cities. I did all of that explanation.
But are they though? Because if anything, it's more analogous to like the test that created the what's it called? With the Lucky Dragon 5 and how those tests affected the surrounding area around them and how he had no clue necessarily what the oxygen destroyer would do until like he actually tested it. And so like Godzilla isn't attacking out like a suicidal reason either.
For a reason. It was to show the whole, comparison in 1954, how Godzilla is treated on Odo Island, how they, explore his character there and how it connects to the later stuff. And meanwhile, Blackaroni uses this whole opportunity to bring up -1 and goes, Godzilla looks different in Odo Island, but looks different when he's destroying cities. But when, 1954 does it, they look the same. That means it's contrived.
The reason why it doesn't work in 54 is because the movie doesn't establish that Godzilla went under any mutation. He was just awoken by the bomb. His physical appearance is also confirmed by him showing up the next day on the very same island, meaning the creature that attacked the island was the same as the one we see for the rest of the movie. We can accept the idea of Godzilla that the original poses with no problem. We can accept what he represents. But on top of the fact that the movie can't really decide on what Godzilla is between a creature affected by the bomb or somebody or someone, a legend that embodies the bomb.
Blackaroni uses 1954 and -1 as two separate distinctions, right? The -1 is better because they physically show Godzilla getting mutated, and they also show a physical distinction. Meanwhile, in not -1 in 1954, they say, oh well, Godzilla looks the same here, and they also look the same here. It's not even like Blackaroni acknowledges the budgetary reasons, but he says it's contrived because physically they look the same, and then he also tacks onto this by going, well, actually, 1954 can't.
Well, when he talks about the budgetary reasons, there was never, at least script-wise, there was never an early idea to show a pre-mutated Godzilla. So it had nothing to do with budget. What Blackaroni is saying is that with -1 it is done better because we actually physically see Godzilla's mutation. I don't necessarily agree with the other parts surrounding the argument where it's contrived because we don't see the change, because the film isn't focusing on a pre-mutated Godzilla. The whole film is focusing on the social anxieties of Godzilla as he is.
Can't actually decide what they want Godzilla to be, even though it's been two conflicting.
Meta again. Got less than 15 minutes. Just wait. Hold your horses. You'll be on the stream in a little bit to explain these points, because then I'm going to have to go through chat to look through all these points and respond to all of them, because I'm probably not going to be able to if more people keep responding. Almost there, folks.
Character standpoints. There are multiple conflicting character standpoints within the film of what they want to do with Godzilla, what Godzilla represents, or what Godzilla is.
Rarely do the films stick with what is common.
Within the, well, actually, 1954 can't actually decide what they want Godzilla to be, even though it's from two conflicting character standpoints. There are multiple conflicting character standpoints within the film of what they want to do with Godzilla, what Godzilla represents, or what Godzilla is.
Rarely do the films stick with what is commonly understood by fans and directors. Not to say that there aren't any films that do this. I'm making that abundantly clear. Off the top of my head, 1984 versus Violante versus Destroyer, GMK, Shin, and now recently -1 all do this. Although Shin is more of a modern retelling, but the spirit is still there because radiation is still a big factor. In fact, -1 did it better because we could actually see the bomb physically affecting Godzilla, even for a brief moment. So there are more movies that don't do it than those that do. Granted, this doesn't necessarily affect the writing quality because 1984 and versus Violante are very contrived movies regardless, but keeping Godzilla's identity somewhat intact is a positive, I suppose you can levy at the films.
My response to all of this is that movies don't want anything. Movies do not want anything. Movies are not separate from their directors, their writers, their crew, their actors. Movies do not want anything. Again, please don't say stupid stuff like this.
But all that.
No, that's saying that's also stupid in and of itself, because movies do indeed try to present a specific feeling to be expressed by their viewers. There's a whole reason why the idea of death of the author is a contentious idea, because having like trying to infer something differently than what was intended is an example of trying to fight the movie and try to fight the director, because the director is the one trying to convey an idea through the movie. He's not saying that the movie itself is trying to say this. He's saying that the movie is trying to present an idea, and that idea is being presented by the actions of the director, who is choreographing everything, the writers, the actors through their actions. So no, what Black said isn't bad. I think the argument that he's making isn't the best and kind of bad as well. But what he said isn't stupid.
That is undermined by all the plot contrivances such as Godzilla never finishing the job with humanity, or humans never taking the opportunity to kill Godzilla when they have the chance.
I swear to God, man, we're like in parody land now. This is not getting any better. This is getting more like incomprehensible as time goes on. Like, this guy's literally lying through his teeth. The military tries to kill Godzilla. They've literally used weapons to try to kill Godzilla in the Heisei Joshi. They've tried to get rid of him with time travel. They tried to kill him with some weirdo devices, bro. You are being intentionally obtuse.
No, he's not. He said that he's talking. We'll go back to the clip.
Please don't say stupid stuff like this.
But all that is undermined by all the plot contrivances such as Godzilla never finishing the job with humanity, or humans never taking the opportunity to kill Godzilla when they have the chance.
Yeah, that's in context to the end of the films, not humanity throughout the films themselves trying to fight Godzilla. Because he literally talks later on, like, actually, we can. Oh no, I forgot to pull him back up. Nope. Nope. Oh, why aren't they there? Interesting. New playlist. Watch later. We're gonna just go with that. Yeah.
I have received many a comment informing.
Yeah. I should have just kept the things there. Yeah.
Are not earthquakes. Godzilla is not a typhoon. So the very existing of the Heisei era is in itself both unfaithful and contrived. It's unfaithful because it doesn't treat Godzilla like a nuke, and neither do the characters, especially that one environmentalist that shall not be named. And it's contrived because there's absolutely no reason why anybody should stop trying to kill Godzilla. Looking at you, characters from Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and there's absolutely no reason why Godzilla should stop his rampage for any reason, save for when he's hurt. The times where he isn't at the
end. Yeah, it's in context to when at the end of these films, not throughout the films themselves. Because literally throughout the films, in between all of them, Godzilla is what's it called? It is including what's it called? The films, like the external part of itself. Sorry, I'm also looking at the comments too. So I know something you comment discouraging extremity of the original movie with the family, then including extreme. Yeah, no, I said that from what we see on film in -1 with just scarring on him itself, it portrays the idea on itself well enough alone. You can use external material to add to your point, but just given what we see in the film itself, that is fine. Because originally what you said was Godzilla scarred himself because he hit the watchtower, and throughout the film, not even including the book or the Bandais or anything, we see that there's scarring on both sides of Godzilla. However, in the film, we only see him hit the watchtower on one side of his body. That wouldn't account for the other scarring that is on other parts of his body that he didn't hit with the watchtower. So therefore, the idea that she proposed that Godzilla is injured because he hit the watchtower is incorrect. We can use external material to further bolster my point, but I do not need the external material to validate the point that I've already made. So it's not a matter of hypocrisy, if that's what you're trying to imply. But let's go back to the video.
I swear to God, man, we're like in parody land now. This is not getting any better. It's getting more like incomprehensible as time goes on. Like, this guy's literally lying through his teeth. The military tries to kill Godzilla. They've literally used weapons to try to kill Godzilla in the Heisei Joshi. They've tried to get rid of him with time travel. They tried to kill him with some weirdo devices, bro. You are being intentionally obtuse.
Nukes are not earthquakes. Godzilla is not a typhoon. So the very existing of the Heisei era is in itself both unfaithful and contrived. It's unfaithful because it doesn't treat Godzilla like a nuke, and neither do the characters, especially that one environmentalist that shall not be named. And it's contrived because there's absolutely no reason why anybody should stop trying to kill Godzilla. Looking at you, characters from Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and there's absolutely no reason why Godzilla should stop his rampage for any reason, save for when he's hurt. But the times where he isn't at the end of the film outweigh the many times that he is, and in those times he could have finished destroying everything. Nothing stopped him, and there's nothing that.
I don't even need to pull up Black's video game because he literally explains the whole point right there. So
that he is tired, he just leaves for no reason. So in essence, Godzilla's identity and the writing quality of the movie are somewhat intertwined because for the former to work, the latter must be executed well.
Oh, real quick. Kamal just said Orange Man has no plan for me, the Monsterverse. Oh yeah, the next presidential debate was going on right now. Well, you guys, the 10 of you watching, are watching something more interesting anyway.
This whole entire thing is silly, bro. I re-recorded this several times to try to be charitable as possible, but like I'm thinking that this is actually just a giant temper tantrum, which it really is. It's really just a complaining, whining mode when he does it, saying that, oh well, Godzilla's not like how I want it. I want Godzilla to be more like a nuke. I want Godzilla to do nuclear holocaust. Even though previously he basically misunderstood Godzilla's previous stuff, which early in the video I talked about. This is embarrassing. This is stupid. This guy doesn't get it. He's just like throwing his preconceived notions onto Godzilla and getting really, really mad when it's not like it. Godzilla has entirely different themes in these movies. And I don't know why you're expecting every single little Godzilla theme to be the same. None of them are. Every single one is a little bit different. Just embarrassing, man.
Well, this is neither of you really understand it too well because, again, I would say like the majority of the Godzilla films don't really focus on specifically Godzilla's thematics as much. They are focusing mostly on the other monsters that are introduced in those films. And there are films where Godzilla is the main focus, and those are the ones that strongly emphasize his themes. There are some where monsters are included where Godzilla's themes are the main focus. And I think that that's why Godzilla can be seen as a versatile character. So I think both of you just missed the point.
Genuinely embarrassing. I don't know how you can just be a Godzilla reviewer without understanding that Godzilla has a multitude of themes and identities.
That's the main takeaway. So what can writers learn from this? People in Hollywood, what can they take away from it? For starters, you can stop thinking with your wallets and start using your brains. That always helps. Or you could always just try recapturing the spirit of the original in a heartfelt, oh wait, we already have that. Okay, so what now? What do we do next? Simple, we expand on the subject. I think people conflate tone with identity when it comes to characterizing Godzilla, because the subject matter behind Godzilla's character is serious, so they don't want him to mean what he is supposed to mean to make room for the fun. But this...
I just want to say you were literally geeking out over the Heisei films not having Godzilla do more nuke stuff or being related to nuke iconography as much as the previous movies. So, I don't know why you're telling Hollywood that they should learn from this.
What I think people should really consider is what they mean when
not having Godzilla do
mean to make room for the fun. But this...
I just want to say you were literally geeking out over the Heisei films not having Godzilla do more nuke stuff or being related to nuke iconography as much as the previous movies. So, I don't know why you're telling Hollywood that they should learn from this.
What I think people...
I don't get what the point of that is because, again, his entire point would then be have Godzilla be closer to that of the Japanese Godzilla, which is the point that he's making. So that's still consistent for him right there.
So, I don't know why you're telling Hollywood that they should learn from this.
What I think people should really consider is what they mean when they say Godzilla is versatile, because I believe so too, just not in the way people picture it. I recognize that what Godzilla already means can be expanded on with different interpretations and brand new iterations of the same concept. But if you think that can't be done because then the movies would get boring, that means you probably can't come up with new and imaginative ways to expand on what Godzilla already means, which shows a lack
And Black already literally expresses that point right there.
of imagination on your part and a lack of faith on the writer's ability to be imaginative. Not that it's entirely wrong to not having faith. Look at the movies we've been given. Godzilla X Kong isn't a bad movie because it has a lighter tone and more monster action. It's bad because the plot is held together with a single ply toilet paper, a dust ball, shredded carrot, and a beetle's done.
It's just astonishing at this point. I really feel like this is just a video sent down to test me because, geez, this is not very pleasant at all for me to watch. I don't like this video. I think that's obvious. But the other thing to understand is that this guy, Black here, is using his identified version of Godzilla to go, well, Godzilla's versatile, but just not in the way that everyone else thinks. Even though Godzilla represents tons of things in his films, it's just impossible for Black to acknowledge that Godzilla is not just about the nukes. And that's the problem. He is so close-minded, so single-minded with this idea of what Godzilla could be, what Godzilla is to him, in his eyes, that he can't understand Godzilla being so much more than just the nuclear bombs. There's a reason why Godzilla is literally about grappling with history, exploring different types of people, exploring different types of things, exploring different types of sciences, worlds, etc., etc. Godzilla is so much more than just some simple nuclear allegory.
Well, because, again, not all the films are exploring Godzilla himself specifically. A lot of the versatility of the Godzilla films is that you can have Godzilla with his theme still intact exist in storylines that don't necessarily focus on that.
Godzilla is not even literally the nuke in his first debut movie. He's a movie monster. Godzilla is literally a victim of the nuclear bomb. And Black can't understand this. So instead, what Black does is that he says, well, the movie is contrived because, like, I saw two conflicting viewpoints and I thought they were both the omniscient narrator. This is sad, man. This is a guy saying that he's a film critic. This is a guy saying he's an aspiring screenwriter. And, like, I shouldn't be doing this. I really shouldn't be so, like, negative. I shouldn't be attacking him as an individual person. But this video is embarrassing. If you are going to say that you are an aspiring film critic and this is the best you have to offer to how many people, entire audience, this is sad. This is embarrassing.
But amongst the most glaring issues is the underlying...
I mean, literally, it's in the name aspiring film critic. So that means that his word is not necessarily gospel, and neither is it the final say on anything. Just because someone says something is objective does not then mean there isn't any room for debate. You can still provide other evidence to counter what is being said.
Line issue that Godzilla doesn't need anything concrete anymore. When you lack a defined identity, what even are you? When over time you dilute yourself just to have what you know you can't logically have out of some thanatotic desire.
Sorry, I have to be snarky for a moment, but that was a horrible usage of Freudian psychology stuff right there, man. Don't use that again. Oh yeah, and also, you're still trying to go through the motions of trying to figure out what Godzilla is, man. That's, like, sad. I don't get this anymore, man. I feel like this whole video was designed as an exercise for you to try to figure out what Godzilla is, and you still haven't figured it out yet. Instead, you're going with preconceived notions of what Godzilla represents in one film and then apply it to everything else.
I think the problem here is that also, as he's saying, the Black Ray doesn't understand Godzilla. If I was a viewer who had no concept of Godzilla at all, I wouldn't even know what Godzilla would mean here at all, because he hasn't really explained how Godzilla is versatile himself to counter Black Ray's point. So
like it's essentially running into the same problems that Black Rooney is doing. And the reason why like I like doing these as streams is because I'm able to expand on the point more instead of just responding in a video and like having that be my final say on things.
And that only film you probably applied to was -1 and called it a day.
You end up becoming. You become nothing.
Also, real quick.
And that only film you probably applied to was -1 and called it a day. Preconceived notions of what Godzilla represents in one film and then applied it to everything else. And that only film you probably applied to was -1 and called it a day.
Well, he also talked about Shin and GMK. So again, if I watched the video, then by the logic that he's presented, then he would be lying about Black Rooney in this case because he clearly talks about other films doing it.
You end up becoming. You become nothing. Also, don't watch The New Empire. Watch Dune 2 instead.
So this video finally comes to a close. Well, his video. This one isn't. Not for a little bit. But the thing about Black Rooney here is that when Black Rooney's keeps saying all this stuff about the audience not caring or like Godzilla not me.
Oh, real quick. Minecraft says -1 isn't even the nuclear message. It's trauma. Well, it's trauma, but it's also explored through the lens of Godzilla that is a nuclear allegory. And because you're dealing with the aftermath of the war and nuclear weapons, you're trying to find your place in it and deal with the trauma and aftermath of a war that was ended by the nukes. So, like, the idea of Godzilla's nuclear origins aren't bereft from the theme of trauma in -1. In fact, it also actually enhances it.
Meaning anything or Hollywood having to learn from this, it's actually really just a stand-in for Black Rooney himself. How, you may ask? You see, Black Rooney is using a nebulous version. Nebulous Hollywood audience members will suddenly like learn from his videos or something along those lines, which he's implying that Hollywood should be learning from him. That if they understand him, then they will not remove the seriousness and the fun or whatever. It's this whole thing. It's weird and doesn't make sense. It's very vague. Serious and fun is very vague superlatives that he's using. And Black Rooney is doing this because he's talking to himself pretty much for this entire video. He's basically trying to reaffirm himself that Godzilla has some merit to him. Godzilla means something to him. And at the end, he ultimately comes to the same conclusion as he did in the beginning, that Godzilla means nothing. Other people have told him so many times that Godzilla represents social anxieties and grappling with history and so many more ideas. But he chooses to, not see that. Instead, he sees it like this. Godzilla is a big nuke or the nuclear holocaust. If he's not that, then it's not Godzilla. And that's all. That's how Black Rooney sees it. And that's sad. It's a very sad thing because this is the extent of where his film criticism goes. In his multiple black screen videos, he has this on-glooming threat of the new empire being terrible, and he goes, it's Danatonic or whatever because Godzilla and Kong are running together. And it's silly. It's silly, man.
I think the problem too is that again, I don't have any context for this, and having watched some of the black screens here and there, that's also not the case. And given the fact that he's also been on the streams here and expressed other problems with the film besides it being Thanatonic, again, it feels like a very poor mischaracterization of Black's video.
It's just sad how this video is structured, how it works, what the point of it is. It never has a point in the first place, actually. It's kind of just him attempting to reaffirm his previous arguments, but longer, like in we can't have both, where he starts complaining about the fact that Godzilla should be tonally the same forever. Black Rooney tries to rectify this in this video where he goes like, oh, well, we need war movies to be both serious and fun, but Godzilla isn't like that. He tries to like in we can't have both. It never has a point in the first place, actually. It's kind of just him attempting to reaffirm his previous arguments, but longer, like in we can't have both, where he starts complaining about the fact that Godzilla should be tonally the same forever. Black Rooney tries to rectify this in this video where he goes like, oh, well.
But if he's rectifying it, then therefore he's not reaffirming the same arguments because those arguments have changed. So that also doesn't make sense.
We need war movies to be both serious and fun, but Godzilla isn't like that. Whatever that means, it doesn't work. He's like, well, I had the most fun at Joker in the theaters. And it's like, okay, yeah, good job, buddy, good job. Thank you for saying it's subjective. We all knew it's subjective in the first place. Now, that's not the point. The point of this is that, of his whole spiel with that whole serious and fun thing, is that he's trying to rationalize this idea where Godzilla can actually mean something to him and also be like the new empire or something. And he didn't get that. Instead, he got the new empire without any of the serious stuff that he wanted, and he hates the running, and he hates everything that makes Godzilla goofy, and he wants Godzilla to be the nuke. If Godzilla is not the nuke, then the environmentalism doesn't matter, the cities don't matter, nothing matters to him. Godzilla to him is everything, and nothing matters. And that's interesting, right?
Well, no, what he's saying is that if Godzilla is put in a situation to where the core idea of Godzilla isn't expressed or that core theme changes, then therefore what defines Godzilla changes or ultimately becomes less impactful. Like, that's not even the argument Black's making. Like, I don't even agree with Black's point, but at least I can make that Black's point better than, and like describe it better than what's being shown here.
It's this guy essentially sitting there and telling me that Godzilla means nothing because he means everything. He's just like Clayface. But the truth of the matter is that Clayface was a dumb idiot guy who couldn't be an actor properly. He ruined his life. He killed himself, and now he has a million things and he's lost. Meanwhile, Godzilla is a corporation mascot who, means so many things, has so many fans across the world. So many kids love him, so many adults love him.
Yeah, but then what are those so many things then?
So many parents even recognize him as everybody knows Godzilla. Godzilla is iconic for a reason. Godzilla is embedded in the pop culture.
Godzilla's embedded in the pop culture because Godzilla lasted for so long. Like, just because people recognize Godzilla doesn't mean they understand Godzilla. I mean, for context, for some people, if you ask them, like, you show them a picture of Reptar and say, hey, who's that? If they say Godzilla and they haven't seen Rugrats, then yeah, that kind of proves the point there that like the idea of Godzilla is synonymous in culture, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the ideas of Godzilla are so easily disseminated in culture.
Just know him as a giant monster, as Godzilla was intended to be in the first place. He has always been the movie monster.
Yeah, but just because Godzilla is the movie monster does not mean that Godzilla doesn't mean anything or means a wide variety of things. There is a core idea to why Godzilla is a movie monster and why he was so impactful. Same reason as to why Dracula and Frankenstein and those specific versions of the universal monsters were so impactful as movie monsters.
Brunich has tried to argue against this by saying that Godzilla was originally nuclear holocaust in this video, but he's the movie monster. He was never going to evolve into a movie monster. He already was a movie monster. Godzilla is Godzilla, and that's what it is. He is a walking vehicle for all these social issues, all these social anxieties, all these things you could tell in stories. Godzilla is everything, and Black Rooney just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand it. Normally, at the end of a video, I would probably be saying, "All right, have a good day, everyone. Like and subscribe or whatever." But this was a sad video to make. I don't like this video. I think this video is probably the best of ability of Black Rooney's film criticism that he could ever muster up, because this is basically his swan song, right? This is his probably last Godzilla video before he said in the description today he's going off to the military, pretty much, and this is the most he can do. This is the most he can do. Embarrassing, man. Please don't make a Godzilla review video again if this is the most effort you're going to put into it, because this was the most fact-checkable, easy, baby-type work I've seen in my life. Most surface level, just whatever. This was sad. This was sad. Please don't make...
I think the problem with this too is that he's going off saying like this is bad, but the thing is that the reason why I wanted to make sure I did all 3 videos is because I can easily make a deconstruction of Black's video and actually have points in it that relate to the series and do close readings of the movies, rather than just saying, oh, that's sad or this is sad, and not really go too much into detail about the films themselves. So, like, if we're going to talk about responses or videos and stuff, like, you should have just made this a stream of consciousness, my guy, because this also wasn't the best. And if you want to contest that, I'm not sure if you're on now, which again, the link for people who want to join are in the description. Like it's in the, not the description, it's in the Discord there in main general for people who want to come on and talk about this. But yeah, so this was Nunez right there. And since he's in chat, we're going to bring his video back up and we're going to introduce Max Alla. How's it going?
Hello there. Is this working?
It's working, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I've never used this thing before, so I got no freaking idea what's going on.
It's no problem, no problem.
Hello there.
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Good. So obviously you had some contentions that you wanted to bring up, and I said just wait to the end of the stream. So let's hash them out here.
Let's see.
Stream exception. Let me stop sharing. There we go.
There was a couple of things that I said. Yes, when I brought up the creators, is that the creators are able to recognize that Godzilla is not just a single thing, that they are able to recognize the duality of Godzilla as a whole. That's the whole point of why I brought it up, that there are not, they recognize there are not these hard confines of this is what makes Godzilla, especially because I wish I actually had brought this up, but the Godzilla Room, the Toho basically writers group that filters and monitors everything Godzilla that they sign off on. That I wish I'd brought that up, and that's one of the things I hate about whenever I make a video. I always think of 10 different things I should have added in.
No, sure, that makes sense. In the case of the writer's room, I know a lot of people have contention with the writer's room because there's certain rules that are now in place where they technically were broken before. So like the big one being that Godzilla can't die now, according to like what we've heard from the writer's room. So like the writer's room is like pretty clear about the idea that Godzilla can mean a lot of things, but the point that I'm making against all 3 of you is that Godzilla can mean a lot, but those are all the key aspects of Godzilla's singular themes. Because if Godzilla was to mean all sorts of things, then like Black says, again, I don't agree with all of it, then Godzilla would mean very little. Like Godzilla cannot be shoved into every story and thematically be as relevant as he would be if he was in stories that make sense for his character.
I mean, Godzilla is more of an idea. He's a concept more than really a character, as I mentioned in the thing with comparing to the superheroes. The heroes are defined by their morality. They are defined by their ideology. Like you take, any superhero, strip off the name and say, oh, well, they're, they fight to stop criminals because they don't want the same that happened to them to happen to other people. That's Batman at his core. Superman is the pinnacle of just the good Samaritan. He does the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Godzilla's not driven by an ideology. He's not driven by that because he is a concept, and
the way that that concept as an embodiment interacts with other things. You know, what, again, a good example, I love talking about Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, because you take the idea of Godzilla is the destroyer, but he's also a reflection of humanity. What happens when the monster has a family? He's not just a villain, because again, villain implies, I would say, to a degree, malice, which is why antagonist, I think, is a better term. A villain is Megatron. He is evil. He enjoys causing destruction. Godzilla lashes out because he has been wounded by humanity. Something he didn't know happened for why, and he is just as a consequence of that causing destruction. And in the case of Mechagodzilla 2, he's attacking us because we took his family, or something he is trying to protect.
Okay.
Which,
in this case, my question would then be, is Godzilla's thematic themes in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 bereft of what came before chronologically in universe?
I would say to a degree somewhat, because the nuclear aspects of Godzilla, they're implicit more than, you know, explicit in various iterations. Again, the nuclear part of him, they do kind of bring up the atomic heat ray. That's the reason why the plasma grenade, I forget that name in a second, that's the reason why it exists. The uranium heat beam. And they even mention in the start of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 that the island where they find the egg is a nuclear waste dumping site. So again, that nuclear part of it is still a part of the movie. It's a bit of a throwaway line.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be displaced from the additions to Godzilla's core themes that were explored before that film. If anything, they'd be additions, and therefore Godzilla would still be thematically consistent, and therefore still one particular thing, only that there's greater levels to that particular idea of his. Because although Godzilla did lose his family and is a victim of the atomic bombs, we do say that now with the addition of Baby Godzilla, we get to see what happens when a victim of the bombs is able to now have a family, but the circumstances around Godzilla as a creature changes, because Junior Baby Godzilla doesn't accept Godzilla right away. So as a result, we have to see how it is that Godzilla is still able to find peace, and it's through a human choosing to understand Godzilla, despite what Godzilla has done.
Yes. Again, Godzilla is a reflection of humanity.
Yeah, but then that would still also infer that Godzilla, even being a reflection of humanity, would just still be a core singular part of it, because Godzilla is a man-made natural disaster or force of nature, however people like to say it.
He is a man-made natural disaster, yes, but again, he is a natural disaster. Still,
but he's a natural disaster
with a contract.
For example, would we say that like a earthquake is the same as a natural disaster as like Godzilla, in the sense where man doesn't cause earthquakes in the same way as they created Godzilla?
That is a bit of an interesting thing. Again, the difference is Godzilla is conscious. He is aware of things. We can influence Godzilla, and as like Godzilla can influence us.
Or
again, that's why Godzilla is an idea. He's not, just a character. He's a concept that you can graft ideas onto and around.
Well, again, sure. But for example, why in the case of Godzilla and something like Baragon, Varan, or Gorosaurus, if we're going off of the idea that Godzilla is malleable, so too are all the other monsters of the series. Or we could say that Godzilla and the other monsters aren't that original because they all, in a lot of ways, borrow the same concepts.
I will also be honest, I really haven't seen many of the other tokusatsu films other than Godzilla. I haven't seen Baragon versus Frankenstein. The King Kong movie is going to be watching those at some point. I am, and will fully be honest in saying, I am very much a Godzilla singular person.
Okay. Yeah. So then, in this, wait, have you seen Rodan at least?
I have seen bits and pieces when I was younger. I've seen the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy, but that was only a single time years ago.
Okay. In this case, then if we're gonna say that God's because he's exclusively a Godzilla character, by the logic of Godzilla can mean so many different things because he's a concept. Does that therefore mean Mechagodzilla is also a concept as well? And can mean various things as well? Or does he mean something specific?
I'd say Mechagodzilla can mean a lot of different things. I mean, he's been an alien robot where the aliens want to come to colonize Earth. He's been Godzilla reborn in a body of metal, which still has the consciousness of the original. And he's been a mechanical doppelganger of Godzilla, and actually my favorite version, actually, Monster vs. Godzilla, an imitation of Godzilla, us trying to usurp him.
Okay.
Each
Well,
of them
I would say
represent
like
very,
the thing
very
is that
different
like
things.
they can in their own stories contextually can have a lot of different aesthetics put onto them, but at the core, Mecha Godzilla, by nature of being Mecha Godzilla, is always a reflection of Godzilla through the lens of a machine, regardless of where he comes from. Same thing as how what's it called? Regardless of like the smaller changes to different origins, like Mothra. Mothra still has a core theme to her, regardless of whether or not like she comes from China or Infant Island or is from Hollow Earth. That idea of Mothra is always the same.
I would say for the idea of Mothra always being the same, I would bring up GMK Mothra, where GMK Mothra actually has very little similarities with any other previous version of Mothra.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that the reason why Mothra in that case, like Ghidorah is, and like Baragon is so different is because of the fact that they were also used in place of other monsters who I'd say are also different because their origins are changed to be different from that of Godzilla's core aesthetic being just irradiated reptiles.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a reflection of rewrites because they wanted Mothra and King Ghidorah for more marketability reasons, which again does add a little bit of things. And just like GMK actually being the first Godzilla movie I saw in full, I love it, but I also have a lot of criticisms of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm the way that's the way I am with every Godzilla movie. I love GXK. I'm still gonna blast that movie into the oblivion because everything deserves to be criticized. I like -1. I've got a lot of issues with it.
What were those issues be?
The Godzilla roaring after he obliterated Ginza in Triumph, that kind of felt a little bit off to me because it's the malice. It was the intention to destroy and almost like the pleasure in destroying humanity he takes him away from, the original, which is again confused, scarred, wounded, had no idea what the hell happened to him, to it enjoys destroying things.
Well, I would say in the case of 54, the first time he comes ashore, as he wades back to the ocean, you hear him roaring. And this is before the time when they built the wall around Tokyo. And I would say that also, if we're looking at Godzilla pre-mutated form 2, after he's defeated something that's considered a threat to him, it's consistent with his character, whether antagonistic or not, that Godzilla is shown to roar. Because he does so after he defeats the soldiers on the island, and he also does it after he fights against the Takao. And it's also just shown that Godzilla just naturally vocalizes more in this film compared to others, because after he's hit with the bomb, he rears up and roars at the crew there. Almost any time like he's in any environment where he can do so, he does roar. I wouldn't say that has much to do with particularly malice, because he also does so when he's hit by the Takao as well. So I would say that like the read that it's particularly malice, I would say, is an odd one.
I mean, the active pursuing of humans, the going and just smashing every single building in sight, as opposed to basically just walking through everything.
Well, we also
I think
see
that the explosion, again, adds a bit more. I mean, it adds good spectacle.
Well,
but
remember,
it also, again,
in 54, Godzilla steps on that train and then proceeds to lift it up in his jaws. The only reason why he does so in -1 is because it's right in front of him.
Yeah.
And Godzilla also destroys the Diet building of his own accord in 54, similar to how -1 destroys the theater that's in Ginza. Yeah. So I'd say that's, again, still consistent with 54. It's not any more particularly malice-driven.
I think to a degree it is a better effect. Like, they can animate the movements a lot better as opposed to the suit, which, again, the original, the way the suit is, it does make it look a bit more stumbling, which, again, that could just be a byproduct of the effects.
Possibly.
But that's the way that I always read it when I saw the original and I saw, -1 is that it's because of how fluid the motions are. It implies more intent. It implies more calculating. And you see things like when he's following Shikishima in the plane, he is tracking, anticipating, and he's, for that.
Then would you say that that's any different than how he acts in, for example, Godzilla versus Megaguirus when he fights the Griffin?
I actually haven't seen Megaguirus in a while.
Because when he's fighting the Griffin, he follows its movements in the air as he engages with it, similar to how he does with the Shinden. And that film also has a recreation of 54 where Godzilla still acts overtly aggressively.
Yeah, that has been a while since I've actually seen Megaguirus, which is fun. It's actually right behind me right now.
And then what would you also say in the case of what's it called? Against Mechagodzilla or 2000, because those also have Godzilla acting more deliberately. And another example would be 84, because he's not as stumbling in that either, because he actually goes out of his way to pick up a train in 84.
84 was definitely a bit more of a darker reinvention of it, sort of taking the original and updating it, which I actually really did like that. Especially, I like that they left out the Action Destroyer in 84.
What about and then another one would be what in the case in 2000, because the first time we see Godzilla in that movie, he's already got a boat in his jaws.
That I always saw, because that one, it does follow Godzilla as a natural disaster more with the Godzilla Prediction Network. I always read that a bit more as, when giant tidal waves come in, there's like a boat getting picked up by a tidal wave.
I guess sure, but again, Godzilla is still the product of humanity in both the sub and the dub, so it's still like the same idea of Godzilla being the spawn of nuclear weapons.
Yeah. It is worth mentioning as well in that one that Godzilla has existed for a much longer time, ever since the original one. Well, he is the second one, but has been passively coming in and out. If he wanted to destroy humanity, he would have done so at his own pleasure. They also mentioned a bit later that Godzilla recognizes that, like, within us, not Godzilla, the scientist guy.
Says Godzilla's inside of each one of us.
Yeah,
but
Godzilla's
then,
inside each of us.
considering
Godzilla seems to recognize that, almost like the futility of like this continued cycle of aggression towards everyone.
Well,
they're just only going to keep making more and more suffering, that he lost everything.
Well, considering right after that scene is when he uses atomic breath and
on empty Tokyo.
Well, empty Tokyo, but still that's leaving hundreds homeless in that context there too. But then the other thing is, well, is that considering a -1, you said that Godzilla was doing it out of malice. When Noda talks about Godzilla later on, they say that Godzilla sees Tokyo as part of his territory, so it would be the same naturalistic feeling as it is in 2054, which would undermine your claim that Godzilla is being more malicious there.
Well, the malice was, again, like going after every single little individual squishy human.
But
I think that
does it because
I have a review of -1 I'm planning to do. I think if we got more backstory on this individual of Godzilla, like how did the Odo Islanders view him, and like what was his history before the mutation, could have gone a lot to juxtapose the destruction he causes with his nature prior to the mutation, to show how much that distorted him. Another thing is, whenever
I would say that like the
film,
film
it burns him in the same way the atomic bombs did. So he is doing essentially the same thing to him that happened back with the bombs to cause more destruction against humanity.
I'd say sure, but in the film they do enough to explain very well why Godzilla, like how Godzilla acts, because in Odo Island they say Godzilla only brought up DC fish. They don't talk about Godzilla as being overtly antagonistic, which is just juxtaposed by the film. And in the Ginza attack, Godzilla doesn't decide to go after the ships that are still in the water. He just goes straight for Ginza. We also see dozens of civilians running diagonally to Godzilla, so that they wouldn't have to worry about being in his direct direction. The only time we actually see him maliciously try to sweep by humans is in that one scene when Noriko and Shikishima are running away. And then the only reason why he shoots the atomic breath is because the tags by the Diet building hit him. So it still fits the naturalistic angle that Noda proposes.
Well, I didn't say antagonistic at Odo Island. I just said
I said
what Godzilla was like beforehand.
Well, no, I said antagonistic, because you said he was more malicious as he was going after the people in Ginza, but there's a lot of direct evidence showing that Godzilla does not just directly go after people, and it's most of the people that are just directly in his line, because we can actually just if need be, if we can find the clip on YouTube, we can go through that as well.
Yeah, I think just to hear his history, what he was before, I think would have just been a bit better to, again, see what happened and how it changed him. Because I know one of the themes of that movie was how war changes people.
It does, but I would say that, again, the film does enough of a job to explain pretty well why and how Godzilla changes between now and then. Because then we could also argue that 54 doesn't do that as well either.
'54 also had the theater program, which, I mean, that is a bit of external reading material, but again, that was there.
Yeah, but like because again, this is something you brought up about like external material, because if we want to go into external material, we can also bring up the fact that like Godzilla in -1 was completely atomized. It wasn't that he was just mutated, it was that he was literally burned away completely and then regenerated fully into what he is.
We see that I actually have that clip, I used that so many times in the previous video that got taken down. You still see him able to blink after the atomic bomb hit. It burned his whole body, but his body was basically left, scarred over fully.
Well, it wasn't just scarred over, because we don't see the full total effects of the blast, because the blast was still going on as it was going on, as we see that scene. So
you see him still blinking
for a little bit, but that's not the full blast that we see in the film, because the blast doesn't stop once we change scenes. Because I would say like the same argument would be like, it doesn't make I didn't even know that was the thing that character would say, but it'd be the same thing as like saying there was no time between when the Millennium Falcon gets to Alderaan and them arriving at the Death Star, because we know a significant amount of time has passed, but we just don't see it on screen. Same thing would apply to Godzilla's being mutated by the bomb. We don't see the entire blast go through. We just need to get the information that, yes, Godzilla is mutated by the bomb.
I guess to a degree, but again, it's the bomb isn't, the explosion like that, the blast wave is, a blast.
It's a blast wave, but then you also have to deal with the other parts of a atomic blast as well.
Yes, the radioactive fallout.
The fallout or the expanse of the cloud.
Yeah, so he is underwater, so the expanding cloud wouldn't really affect him.
Well, the bomb also would detonate underwater too, so there would still be the effect of the water being pushed out and all the energy and heat that was dispersed by the bomb underwater as well. So so he would still be affected regardless.
Yeah, that's why we see him getting hit by the wave that burns him over completely.
Yeah, but again, that wasn't the full blast either, because the blast still keeps going as we change scenes.
Would you believe Yamakaze said the people at the end of -1 were saluting Godzilla and not Shikishima? I can see that.
Yeah, exactly. Cool, Meyer Goji. Problem with -1 is how it undermines the victim aspect of Godzilla for the sake of making Godzilla. Yeah, I agree entirely.
I wouldn't say that, but I'm still waiting for a convincing argument in this case. Because besides the taking pleasure in destroying Ginza aspect, whether there are things which you say would make sense for Godzilla to be considered more antagonistic.
Again, I did say that whenever he fires the atomic breath, it scars his body in the same way that the atomic bombs did. Again, he's using the same power to cause destruction that mutilated him.
Why not just apply to every Godzilla? Even if they aren't scarred by it, they're still using the power of the bomb.
In this one, you specifically see his body is burning and smoldering after he uses the atomic ray. We don't see that with any other version of Godzilla where it actually causes damage to their body.
Sure, but again, that would actually indeed make him more sympathetic, because even though Godzilla got more powerful, it comes with the side effect of being damaged by his.
I mean, I wouldn't say someone who actively inflicts pain on themselves to destroy others is sympathetic. I mean, the closest we have is Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, where after absorbing Fire Rodan's energy, he gets the hyperuranium heat beam.
That was also,
even then, he only uses that for very short periods of time because it does burn his mouth. And
They do it in Shin Godzilla because the entire music that's playing, Who Will Know, is talking about Godzilla's pain as he's doing this. So, like, it was already explored in Shin before. What's it called? Before -1.
Shin, I'd say, is a bit different. Shin is a giant cancerous mass that's constantly in pain and has no clue what the hell's going on.
But
Shin's instinctive when it comes to its reactions to things.
That would, again, the same would apply to -1 based on everything that we see in the film.
I wouldn't say -1's instinctive.
Well, again, because Godzilla acts in a defensive manner when he's attacked by the soldiers on Odo Island. He acts predatory when he's attacking the first few boats. The only reason why he roars at the other one is because he's hurt. The moment he senses a greater threat with the Takao, he changes strategies and attacks the Takao. Once he's damaged again, he changes his strategy, uses atomic breath. Once he realizes the threat is neutralized, he shows a sign of dominance, retreats, and once he goes to expand his territory and he feels like he's done so, like Noda says, he retreats. And every time Godzilla sees something that either is a threat to him or he views as some kind of attack, he immediately goes to it. He doesn't go out of his way to specifically attack just random civilians for no reason.
I mean, I would say when his body is literally being torn apart at the end of the movie, I don't think that's instinctive.
Well, yeah, it definitely could be considered instinctive because he's using his most powerful attack to stop the people that are trying to hurt him. So he's acting in pure survival.
Again, I don't agree. Again, I mean, if your body is being literally torn apart and charging this thing up causes that power to bleed out of you after, again, the atomic ray already burns and causes damage to its own body.
So in this case, what would you consider Godzilla to have done if you were to think it was instinctual?
I would have gone under and just attacked the cow from, say, the bottom with teeth and claws, not, again, the atomic ray, which, again, I think for me it is...
Why would he
doing
go
something
and attack from below?
That is that powerful, that destructive on its own isn't, actively malicious, but it is when doing so comes at causing damage, like recreating the event that turned Godzilla into what he is, and basically re-experiencing that thing over and over and over and over again, makes me think it is less instinctive, because, again, if it was instinctive, that hurts, I'm not going to do that again.
There's a lot of animals that do things that naturally hurt them that they do out of instinct. The types of lizards that bleed out of their eyes to evade predators, that does kind of hurt them because they are shooting blood out of their body. Same thing with like how bombardier beetles also still receive a minor amount of pain. Animals that detach their limbs to escape predators. Animals do things all the time that is painful to them in order to either leave engagements or to threaten something to get away from them.
Yes, but those are often greater threats that they are not able to contend with. Godzilla is able to shrug off anything that the military is capable of throwing at them.
Except for the fact that when you see him hit the Takao...
21 millimeter, I think? No,
yeah, and the 21 millimeter blasted him off into the ocean, so...
Yeah, it hit him, but he got right back up after that.
He didn't get right back up. He went into the ocean and decided to end the fight there instead of prolonging it.
No, when they first fired at him. When the Takao first entered the scene, blasted him twice, he goes into the water, then he swims over to the Takao and starts attacking.
Yeah,
close range, then they blast him again, and then he goes under and then blasts it from the bottom.
So he literally changed his strategy, which would still be considered instinctual.
Again, going into the active damage again, I think that there are some things, again, when animals do things like detaching their limbs to escape predators, again, like detaching their tails, that when compared to re-experiencing nuclear hellfire, I think is something a bit different.
Why?
But one is literally full body mutilation as opposed to detaching something which is a natural adaptation.
Well, they're not. It's a adaptation only because they are able to survive it. Lizards can detach their tails, but their tails are still different and damaged to some degree. So just because they can keep on doing it to a certain degree does not also then mean that they want to keep doing it. And in the case of Godzilla, even though Godzilla is burned by his atomic breath, it doesn't completely change him completely, as unlike with being mutated, he did not change his cool body completely every time he used the atomic breath.
Yes, but again, it still causes damage to him.
Again, then the
when he
point
does
still
that.
stands about other animals doing things that damage them. And in a lot of ways, they are not the same after they've been hurt.
I think that this is something we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on.
Okay.
Because it's the way I always see it is, if you're gonna be harming yourself to, destroy something else, that doesn't really come off to me as instinctive.
I guess, but and then that's a matter of how it comes off, not
Again,
a
that's
objective
an
analysis.
interpretation, which again one can interpret as, well, this is something that naturally happens in the wild, where yes, animals are capable of inflicting pain on themselves to survive. However, the case is things will always go, things will generally go out of their way to avoid pain. I mean, after all, things won't go into an electric fence. Say wild animals won't walk up to electrified fences because it hurts them. They recognize this hurts, I should stay away from it.
Yeah, but if an animal is belligerent enough, it won't care. Like, there's plenty of examples of larger animals that can do things that may hurt them, but they decide to go through the pain anyway, and I do it.
Well, there's a difference between can hurt and every time it is done, it actively does cause pain.
Sure, and we don't necessarily know how proportional that pain is because, again, Godzilla isn't burned completely like he is when he's mutated by the bomb. So
yes,
to claim that Godzilla is experiencing getting nuked every time he uses atomic breath is a bit of a stretch.
Yes. But
So
again,
then
he is
Godzilla
still
would be natural.
experiencing, at least to a degree or a fraction of that, when we see his entire front being smoldering.
Yeah, but considering the fact that, again, Godzilla is able to
experiencing that blast.
That's not a super significant, considering how okay Godzilla is after using it every time in the film, because it's not like it takes a tremendous amount of time for Godzilla to regenerate. And in the film we also see that despite the fact that there was time for the plan to take effect, Godzilla still was able to regenerate and start his charge up before they were completely around him. So it didn't happen in a completely, absolutely super fast or super slow example there.
Still, wouldn't Godzilla figure out his atomic breath attack is not working? He is a strategic.
Yeah, I think one thing that kind of would reflect a bit more on is the pressure crunch, as I like to call it, towards the end when they drop him into the trench.
Mm-hmm.
It's not clear whether Godzilla retracted those spines to cancel basically the beam charge up, or whether it was the pressure that just forced them in suddenly. But again, that's not the way pressure would work. It would be a gradual forcing the spikes back in. If it was the pressure of the ocean floor,
or it's probably just the reaction
the absorption
of
was more of a
the
deliberate
nukes.
cancellation. So again, he's very intelligent.
Well, it may not have anything to do with him doing it on purpose, just based on the fact of how the pressure affects his body and the processes in which his atomic breath works. It's safe to say that it was unintended, because even when he rises back up to the surface, the way his atomic breath charges is different from how it was even when he was smoldering. So again, the reason why Godzilla uses atomic breath, even when he was being ripped apart, when he was brought back up to the surface, was to finish the job as quickly as possible.
Yes.
The animal lizard will instinctively detach its own tail in order to escape a predator. The action will still hurt, but will resort to it for its own survival.
Or actually, another example would be in the case of burning Godzilla's infinite heat ray. Godzilla was still using the infinite heat ray, despite the fact that it was hurting him. It was
Well,
a
the
matter of
infinite
finishing
heat ray,
Destroy
I
as
think,
much
is
as
something a
possible.
bit different because Godzilla is actively melting down. That is an unavoidable thing of he is actively dying at all hours of that.
Well, Godzilla would have still been able to melt down and destroy, but he chose to keep on using the breath, and the breath was just getting exponentially hotter and hotter. The only thing that Godzilla couldn't stop was his temperature rising.
Yes. That seems more than Destroya killed Junior. That is, I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
That would still make the decision a one that was not done out of malice, but was done out of not just a matter of survival, but also a matter of its own choice.
Well, I mean, that's not really survival. Godzilla is going to die anyway. That, I think, is a bit different because Godzilla was fighting another monster that actively, killed something right in front of him.
Okay, then GMK.
Yeah,
Or
GMK, that I think the ambiguity comes into, is it the souls controlling him, or is it directed by the... I think for that one, it is what is behind that Godzilla's eyes. Is it, just the desire to destroy, or is it the souls actively, controlling him like enemy control, or like a remote control, essentially?
Okay, then Shin's. Because Shin does experience pain as he uses atomic breath, but it uses it in a defensive manner, as even though the the smaller drones that don't use the Bunker Buster
Phase radar array.
He stops using the phase radar array, even though he's hit with things that aren't the Bunker Busters.
Shin, I think, is exclusively instinctive, because you see things like it will expend mass amounts of nuclear power, exhaust its power, and need to recuperate for, I think, 15 days after first obtaining the atomic ray. It goes full beam discharge out of its dorsal spines. Then only after its body naturally adapts to utilizing the tail beam does it go both ways. You see it flame out, for lack of a better term, with its nuclear power, because it is just blasting everything.
Except for the fact that it's able to focus his beam, not to mention the fact that why would an animal instinctively tire itself out on things that it knows it can't be hurt by? Because again, the drones that are used at the end in the plan are not the same type of weapons that actually hurt Shin.
Yes, again, instinctive. It sees these are things, get rid of them.
And the same would apply to minus
the
one,
difference
then.
Between what is capable of wounding it and what is not capable of wounding it. It sees possible enemy, destroy.
Yeah, same would apply to minus one in that same scenario.
I wouldn't say same applies to minus one. Minus one is actively choosing the various characters. It was aware of what the buoys were. It was able to destroy those because it recognized this.
But it recognized the buoys were what would bring it back up to the surface and was causing more damage, so it instinctively bit them off. And the moment it saw what was going on is when it decides to lurch itself once it was already down at the bottom. Because actually, let me do this and see if I can start finding clips. There we go. Okay. One sec. Preset, share. And we don't need sound for it either. So hide that. So if it will, we see Godzilla instinctively right here go after the train instead of any of the fleeing civilians along the ground. The only reason why these civilians are running and he's interacting with them is because they're directly in his way. And I'm only doing it slow because I want to make the point clear. So right down there.
Yeah.
And it's only because the quality is low. We see civilians leaving the area. So the only reason why Godzilla's attacking this area is because of the train. It has nothing to do with him going out of his way to kill civilians.
Yeah. Yes. There's one thing I do like about this Godzilla is that he almost does display a curiosity you don't really get to see.
No, again, it's essentially the same show as what was done in 54.
Yeah, I did like that about the opening fight in minus one. It's a bit weird though, considering he was going after all the other humans. He left Shikishima alone inside of the plane. which I think that was a bit of a callback to, not a callback to Jurassic Park, but like it always felt very Jurassic Park to me. And
I think the only reason why he ignores Shikishima is because Shikishima's on the ground and gets knocked out. So if anything, Shikishima looks like he's dead. So
well, no, when Shikishima was in the plane.
Well, because Shikishima hadn't fired on him yet, so Shikishima wasn't a threat.
Yeah, but he went and attacked all of the other people who hadn't shot at him yet.
No, all those people were shooting at him. Actually, we can go find the scene right here. Godzilla. Island. If we go here, we see the light, and that's the only person that goes out of their way to be attacked by Godzilla who isn't shooting at him. But right here, we don't see him attack. And then here again, Godzilla's waiting. One shot.
Yes.
2, 3. All of these guys are shooting, and there's no way all of these rounds that are going off are being fired by at least 2 people. They'd have to be more, given the volley. And he's also telling the guys to fetch the ammo earlier in the scene, so clearly there are more people being attacked. We also see the fact that Tachibana doesn't shoot, and even though he was close to the people who does shoot, he isn't attacked like the others are. So again, it is instinctual self-defense.
Yeah, but as you said, you could have thought that he was dead, not as opposed to because he didn't shoot. You could have thought that he was dead and wasn't worth attacking.
Sure, that would still prove my point that Godzilla is instinctually defending itself.
Yeah, I think this one does show Godzilla instinctively a lot better, but again, it does show that curiosity a bit more.
One of that also then proved the point that we do see a change between the Godzillas, or if anything, any moments where we do see Godzilla acting a little bit curious is a holdover from his pre-irradiated state, which would still be consistent.
Yes, but I think it also has to be considered that we are slowly looking at every little thing bit by bit. When you're watching the thing for the first time and you're watching the thing, you're not really going to pick up on this unless you are actively going back and rewatching to explicitly look for these things.
Sure. That can be said, but as someone who saw the film 11 times and saw it with people who only saw it for the first time, there were many of these things that they picked up on as their first time going around, as I saw it in several different locations across my state. So it wasn't even like I could say that I was pulling from the same group of people within the same town or city. And not to mention the fact that even if we're pulling this apart one by one, when at the point of looking at films and analyzing them and seeing how good they are is because of how consistent they are in these cases.
Yeah, I would say that yes. Again, we are specifically analyzing them bit by bit by bit.
Yeah,
I also know a number of people who they did also see this movie for the first time and hadn't seen anything else of Godzilla, and they picked up on none of this.
Yeah, and that is completely fine. They are not people who are well versed in Godzilla, so therefore they wouldn't be able to pick up the small little things that would make these good moments really good, because they are even better and informed by Godzilla's actions.
Yeah, when you understand them and you're better, it makes the whole experience a lot better.
Yeah, but that would still make it consistent in the narrative, but also consistent even if someone wasn't able to pick up on them.
Yeah.
So besides that, would there be any other things that you picked up on that you feel you want to correct the record on in terms of other Godzilla related things?
Well, I didn't get through the entirety of my segment of the video. I only got about halfway through before this.
Okay. At least through that halfway segment, what other things would you say are important to bring up here?
Oh yeah, when I went to the back to the basics things for the reboot thing. That is, again, that's a very common thing for really any media. They go back to the basics because it is the cheapest generally to do. Look at a great example. Look at Marvel. Captain America. You're not going to go, all out with Captain America's, biggest, baddest enemies at the start. You're going to go with the simplest, basic things.
Except
Godzilla. You're not going to, generally for Godzilla, launch into a reboot of Godzilla with, King Ghidorah being his first enemy. You're going to go simple, basic, one thing.
Well, except for the fact that Captain America, and in fact, actually, almost all of the Marvel villains that were encountered by the heroes in their movies with the exception of Iron Man, all face their most well-known antagonists. So Thor faced Loki, Captain America faced Red Skull, Hulk faced Abomination. Scott's Ant-Man faced Yellow Jacket, which is a big threat for him.
Well, Ant-Man was phase 2. I mean, like the first ones.
Yeah, and then what's it called? Even if we're looking at phase 2 again, Thor and Loki, Loki and Red Skull and Abomination were all the main villains of those respective heroes, and they were the first ones used. Another example would be in the case of Batman. The Batman by Matt Reeves is a major success, and it wasn't a back to basics type of scenario with Batman because the Riddler isn't even the first villain the Batman faced, and how Batman behaves.
And that's the
newest one with Robert Pattinson.
I have not seen that one.
Okay. Even Batman Begins, Ra's al Ghul and Scarecrow weren't even like his first enemies or nowhere close to his first enemies.
But I mean the ones where you go all out again, a good comparison. Godzilla, you're not going to go, biggest. Right
Batman Begins was the back to basics for Batman after the other Batman stuff. And even as they went all out later on in the trilogy, you only got Joker for the second movie instead of the third movie, and you got Bane, who isn't even really portrayed as how he is in Nightfall. So again, I wouldn't even say that characterization makes sense. Not to mention the fact that even if we say it's back to basics, the fact that every era has done this so far consistently, and they've consistently gone more lighthearted every single time, with the only exception being the Heisei series keeping it somewhat more consistently, only because they had a tighter continuity, would support the point that was presented.
I mean, I'd still say Heisei went a bit not quite lighthearted. I don't think correct term.
It was a lot.
Also not really the right term. And I think part of that for the show era does reflect on the really bad dubbing and the effect.
But there's still bad dubbing in the Heisei films too. There's a reason why a lot of people focus on the subs of the Heisei series because, like in Space Godzilla, there are weird dubbing choices.
Yeah, but again, consistently, the Heisei era does have a bit better when it comes to dubbing than the Showa era. And again, the Showa era is plagued by a number of issues, namely the effects, which again gives it that more campy thing.
Are they plagued by the effects because for the budget and the time they're bad, or are they plagued by the effects because people see them as bad and don't know the context behind them?
I'd say they don't have the context behind them.
Yeah, so then they're not that bad then.
Exactly. But again, the dubbing does reflect very negatively because when the dubs happened, they didn't really make an effort to do it as accurately, do it as faithfully, I guess probably a better phrase.
Then I'd also consider that argument really null because the subs are the most common ways you can find them since the majority of the show films are now free on YouTube and they're all subbed. They're not the dubbed versions.
Yeah. But growing up watching the dubbed movies is where my experience draws from.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could draw on my own experience of watching the dubbed versions of these films too, but I don't think that'd be conducive to a deeper conversation about the franchise now, given how things have changed.
Yes, I would agree on that, but I also think it needs to, again, for a lot of people, when they start out with Godzilla, did they start out with Godzilla with the modern availability of everything, or did they start out with Godzilla before all of this stuff was available?
Depends on the person.
Yes, I would say. But again, say lost a long time Godzilla fan. Those of us who have known about Godzilla for a very long time. When we started, did we have that? Those of us who are content creators with respect to the Godzilla sphere, would we have had this level of availability when we started out or not?
In this case, actually, kind of, because YouTube came around 2004, which was when Final Wish was coming out. By that time, Godzilla Tokyo SOS had come out, which meant the subbed versions of almost all of the classic Godzilla films were now out, with the exceptions being Godzilla Raids Again, King Kong vs. Godzilla, Mothra vs. Godzilla, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Invasion of Astro Monster, and All Monsters Attack, and Terror of Mechagodzilla, which would later on, only a few years later, get the classic media releases, which would still have their main dubs. All of the Millennium series would be out by that point, and the only exceptions would be 84 and Biollante, which would later see, years later, their dubs. And even then, the dubs for those, like you said, were not as bad, so therefore they wouldn't be impacted as much. So if we're talking purely about the creative spaces, then we would be the most likely to have the best Godzilla like rips to have access to.
Yes, but how would you have heard about Godzilla? Again, yes, the availability exists, but how would you have heard about Godzilla? Would you have known about it from, oh, there's this thing called Godzilla, let me go check it out, let's look it up on YouTube?
Yeah.
You don't really know about it, you're not going to really be recommending stuff like that on YouTube. You need to have just stumbled upon it.
Well, no, because Godzilla is already in pop culture. So if you heard about Godzilla and you had an interest in Godzilla or had seen a clips of Godzilla, if you heard the name Godzilla, you would then be able to find Godzilla online on YouTube. You'd be able to find all the Godzilla websites like Toho Kingdom, which were very useful back in the day, Barry's Temple of Godzilla. You would also, given where you lived in the country, you would be able to find it at places like Walmart, Target, Best Buy, which were carrying classic media releases of Godzilla for years. Newberry Comics would be another one. Yeah, there were many places, especially as the internet age became more prevalent. It would be very easy to find the subs for Godzilla as well as the dubs if you wanted to watch them, as well as a higher availability of Godzilla. Because in this case, what for context, how old are you? Or just give me a general age range if you don't want to give the exact age.
6 or 7 when I first saw Godzilla.
I'm talking about like how old you are now in this case.
25.
Oh, you're 25?
Yes.
Okay, same age as me then. So, yeah. In this case, like the experiences would only really change based on where we were living in the country, but the availability was the same for us for the most part.
I mean, I never saw anything. I mean, I looked up Godzilla for a long time on things like YouTube, and I never saw any of the movies until relatively recently being recommended.
I'm talking about if we're talking about YouTube, they wouldn't be recommended then. However, if you wanted to find them online, those movies were on like places like Internet Archive for years or torrent sites for years. But if we're talking about in stores to be sold, the classic media was there for a while.
I mean, I remember asking my family for a lot of those Godzilla movies when I was younger. They were never able to find them.
Then it may just, in that case, it's also just a matter of how available it was in your general area. At least I can attest that for people I knew who grew up in a similar age bracket to myself in my general area, Godzilla was rare, but you could still find a good portion of it, and that only became more common as Final Wars came out.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a very big difference from mine, because I remember when I got the classics collection of a lot of the old Showa films, that my family had a very difficult time tracking one of those down.
So in this case, are you talking like rural US or like coast US?
I guess rural would probably be the best descriptor.
Midwest-ish or no?
Northeast.
Northeast? Really? Northeast?
Yeah.
What state?
NY.
Oh, so you're only a state away from me then. So like upstate?
Yep, yeah, one of my first Godzilla movies was 98.
Okay. I mean, I get that makes sense if it's upstate New York compared to like, because there's a ton of Japanese like hobby stores that are down in Manhattan proper.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would make sense. I mean, it's New York. That would make sense.
Yeah, because I mean, like for context, I'm in Mass, so like in Boston, same thing applies.
Yeah. Yeah, we never really got much of that stuff there.
Yeah, so in this case, it's a matter of if you're farther out from a city, you're probably not going to find as much. But if you go to somewhere populated, you're going to find Godzilla stuff. So.
Yeah, the only time I only ever saw Godzilla just on TV. I mean, heck, I've got my freaking VHS tape that we shanked out with a VCR when I was on TV for GMK.
I never saw GMK on TV. Only ones I saw on TV were the Showa ones, so Hedera and Gigan, and those are the only two I ever got on
one of the
VHS.
first ones I saw as well. Yeah, that was how I discovered Godzilla, was just those movies being on TV. That's why I was shocked when I found out they were actually online. I've been looking for them online for years and never found them.
You know, I found them in found the classic media sets in my local like stores and stuff, and then thought if I could find movies in stores, they're probably online. So went online, found them, and rest is history.
Interesting. Yeah, looking them online, looking to watch them online, I never did because something always felt a little bit off about watching them for free online.
I mean,
And that
yeah,
always kind of gave me an aversion to it.
that's fair. I mean, the way I see it is that as long as you find a way to support an official release, and maybe you don't want to pop in the DVD or the VHS all the time, and you just want to watch it online, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, because you've
Yeah.
already supported the official release.
Yeah, I guess it kind of goes into, I mean, I don't emulate games, so it's very much legit or nothing.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so my only way of obtaining them was just watching them on TV, and that was how I found them. That first one I saw was 2000.
Yeah, no, mine, Godzilla's Revenge.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't have the hate for 98 that I know most do.
You're talking to the biggest 98 hater on the planet.
Really?
Yep.
Most curious.
I know every meta around the 98, around why 98's good. I've seen it, talked about it, and debated it. So
I have, again, like everything in Godzilla, I have my issue with it because I don't believe anything is perfect. But I do have my reasons I like 98. Again, I have issues with it, but again, I see the good and the bad. I generally like to focus more on the positive than the negative of things because I just like to be more positive about stuff.
fair enough. I mean, for me, it's about analytics and like analysis and how good or bad something is.
Yeah, when it comes to analysis, that's a bit of a different thing. But like in general, it's like if someone were to ask me my least favorite, say Godzilla, I just wouldn't say I don't have a least favorite.
For me, that's easy. It's 98. It's always going to be an easy one. I'd say like Shin, Singular Point.
Really?
All of them, despite the fact that like they are all very different, they still share the silhouette of Godzilla, while 98 doesn't. So it's essentially like saying 98 isn't a Godzilla, which ended up being the case.
I mean, officially, it is. It is not.
But
a soft spot for it, though.
I know. Well, what's it called? I know someone in the back's waiting to speak as well, and I know he's a big 98 fan.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can bow out if necessary.
I know you don't have to bow out if you want to stay for more discussion. You are more than welcome to. Was there any other big things you wanted to discuss before I started bringing on people to talk, or
No, not particularly, I guess.
Okay. But I know I can definitely bring you on for another time if you want to discuss the versatility in more detail instead of it being on the back of this. And I know you said you still haven't finished your whole segment on
Yeah.
Godzilla, so, like mine talking about your video. So in that case, I'm going to start bringing on people. And again, if you want to stay and talk, you are welcome to.
Yeah, many thanks.
Alrighty.
But yeah, I think I'll probably head out. This was good.
Okay. Thank you for being on, and major respect, because there's not a lot of people who'd be like, you know what, I'll actually respond to the person who's responding to me. So major props to you.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in, you know, if you're gonna give it, you better take it.
Yeah, no, I respect that totally. Alrighty, so in that case, I will bid you adieu, sir. Everyone knows where to find you. Obviously, Max Allo is your main one, and then
actually, no, Max Allo is my secondary. My main. Well,
no, like Max Allo is for like the Godzilla people, but Metamaxis is your first one.
Yes,
which is Pokemon related.
Yes. Bye bye.
All right, have a good one, good sir.
You as well. Good morning, evening, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are in the world.
Nope, we're in the same place, so it's about 10:21 where I am as it is where you are.
Well, that was for the audience as well.
Yeah. And just remember, we have a better baseball team as you leave.
I mean, I don't really care about sports.
I don't either. I just love saying that to other people. It's a defense mechanism, because anytime I leave my state...
Hey, just remember this. Godzilla played for the Yankees.
Yeah, but we have the great... just, you know what? Look at it this way. You got 98 for your state. I got King of the Monsters from my state. So I got to see King Ghidorah, Rodan, and Mothra, and Godzilla appear in my state. So
you know what? Fair enough.
There we go.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
Alrighty. You have a good one, my man.
You do.
Peace.
Peace.
And we bring the other people on.
What is up? Dang, I kind of wish he stayed because I wanted to tell him about the Nerd in the Suits video.
The what?
The Nerd in the Suits 98 video. That one.
Oh, well, he's in the
record.
Discord, so you can tag him too.
I'll send it to him actually. But yeah, this was fun.
This was good, even though you guys just appear as cameos. You're like Angerus. You're like Angerus and Rodan in the anime trilogy.
No. Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Hey. We got our own books, okay? One of them, and the most recent one featured the Omni viewer. So there's that.
Yes.
I mean, what's it called? Omni's been here before.
I know.
Oh, it's the Metamax. This is back from Kaiju novels. I'll make sure someone. Oh, so Meta does writing Kaiju as well. So maybe he can come on as well for the writing stuff because I'm almost done setting up dates for everything. So if he wants to join for that, he can.
Nice.
Also, this may be because of the drink, and I'm kind of getting there, but I may believe that Planet of the Monsters may not be that bad.
You and Kaiju Kuru are going to be having some very interesting conversations considering he rewatched the Polygon trilogy as well.
Oh no, I still think City on the Edge of Battle is bad and it ruins what was set up by Planet of the Monsters. But I think as a standalone film, I may start thinking Planet of the Monsters ain't even that even be that bad.
Well, I mean, what is to say? Like, I mean, Planet of the Monsters, like, it's kind of like when people say Force Awakens is pretty much like the best of the trilogy. Where like all it does is like just set up the groundwork, even if it's still not good. It's not until you get to the sequels where everything just goes completely tits up.
Oh, I'll say this. Planet of the Monsters is better than The Force Awakens, but City on the Edge of Battle is definitely the Last Jedi of the Polygon trilogy.
And then the Planet Eater is just the Rise of Skywalker.
I would say Planet Eater is also better than Force Awakens, and better than Rise of Skywalker.
Maybe in terms of a plot, I could definitely say in terms of writing, they're terrible. They're all pretty terrible. But I'd say at least for entertainment value, like at least you could like if you divorce your fandom from it, at least like Rise of Skywalker could be like entertaining as far as like a so bad it's like you have to see it to believe it. Like it's almost funny bad.
Rise of Skywalker isn't funny bad. Rise of Skywalker is sad drunk kind of movie. It's just looking at it, and you sit there, you take a swig, and you're like,
what?
I'm not saying it's all like funny bad. Pretty much, there is stuff that's like so bad you're just like rolling your eyes at, or so bad where you're just like, no, why did you do this? But it's kind of like one of those things where it's like you know that it was made by people who just gave up. So it's like, well, if you don't care, neither do I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
And plus, at the very least, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, as much as I hate the idea of bringing Palpatine back, at least Ian McDermott was, killing it in that
Here's
movie.
the thing. I will say this too. I don't mind Palpatine coming back. It's just how they did it was absolutely awful because I liked the Heir to the Empire.
Oh yeah. So on the discussion of Alien Romulus, I wanted to say that my brother watched the movie and he did not recommend it to me. He said it was fine, but it turns into a completely different movie by the third act. Don't watch it theatrically.
I'm not surprised. That seems about right. A lot of people have said that. A lot of people haven't. Like, I've heard mixed things about it. So,
if there's only one extraterrestrial biomechanical movie that I'm looking forward to. That being
which is
Transformers 1.
Oh yeah.
In 2 weeks. I'm taking a friend of mine to go see it. I don't know what their pronouns is actually, but they're a massive Transformers fan. So
I just realized real quick is I never noticed this before, but if you look at the Ultraman DLC in Gigabash, when you look at their bios, it says not available in Japan and mainland China. That's such a slap in the face for Ultraman.
That
Wow.
is so stupid.
Yeah, let me share it for everyone on stream because I never knew that this was the case. I played against all the characters to get it, but
it's basically it's basically become a pseudo meme on the Gigabash Discord. So
yeah,
it's like,
not available in Japan and mainland China. That's so weird.
that is actually frustrating and ironic.
Yeah.
Ironic.
Oh, someone new is in the chat.
Ooh.
Shalonda Thompson. Hello.
Hello. You're also
Hello.
new. Welcome.
Also, hi, bye, Kaiju Kuru. We're gonna dunk on Shin this Saturday.
Yes. Dunk on Shin and Cinemassacre's opinion on it. we're gonna dunk on it. Dunk on them.
Oh, you're going for a sacred cow, right? Well, a sacred cow in the sense of Cinemassacre, since everyone holds him in such high regard to that. So
Here's the thing.
That's a boy.
Cinemassacre definitely.
boy.
James Rolfe was an inspiration for me for sure. At least in terms of like movie reviews and what have you. But yeah, he has some pretty poor takes, especially of some recent Godzilla stuff, like his take on Kodum, as well as like he does the whole champagne analogy, which I did a whole 20+ minute video on. Just kind of tearing that apart, that sort of analogy.
I think that's how I found your channel. Is that?
Yeah. Well, I vaguely remember seeing a post from the Omniviewer about it, asking if you would discuss that, and then I found out you existed a few months later.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even realize that was you. So, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, that whole analogy is like all kinds of weird. It's like you think like Godzilla has to be an actor in a suit, with some CG enhancements here and there, and he also has to be from Toho exclusively. But here's the thing. It's like if you were to say if it's like one or the other. If a version of Godzilla is from Toho, or that he has to be like an actor in a rubber suit with CG enhancements here and there. The funny thing is, 98 Goji, had some suitmation involved in it. It's not super the most prominent aspect of it, but there was suitmation. There was practical effects involved with Zilla's like puppetry and what have you.
It would still not be from Toho, so it still wouldn't count in that case.
Yeah, well, no. Here's the thing: if the whole thing is like if it's both, if both things have to are qualifiers that a Godzilla thing has to meet, then that'd be one thing. But if it's one or the other for any Godzilla media to count, then the funny thing is, 98 would count by that standard, but -1 wouldn't because Godzilla isn't even an actor in a rubber suit. It was all completely CGI.
Hey ZG. Actually, I'm super curious. You know what? Because he has a -1 video. I'm just curious. I just know what he says. So
yeah,
I haven't watched it. So
I know he did a video on New Empire. I think I've seen that one as well. I think I did see that one as well.
Yeah. He did it as like a double review. He reviewed it along with Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So let's just run through this since I have it on 2x speed. So that means it's only gonna be like closer to like 4 some odd minutes or some odd.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I still have it muted.
I'm going to try to keep this simple, spoiler free. This movie isn't going to be in theaters for very long, and screening times are kind of limited. So I'm going to cut to the chase and say it's good. That's good with like 100 O's. Amazing. You got to get your ass to a theater and see it before it's gone. I'm sure it'll be streaming soon, but if you're going to see any movie in a theater, this is well worth it. How can I adequately describe how good this is? Well, if you've seen Top Gun Maverick and remember how good that was, it's like that, but with Godzilla. Imagine a serious war drama with a monster. This is the first Japanese Godzilla film since 2016 Shin Godzilla, and I still maintain for it to be an authentic Godzilla movie, it has to be made in Japan. I still enjoy the American MonsterVerse films, but they're missing a certain ingredient that can only come from the source. Knowing that this was going to be a more serious Godzilla film, I rewatched the original 1954 version and Shin Godzilla to get them fresh in my mind again, to see how they all compare. While all very different, they have some fundamental things in common. Godzilla's the only monster, they have a more grim tone, and the humans are the focus of the drama. Especially in the original, in that final act when Dr. Serizawa is morally conflicted on using the oxygen destroyer on Godzilla since it'll introduce the world to a new weapon of mass destruction. That scene has gone unmatched in the Godzilla franchise for nearly 70 years, but now -1 goes all the way and takes that kind of drama to a whole new level. This is a movie about rebuilding after tragedy. This is a movie about the challenges of the human spirit. This is a movie about the importance of family. This is a movie about personal sacrifice and perseverance. And yes, I'm talking about a Godzilla film.
I saved $700 with Liberty.
Oh my god.
Don't you love Frosted Flakes?
Ross Butzman.
They're great.
Characters.
They're great.
But not this one. I was fully engaged 100% all the way through. There are no human scenes that feel like filler and exposition. This time, the human scenes are the movie. Godzilla probably has the same amount of screen time as usual, but this time the monster spectacle is supported by a great story with relatable concepts. It's about a group of people that form a family in the aftermath of World War II. A kamikaze pilot, a woman named Rico, and a little girl who got the name Akiko.
I was gonna say there are examples of this, but he did do the whole Godzilla-thon, so he already knows that.
Yeah, that's why I'm just curious. Like, I was more curious to see what he specifically said about like the things that it needs to be an authentic Godzilla movie, and I guess in this case, all it needs to be is from specifically Japan.
Let them try to build their lives back in the face of.
I'm genuinely curious if he's changed any of his opinions.
Yeah,
I'll say this. America can definitely do a good Godzilla story. I just feel like
Godzilla 98.
Shut up! No, Vic. The good one is what came after '98.
King of the Monsters, exactly.
Yes,
I was referring to the series, but that too.
And for Koichi, the war isn't over yet. So you really care what happens to these people. So much, in fact, that towards the end, my eyes might have teared up a little. It's that good. The destruction sequences are awesome. When Godzilla destroys, you feel it. And you can see it all in perfect clarity. You're not going to get any of those dark nighttime scenes that are so murky you can't tell what's going on. This is close to a perfect.
That was a deliberately enhanced image.
I had. And I wouldn't even call them issues.
I will go back. Go back to the image.
Everything else so right.
If you can.
I get any of those dark night.
Yeah. That's definitely edited. That's what she's arguing. Even for the original, even for because I try to rewatch 2014 for some reason my screen was buffering.
Black did an entire video stream on that one. He said he'd rather talk to him than Rick.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Who? The one video in the top corner.
I have to save his thing for later.
Because
now this one we have to be careful about because now I'm like, I already know Warner Brothers will smack my nuts for this. So
side note, I love the atomic breath scene.
No, they will guillotine your balls off. That's what they will do.
And so we got sick.
Yeah, that's definitely
an enhanced image.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need the 4K. That's a deliberately enhanced image.
Yeah.
Time scenes that are so murky you can't tell what's going on. This is close to a perfect Godzilla film. I say close only because there's a few minor issues I had, and I wouldn't even call them issues. Just certain things I think could have been better just because they got everything else so right. For one thing, the pacing in the second half becomes a little too calm, and this is not a unique problem. It's common in Godzilla and kaiju films and has never been solved. You know how somewhere in the middle, usually Godzilla comes ashore, he goes into the city, and that's when most of the damage occurs. And after that, Godzilla goes back into the ocean, takes a nap or whatever, and then all the scientists gather around in meeting rooms talking about their big master plan to stop him. Well, let me say, the master plan in this film is one of the more interesting and well thought out, and I loved how it's not a big government operation. It's a voluntary team of people who get together, all bringing their own expertise and all having to endure certain personal risks. If Koichi doesn't survive, Akiko would be orphaned a second time. The stakes are high, and it really makes you want to see it succeed. Well, here's my little problem. It takes so many scenes for them to build up to this plan, and they even have a set date to carry it out, and all that time, Godzilla is just conveniently taking a break. This is what happens. I just hope they would find a way to fix it. It seems as urgent as it should. There's even a part where they're having dinner. There shouldn't be time for any of that. Godzilla could come back in a minute. For once, I'd like to see the movie go like, check this out. The scientists get that big chalkboard and slide projection, all that, and then all of a sudden Godzilla appears in the window and nukes the place. Yeah, that'd be great. The other thing for me that I wasn't totally satisfied with was the look of Godzilla. I think he looks too similar to the American MonsterVerse. So similar that I almost
No,
dude, wasn't now.
I was surprised. Wow.
I was
I didn't even advertise this. No.
Why does everyone? Why does everyone? Like, look, I could definitely see a MonsterVerse element on -1's design. I could definitely see that, but it's not a copy of the MonsterVerse Godzilla. It definitely isn't.
Minus Goji, if anything, looks like a modernized version of the Heisei design with some elements of MonsterVerse and GMK,
Yes.
and maybe a little bit of
Yes,
Sega Alchemy.
exactly.
I would say the
Exactly.
closest American Godzilla he looks closer to is like the Stan Winston design.
Yeah, the
Oh,
spines,
definitely.
the spines and
Yeah.
head shape.
The spines and head shape, and then like his pre-mutated form
And even
looks
then-
like the Stout design.
And even then, the Stan Winston look was based off the Heisei design.
Yeah, so they're
Which-
like all coming from Heisei rather than Monsterverse. I feel like I don't want to assume, but it almost feels like this is coming from him talking about like how it needs to be a man in the rubber suit, and if it's like unless it's like Shin Godzilla where it's super drastic, if it's a CGI design, he's just gonna think of the Monsterverse because it's not 98 and it's not Shin. But
yeah, because 98 and Shin are completely drastic.
Oh,
designs.
wait.
Granted,
he's about to protect up Shin, so let's see.
Looks too similar to the American Monsterverse. So similar that I
I
almost wonder.
wanted to comment on the plan a little bit.
To be more specific, I preferred how he looked in Shin Godzilla. Hard to explain why, but I think it has something to do with how upright he stands in Shin Godzilla, like a huge lumbering statue, and the way he walks like a zombie, very slowly. It may be because I grew up on the Godzilla that was always an actor in a suit, so you could say that he looked more stiff that way, but I think the CG Godzilla is a bit too flexible.
All right. Yeah, so I guess it is just an evolution of the needs to be man in a suit type thing. This is technically a football commercial. Hey, C, how does it feel to have the
We should
Jets
talk
as your
about the
football
Super
team?
Bowl.
The Super Bowl isn't even anywhere close to being done.
I don't care. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're
Everyone
going
says I look like the quarterback from the Chiefs, which is funny. But yeah, see, how does it feel to have the Jets as your football team and the Giants? Actually, no, forget that. You only have the Jets as your team because I don't want to talk about the Giants. I'm not even a sports fan. I'm just like making fun of other people's sports teams.
We all know no one cares about the football. We all know no one cares about the games. It's all about the commercials.
The Bills are my team. Okay.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh right, yeah. You have 3 football teams too. You have the Bills.
Yeah.
Movements were more ominous. Even Godzilla 98 used animatronics for some scenes. Shin Godzilla has
That's
animatronics
right.
in the body, but apparently it wasn't used for any of the final shots. So it seems the practical effects have now been completely phased out. And I don't mean to say that they don't do a great job with all that CG. In fact, Shin Godzilla has the best Godzilla rampage scene ever, in my opinion. The middle 20
No, it doesn't. He's walking for one scene.
It's walking. It just walk. I can understand.
One swings his body around.
I can understand if it was singular point where it's just the red dust covering everything, but Shin is just walking around. He generally is.
Singular Point is doing the same thing. It's just aesthetically more pleasing. That's it.
I somewhat agree with him.
No.
Explain.
Explain yourself.
He's walking, but he's walking with style, you know?
What?
Exactly, walking in style. The Shin didn't have. At least Singular Point had at least a better grand scale to it thanks to the red dust. Shin just looks like an animal. It just looks like I'm walking to this destination. Sorry, I crushed on all of your cars and shit.
He's James is unironically saying here in this moment that the sequence in Shin Godzilla where Godzilla attacks whatever the fuck he's at, whatever district he's at is a better attack sequence than the Ginza sequence in -1.
Where one Godzilla is far more dynamic, and 2 there's an active threat with people visibly in the crossfire.
Exactly. I think they're both good for different reasons. I like the Shin Godzilla one because I like seeing the military trying to attack this monolith of a monster and nothing phases it. I think that's what makes the Shin Godzilla
So
one
they're
great.
-1 though. Like,
It doesn't really do anything until the last half. Or like the last third of it. It's
There's still the factoid of Godzilla actively, doing shit beforehand. Here, he barely reacting. Okay, fine, I'll give you that. Thing is, still, he's just walking. He's not actively tearing shit apart. There's no real sense of dynamicism from Shin, Earth, or Ultima.
Yeah.
That's where the problem derives from.
Yeah,
Let's
the
see,
characterization
Ultima's
for Shin, the characterization for Shin Goji sucks. Like it's like there's hardly any there.
The thing
With
is funny too
-1,
is that Ultima reacts more than Shin does.
Yeah, Ultima does.
That is one point that I will give to Ultima above Shin, but that's not replacing his evolutionary insults. Ugh.
Let's keep going through this video.
That is what Godzilla is all about. It's not just Godzilla's posture and the look, but how he's photographed. In Shin Godzilla, there's more shots from a distance where you see him far in the background approaching, which to me is more imposing and scary, like watching a tornado coming. Godzilla is a force of nature, and you should be looking on with horror as well as fascination. So, in a nutshell, best monster action, Shin Godzilla. Best human drama, -1. If you took the Godzilla...
Hold up, no. Only half of that statement is accurate. The human drama in -1 is definitely better. Monster action in Shin better than -1? Absolutely not. No.
-1 is far more. -1 is far more dynamic. Actively shows intent, albeit as you said in the conversation with Max, instinctual intent.
As visually neat,
and just moves in a more dynamic fashion.
And here's the thing, even as neat on a visual level as like the Who Will Know scene in Shin Godzilla is, that it's it's nowhere near, not even close to being as impactful as like the moments when -1 fires that atomic breath into Ginza. It's just like, boom.
Holy
man.
shit! Like that scene when Godzilla shoots his atomic breath. I have never felt that much power when watching a Godzilla movie.
Exactly.
Brayden can rag on the animations as much as he wants. That scene is always going to stay powerful.
Exactly.
I
think -1 is the best of the franchise. It might not have my favorite personal style of Godzilla effects, but without a good human story, the effects wouldn't mean so much. Even just the acting, the way the humans react to Godzilla is what sells the effects. When they first see what Godzilla is capable of when they're on the boat, I mean, their faces tell you everything. If you saw a monster breathing fire, you wouldn't just be like, oh shit. No, your brain would freeze up. You wouldn't even be able to comprehend what's happening. And that's what they managed to pull off here. I see their faces and I buy it. It should also be noted that this movie has a much smaller budget than the MonsterVerse films. It was only $15 million, while all these major Hollywood films we're seeing are 150, 200 million, or even more. So I really appreciate what they were able to pull off.
Can I say something?
11 or 12. I've seen them all. This one I have no hesitation saying is the best one. So there, I said it. I'll probably talk more about this film at some point. Perhaps I'll do a more in-depth spoiler review in the future. I'm sure we'll be talking about this movie for years to come. It's a great addition to a franchise that spans many generations and even many genres, from outer space to tropical islands to robots and aliens. I think now with this more emotional and dramatic edition, it's made this the most varied and multi-toned monster franchise I can think of. All right, big A+ for me. Check out the movie. I'm gonna get back to work on Nerd. I'll see you soon.
All right, so I just wanted to take this with a grain of salt because I have heard of this. Basically, although $15 million is like the budget, and legally in Japan it's more worth of $80 million. Even though legally it's $15 million, it's I will say it's on par with the creator's budget. If Hollywood was in Japan standards.
You mean like well, I think what you're trying to say is that for 15 million US in Japan, that's closer to like, based on their economy, more like 80 million.
Yes. It's more based on. It's more. It will feel more like $80 million realistic.
I think that's true. And even then, like 80 million in their economy is still
yes, definitely.
even
$80
less.
million is still impressive.
And that's still even impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still impressive. That's still relatively impressive considering Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was 300 million.
300 million? What the fuck?
The Flash was also like 200 million or 250 million, maybe more, maybe 300 million. And it had some of the worst CGI you would ever see in your life.
The Flash by nature feels a lot more eccentric. Thus, the budget doesn't surprise me, even if, oh boy, they really should have fixed that up. Indiana Jones still shocks me because that is a very grounded film.
I bet most of that
one
just
that
went
did
to
not
paying
require
for
this much special effects.
That's what happens when you get bought by Disney. That's what happens when you get bought by Disney.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like they specifically did that because of Harrison Ford. That feels,
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so That was the 3 videos, my wonderful gentlemen.
Yeah.
And we finished with 4 hours. That makes this an average-sized Zimcast, not a small one or a particularly long one. Yeah, so that was fun.
Also, to your thing with you having King of the Monsters and him having 98, he also has the original concept.
For what?
For 98.
98 was some of that was supposed to also happen in Boston too, so technically we both get that.
Could you also count Rodan appearing in Final Wars in New York in Final Wars?
Yeah, he gets Final Wars.
Cool.
Well, Godzilla and King Ghidorah were kind of in Mexico, and my grandparents were from Mexico, so
Yeah, so
maybe that. But still,
there you go.
I get the Marvel
yeah,
Godzilla.
but still, I want Texas already.
Technically, I also get Godzilla the series too.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I get the Marvel Godzilla.
Right.
You get 2014.
I do.
Yeah, you're from California, right?
He's
Well,
Los
yeah, I
Angeles,
guess.
though.
I'm Los Angeles though.
You're California. You're all Cali people to me.
So
you Cali
where I'm
people are
living
the
now,
same.
so where I'm at now, I
Yeah.
also get it. So
You're
where
Cali
I-
people. You're not people, except for you, Vic. You're people. So you're the only one.
You're
who counts.
people,
Aw.
because you're with us. You're the only people because you're with us.
Zim, if you're technically referring to where I'm from, I would get the Marvel Godzilla. If you're referring to where I'm at now, I would get 2014.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, but
I would have gone King of the Monsters, but I don't.
wait a second.
but-
You're from California and you like 98? Get them.
Waiting on that highlight reel.
I know what to call it. Bro, you like 98 and you're from California? Opinion invalid.
I'm genuinely still waiting for that highlight reel. That was a fun debate.
Yeah.
Ask him where it's at.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah.
ever get the
He
chance,
had a lot of
if I ever get, if I
Yeah.
ever get the chance to direct a MonsterVerse film, which is unlikely, I'm going to have at least one scene of Godzilla fighting Gorgo in Austin.
Yeah, there you go. Get some
Yeah.
Tejas. And
There's
that
a
means-
reason-
that means-
There's
that
a
means
reason I put.
literally you could be able to. That could be the only time Godzilla could be legally allowed to use weapons in a movie because it's Texas. So Godzilla beats
Exactly.
shotgun.
Exactly. Give him the
I'm just
building
imagining
gun already.
I'm just imagining Godzilla picking up a giant rail gun and just
Yes,
No,
he grabs a building. He grabs a building and it transforms to a railgun, and he blasts Gorgo away.
No. It like what's it called? It's not even like futuristic or it makes sense. It's literally just like Godzilla fighting, not even Gorgo, fighting Ogra. So it's just Godzilla wave beating really hard. Then he finds a giant cowboy hat for some reason, takes out a shotgun, and then you hear him roar, but it's subtitled to say "Yippee-ki-yay" as he blasts her head off.
Yes, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Pure Texas Godzilla.
Exactly. It's better than -1. Better. The Gamma trilogy, better than -1. Better than.
It'd be super funny if they had a Godzilla film set in Texas, and then all of the America files in Japan who were super big into cowboy culture just love it more than the Japanese Godzilla movies because it takes place in Texas. So they're like, "Ooh, Godzilla and cowboys."
Exactly. Exactly. It would be the best piece of kaiju media. Hell, it would be my favorite piece of media, dethroning Rain Code.
Nice. But
yeah,
what's it called?
Also, there's a good reason why I put the ending of Godzilla: The Arrival in Salt Lake. Well, multiple good reasons.
Because it makes people salty.
Salt Lake. Holy shit.
Yes.
Because you want to kill the Mormons.
I want to kill the Mormons.
Mormons.
I am nothing against the Mormons. To any Mormons watching, I don't hate you on it's nothing personal. It's just business.
What are you,
Lord,
Benny
business.
from New Vegas? The truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Also, speaking of that, me and my friends were having discussion this, and they brought back the Lord business meme. But yeah, basically, have you guys heard of the $700 PlayStation 5 Pro?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah,
about that.
I was watching.
My
I already have one, so
I was watching Penguin Zio's video on it. What the actual fuck?
Like me and my friend Alex, holy shit, we like we were pissed in a
yeah, I already got my PS5, so I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I have my PS5 too. I'm not gonna get a pro. I'm not gonna get a $700 pro. If you want to make a 700,
and frankly, I'm not getting one anytime soon.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm trying to get around to getting a PS5, like just a regular.
The only exception I will ever see it is if this was the PlayStation 6. But even then, I'm probably still not going to get it.
Oh, so you want to know what's one thing I love about this stream?
What?
The fact I started before the presidential debate and I ended, ending it after the presidential debate ends. So I technically lasted longer than Trump or Kamala.
Lamau. There's been some talk.
No
about
one can debate about Godzilla. No one can do it better than me. I'm just amazing at Godzilla. I'm the biggest fan. Godzilla would blast all the illegals with his atomic breath. Mothra would be there. I love Mothra. No one loves Mothra more than I do.
Yeah.
Zimzo 99
some discussion.
You take a shower?
I'm on a call.
Do you take a shower? You in the bed already?
I've been seeing some discussion of the thing in Kaiju Canucks Discord, and I think Asaibu brought it up a couple times. So
of what thing?
There.
The debate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I thought the thing was like no what's it called? No politics in it. But whatever.
No, there's a section of there's a role that allows you to access that kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Like a section specifically for things like memes, Hall of Dumbassery, and that kind of thing.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
There's politics and everything, Sim. What are you talking about?
Shut your mouth. You're from California. Your opinion means nothing. You're gay. You're from California.
There's only three people from California that I'll accept, and that's my friend Alex, my best friend, and Vic.
Vic is the good Californian. He's like my token Californian.
I actually do have a friend in the Versus community who's from California. Though he's from Southern California, similar to
California.
you. I told him I was in his username is T-Rex Gamer. I told him I was infringing on his territory. He told me to get out. I told him I was in San Francisco, and he said, "Fine, you can have it."
What's it called? Y'all can have California as like pray to God to carve that state into the sea where it belongs.
Well,
That's
I'm also
Florida, my friend. I think we need to do that to Florida, my friend.
I'm from New York. Here's the thing. I'm a New Yorker, and we're gonna New York and Massachusetts. We're gonna like send California and Florida down to the
New York can stay. New York can stay because of the pizza. Florida can stay because of the Gators.
No, I would save the Gators actually.
Yeah, exactly. California can stay because of the Gators.
No, Florida, actually.
What did I say?
You said California
I am
can
drunk.
stay because
That's what happens. But
are you drunk enough to realize 98 is truly the greatest?
I will never be drunk enough for that.
No, we'll make it possible.
Vic is persistent. He will get through to you. He will get through to you eventually.
No. Yeah, Vic,
I will die of alcohol poisoning
use your
before I be drunk enough
Californian.
to say that.
Vic, use your Californian instincts of stuff and try to manipulate Zim into thinking 1998 is a good movie.
His communist sorcery has no effect on me. I don't need your commie California crap, buddy. But What's it called? Thank you guys for coming in as always.
Cameo
shorts I'm
fest.
putting out. It was like enough. It was like essentially another hour. But we're doing 2 shorts next week. The stream is gonna be the final week of September where we talk about pitching a Godzilla video game. So that's gonna be fun.
I don't know if I'm going to be there for that because I have not thought of Godzilla video
have
game.
ideas.
That's why I
have
pushed
ideas.
it so far back.
I have ideas, Zim. And I can't wait to show them.
I'll try to be on there.
What's it called? October. I'm not sure what streams I'm going to do for October, but I do know November is when I'm going to have the Godzilla Batman stream. So
nice.
That'll be fun.
Also, if you're looking for ideas, I posted an idea for a pitch stream a while ago, and another one.
It was like a continuation of a continuity. Yeah.
And then another one was our own take on a non-Godzilla kaiju film. So like our own take on Gamera, Kong, something like that.
Oh, Zim.
Ooh, I might do that. That might be what I do next because I'm.
Zim, I have a pitch for October streams.
Sup?
Why not? The dark and scary kaiju stories, but of any monster. Monster. We we could do the same thing with pitching stories, but it has to be horror focused. Like let's say Eldritch Horror Godzilla or Gamera gets sucked into the fourth dimension where he sees demons and stuff.
That might be interesting. For actually, we could do a pitch for what horror movie monster ideas could turn into a kaiju movie.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
that's
also
interesting.
Yeah, as far as like October goes, my side of things, I'll be hosting like a stream where we would be pitching like an idea for a dark universe, pretty much like Universal Monsters cinematic universe. Like let's like take a second, like another crack at it, except try to do it well.
Actually, you know what? Let me know what days you want that done, so I can set aside dates to be there for those.
Okay,
or I might do so whatever day I take off, I may have that be the same day I do my stream.
Okay, it'll definitely be in October. I will let you know as soon as I get it, as I can fit a date.
Let me know in the next couple of days because like I get my new schedules every for 3 weeks, so I want to make sure I can get things off ASAP.
Okay.
Yep. All right, coolio, my buddy, and this has been fun. And how should we end this?
Shilling.
Everyone kind of knows where we shill, but
yeah.
How should we end the stream?
Maybe we could do the same thing as we always do, where we go our endings or stuff.
Well, what's it called? At this point, everyone knows about the guest. I'm just thinking about which video I want to use to end us off with.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I think I know which one I'll use. There we go. We'll do this one.
Better be funnest.
Oh, it's this one right here, guys.
Wipe that disgusting grin off your face. Sir, yes, sir. Well, any fucking time, sweetheart. Sir, I'm trying, sir. Private Pile, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid-looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you.
That's exactly what I'm thinking right now to all of you.
See you on Saturday, folks. Hopefully,
there you go. Peace.